Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Raised as the Perfect Operative? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You're starting at that high school tomorrow. Doll's voice is flat and chilled. Yomi hums, glancing over the edge of the rooftop to estimate the drop just in case they need a quick getaway. Yeah, I guess so. You guess? Crackles Tempest's voice over the comm, teasing. I mean, I don't see how it's any different than junior high. Yomi crosses the roof and squints at the figures in the window. Besides it being the best school in the country. I think you're just a tiny bit biased, Yomi. Doll, Yomi, do you have eyes on the targets? Yomi sighs. Leave it to Nightshade to keep them on task. Yeah, we have eyes on them. Is the ground unit ready? Ground unit standing by, replies Oni. Undercover units, how does it look on the inside? Fine, Kisjun says. No one is trying to leave on the west side, Crimson reports. Everyone there is drunk off their buttes, Oni mutters. Tempest snorts. How would you know? You're not here. Please, I can smell the alcohol. Nightshade is decidedly not amused. Can we focus? God, you're pissy tonight, Tempest huffs. Just tell us what it looks like in there, Nightshade growls. Well, let's say nobody's expecting us, Tempest says. He pauses. Hey, Okinawa, too much to drink? Somewhere in the background, Yomi can hear the other person's answer. Too much is never enough, the man's voice jokes. But drop the honorifics, Junchi. We're all friends here. Right. Sorry. Tempest laughs as the drunken man's voice fades before he becomes serious again. Go. Roger that. Ground team entering building. The ground team sweeps in. Inebriated mobsters scream in terror, too drunk to properly react to the deadly threat cutting them down. Yomi, Doll, targets 1 and 2 are coming out the front door. You have approximately 30 seconds before they get away. Gotcha. Doll and Yomi move around the roof, readying the sniper rifles. Do you see him yet? She asks, adjusting the end of the gun on her shoulder. Yomi looks over the empty streets before shakes his head. No. Oni's voice comes over the comm. Here they come. Sure enough, 2 gang leaders stumble out of the building, running like their lives depend on it. Yomi, Doll, take the shot. Nightshade shouts. Center it. The heads of the pair comes into view in Yomi and Doll's scopes. They both pull the trigger. Yomi sighs and leans back. Got him. Good work everybody. Ground team, undercover units, wrap it up, Pain orders. Roger that, Pain. On it. Midoriya Izuku wakes up more tired than when he goes to sleep the night prior. Okay, well, maybe he doesn't sleep, but can you blame him? It's Yue. He useless, motherless, quirkless, Deku is going to Yue. If that isn't a miracle, he doesn't know what is. When he exits his room, he sees a note on the table for him. I really wanted to be here when you woke up, Izu, but there was an emergency at work. I'm really proud of you, son. You're gonna be the greatest hero the world has ever seen. I believe in you. Love ya. P.S. Wanna go out for dinner to celebrate your first day at UA? Smiley face. Izuku's caught between a smile and a sigh, before deciding on the former. He has a great dad who's doing his best. That's all he needs right now. Making a quick breakfast, Izuku forces himself to be still, but he's practically vibrating from excitement. As he eats, his legs bounce up and down. He washes his bowl in the sink, showers, attempts to drag a comb through his curly hair before it snaps, puts on his UA uniform and races out the door. The train squeals into the station and people flood through its open doors. Izuku finds a spot and hangs onto one of the overhead handles. He spends the first few minutes of the ride scrolling through the news as he listens to music. Hey, kid. Izuku glances up and takes one of his earbuds out. Why yeah? He's talking to a middle-aged woman with orange curly hair and bug wings. Interesting. I wonder if she can fly with those. You're a UA student? Izuku snaps out of it. Oh, yeah. Hero course. She smiles, nods, and then looks pointedly at his black armband. And you're in the Imperial Scholars Program? Izuku bobs his head, yes, and the woman PPS an eyebrow. Well, Diamond Kid. You're comin' up. I'll be rootin' for ya. With a wave, she exits the car as the train squeals to a stop. With a tiny smile, Izuku waves after the woman and takes a deep breath. He can do this. At the next stop, Izuku gets off and walks proudly towards UA with his head high. I can definitely do this. I definitely can't do this. Izuku's faced some pretty bad things in his life. Hell, he deserves a medal for getting through Ardura without snapping but expulsion from his dream school on the first day? That's on another level. Not the worst thing to happen to him, but it'd be up there. Take a deep breath, Izuku. Maybe it's a joke. And even if it's not, a lot of kids here don't have physical quirks, like the invisible girl, the earlobe girl, and the mute boy. He can do this. It's all mental. Eraserhead scans over the class with a cruel smile that sends shivers down Izuku's spine. Let's begin. When the physical exam begins, Izuku expects some tortuous test fitted to UA's standards. In reality, UA's physical exam is just like any other physical exam for PE. Sit-ups, sprints, long-distance runs, they're all things he's done before. In fact, he pulls off some pretty decent scores, keeping him in the middle of the pack, coming out near the top every once in a while when it's a matter of pure physical ability. And then comes the softball throw. Yeah, he's screwed. Kaken literally blows the ball away, screaming, "Die," at the top of his lungs. Izuku suppresses a sigh as the blonde stalks by, shooting him a death glare. Midoriya. Get up here. You're wasting time. Eraserhead's voice snaps Izuku from Kaken's gaze. Focus. He steps into the circle and his mind begins racing. I've been doing pretty well, but I need a good score for this to be safe. I can't get it very far on my own and I can't hope that someone does a lot worse than me. Think, what can I do? An idea pops into his head. Sensei, we can do anything as long as we don't leave the circle, right? Aizawa just nods. Hurry up. Izuku takes a deep breath and turns to face his class. Hey, Bakugu. The blonde twitches. What did you call me? Dash. Catch. Izuku pegs the ball at Kaken. He reacts quickly, setting off an impressive explosion. The ball sails into the air and disappears into the distance. Kaken blows a gasket when he figures out what he just did. Charging forward like an angry bull, he shouts, "You motherfucking tissilish!" He's restrained by Aizawa's scarves before he can do any real damage. Sorry, Kaken. Izuku turns to his teacher. How far? 703 meters. Next. Hey, wait, he didn't use his quirk. Great Boy protests. Izuku pauses mid-step and after a moment turns to Great Boy. Actually, he says quietly, I did. My quirk is analysis. I can look at any situation and use my quirk to determine the best outcome. Logically, I knew that I couldn't score high by myself, so I used my environment to my advantage. Izuku spins around and continues walking, leaving Great Boy with his jaw open. But that's not fair. Dash, Great Boy begins. Mineta, you're next. Stop wasting time. But Dash. Now. The pro-hero's tone leaves no room for argument. Aizawa still has Kaken wrapped in his capture weapon, which is good, because he's probably the only thing standing between Izuku and certain death. Izuku rejoins the crowd and watches with everyone as Mineta gulps, does as he's told and steps into the circle. To very few people's surprise, Mineta gets the lowest score in the softball throw. Izuku would be lying if he said that it doesn't give him some satisfaction to watch his classmate fail. Aizawa releases Kaken when he's calmed down somewhat and puts their final scores up. Hagakure and Mineta have tied for 19th, and the pair subsequently burst into tears upon seeing their placement. Ignoring their predicament, Izuku scans the list for his name. 9th Midoriya Izuku. Not bad. Calm down, the teacher drones, no one's getting expelled. It was a logical ruse. Now get back inside. Aizawa leaves before anyone can stop him, despite the loud protests and expressions of relief from his students. He's lying, Izuku thinks, watching his teacher retreat. He fully intended to expel someone. Just be glad you passed and didn't completely fail another day. Sighing, Izuku heads straight to the locker room to change, avoiding contact with his peers. And Kaken. Time to move on to the next class. Most of his classes just consist of teachers introducing themselves, giving an overview of what they'll teach this year and getting to know the students. Izuku only partially engages himself during the day. Lunch comes, and he finds himself an empty table in the back, takes out his phone and pops his earbuds in, drowning out the noise of the cafeteria with music. Then a purple-haired boy sits at his table, as far away from him as possible. Izuku pauses and removes one of his earbuds. Hi. He gets no response. The boy continues to scowl at his lunch without a word. Izuku decides to respect the boy's obvious wish to be left alone and continues listening to music, drifting into its lull. I pray for the wicked on the weekend. Mama, can I get another amen? Oh, it's Saturday night. A hand being waved in front of his face snaps him out of the music's trance. Hey. Infinity Girl says. Oh. Hi. Izuku pulls the earbuds out. It seems like he's doomed to have his music interrupted today. That's fine. The people interrupting his peace today have been considerably nicer than the usual offenders. This seat taken? She points to the empty space opposite him. Izuku glances over at the purple-haired boy who looks right back at him with a raised eyebrow. No, Izuku answers slowly, carefully gauging the boy's reaction. It's not. The other male at the table snorts and twists away. Oblivious, Uraraka says, great, and drops her bento box at the spot. You were really great in the physical exam. It was so scary, but you acted so calm. And then you used Bakugu to get a higher score dash. Which he was not thrilled about, Izuku points out. Well, yeah, but he's been set off since we got here, so. She pops a rice ball in her mouth and shrugs. Anyway, it was cool. Thank you. You're Uraraka Ochako, right? She blinks. Oh yeah. I'm surprised you know my name. I didn't introduce myself. We met during the entrance exams, he reminds her. Am I that forgettable? And I heard it after your infinity throw and saw you on the scoreboard. You were pretty creative during the test. Well, she blushes and rubs the back of her neck. It was be creative or get expelled. But thanks, Deku. Izuku raises an eyebrow at Kaken's favorite label for him. My name is Midoriya Izuku. She tilts her head to one side. But Bakugu called you Deku during the test. The boy sighs and leans back in his seat. That's what Kaken calls me to bully me. Uraraka gasps and shakes her head in disapproval. That's so mean. She huffs before doing a complete, but I think it sounds like D. Kairu. You know, you can do it, vibes. It's cute. Deku it is. Yes, Izuku is weak. Shut up. She beams at him. Anyway, you said your quirk is analysis, right? It is. I remember you taking down the giant zero-pointer that was going to crush me, she says with a frown. How did you do that? This sparks a discussion on the entrance exam that spans the rest of lunch. Izuku lets Uraraka do most of the talking. She talks all through lunch and into English. Present Mike gives them permission to choose their seats and Uraraka moves in right next to Izuku. He casts her a questioning look, but she grins and gives him a thumbs up in return. She swaps seats in just about every class she can so that she sits by him. Izuku doesn't mind. Uraraka is pleasant and sweet, kind of bubbly with a brand of friendliness that he can't deny. The school day ends and Izuku begins packing up. Deku, let's walk to the train station together, she says, smiling brightly. Oh, all right. He shoulders his bright yellow backpack. Let's go. They navigate the packed UA halls while Uraraka talks about her family's construction business and how she used to help out. She asks Izuku about things he does with his parents, but he plays it off with a shrug and a corny joke. She giggles and continues on her story. They've reached the front gates when Izuku catches sight of two people he knows. Midoriya, you have a zing to today, Lana tells, the familiar lilt of her accent causing him to smile a bit. Vith ze program. Uraraka pauses and examines the pair. Wait, you guys are in the Imperial Scholars Program? Hiromi nods. Yep. Midori here is too. He reaches over and rustles the boy's hair, much to Izuku's irritation. He bats the older boy's hand away. In less than a second, Uraraka whirls around to face Izuku. You didn't tell me. I took my armband off earlier for the exam and I forgot to put it back on, he replies, rubbing his sleeve. Sorry. She sighs. It's fine. Walk with me tomorrow? Izuku glances over at the pair. Hiromi nods. Sure. We can walk together. Uraraka smiles again. Great. See you later. She walks away, waving behind her. The older boy turns to Izuku and smirks. You've got a cute friend, Midoriya, Kensei says with a sly look. Lana flicks him with her tail. Behave. Hey, I'm your senior officer and senpai, he teases lightly as they begin walking to the black limo waiting for them. You don't act like it, she mutters. Ah, young Kohai, I will get you to respect me someday. Hiromi opens the door and steps into the car. If you're a quiet done, we should be going, Jae-sung says coldly. Kensei Hiromi pauses and shoots him a cold glare. Sorry there, Parker. Jae-sung tenses and grits his teeth together. It is Park. Yeah, whatever, Spider-Man. Hiromi tosses his bag onto the seat and sits down at the back of the car. I fail to see what spiders have to do with me. Izuku climbs in after Hiromi and sits beside Saito. You are both childish, she says dully before turning to Izuku. Machi. She holds a green tea one in her chopsticks. He shakes his head. No thanks. Lana closes the door behind her with her tail and leans back in the seat. On the ride to the facility, Kensei and Jae-sung side-eye each other and make passive-aggressive comments. Izuku sighs and puts his earbuds in until they get there. Been traveling in packs that I can't carry anymore. Been waiting for somebody else to carry me. There's nothing else there for me at my door. All the people I know aren't who they used to be. And if I try to change my life one more day, there would be nobody else to save. And I can't change into a person I don't want to be, so. Oh, it's Saturday night? Yeah. He nods to the music while he stares at the buildings passing by. People are blurs through the window of the limo. Individual lives flash by and are gone in an instant as the limo leaves them in its dust. I pray for the wicked on the weekend. Mama, can I get another amen? Oh, it's Saturday night, yeah. Swear to God, I ain't ever gonna repent. Mama, can I get another amen? Oh, it's Saturday night, yeah. The car stops at the facility, a large gray building surrounded by trees. It's a nice sight, but Izuku knows about the secret security system that will incinerate anyone without identification on sight. The chauffeur shows her ID at the gate and the bar lifts. The limo drives up the road to the facility's front door. They file out of the car and pass through security. Agent Gonzalez is in conference room. He is waiting to brief you on the latest situation. The head of security informs them. Change into your uniforms and report there by 4:30. Izuku checks his watch and notes they have 10 minutes exactly to be in that conference room. He goes to the locker room and puts on the program's uniform. The outfit consists of a white dress shirt underneath a black blazer with white buttons. He ties a western black tie around his collar and puts on his slacks of the same color. Before he goes, he pauses by the mirror and looks over his appearance. Reaching into his backpack, he pulls out the red scarf he'd taken off and loops it around his neck before heading to room. Once everyone is seated, the door opens, but Agent Gonzalez isn't the one who walks in. Director Person, the head of their unit, says, raising an eyebrow. We were told Mateo was going to brief us. Director Arai Mamoru smiles a bit. Yes, that was the plan, but the situation has become a bit more dire, you might say. The tablets in front of them switch on. Arai turns on the projector and the room goes dark. You have all heard about All for One, at least one, I trust? Those are trainees' stories. Akagi, the vice commander of their unit, states. Well, I can see how you might think that, seeing as he has been relatively inactive for the last decade, but I can assure you that All for One is very much real and poses a serious threat to the whole of Japan, if not the world. If he's so big, then why are we the only ones being briefed on this? Kensei Hiromi inquires. That has a lot to do with how confidential this matter is. If need be, we will involve other units, but Unit 15 was chosen to take the lead on this case in part because of their highest amount of successful missions and because of Agent Midoriya. All eyes turn to Izuku. Me. The director nods once. All for One has always had a mortal enemy, whoever the carrier of One for All is. Previously, it was Shimura Nana, someone who worked closely with the Emperor, but she passed it on. Quirks that can be passed on? Pearson repeats incredulously. He schemes the information on the tablet. Is that really what we're dealing with? If the stories are true, then I would be more concerned with All for One's ability to take quirks. Park snaps. Apparently it will leave you comatose and quirkless. Yes, that is correct. All for One is also capable of giving quirks, which can also inflict brain damage, though this is not always the case, Arai says dismissively. Moving on. The current holder of One for All is Yagi Tashinori, better known as All Might, the symbol of peace. Everyone in the room pauses. Wait, so All Might has to fight this guy? Why are we getting involved then? Nishida Kenji jumps in. I mean, no offense, sir, but it's All Might. What exactly is One for All? Izuku asks, reaching for his notebook. Good question, Midoriya. One for All is a stockpiling quirk with enhancement qualities. It grows stronger as it is passed down and enhances the holder's quirk and natural abilities, he explains. Are the quirks of the previous holders passed down with it? Yes, but it does not always manifest in the current holder. Nishida raises his hand. Sir, what is All Might's quirk? Like, besides One for All? All Might is quirkless, Nishida. Without One for All, he would be counted as part of the quirkless population. Silence sweeps the agents. Quirkless, Kensei repeats in disbelief. The greatest hero of all time is quirkless. He leans back in his seat. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, we're screwed. Careful how you speak, Park bites. He is still the symbol of peace. Kensei glares at him. What does all this have to do with Midoriya? Lana, sitting at the far end of the table, says, and all of Unit 15 returns their attention to the Greenette. All Might starts teaching at UA this year. Specifically, he will be teaching the Hero Corps students. Director Arai looks directly into Izuku's eyes like he's staring into his soul. That puts you and your class right in the line of fire for All for One's assault on All Might. Why are we concerned? Nishida continues. It's still All Might. He never lost a fight even after he got hurt. No, but the last time All Might and All for One faced off, Hokkaido was destroyed and both sustained life-threatening injuries. It was originally believed that All for One was killed, but a year after the fight, we received knowledge from one of our underground operatives that he was active. As a result of the fight, All Might lost a lung and his stomach. Midoriya. Izuku perks up, managing to tear his attention away from his quirk analysis book. Yes, sir. You tend to keep up with this sort of thing. How does All Might's hero activity these last 7 years compare to his activity, say, 10 years ago? The boy pauses, tapping his pencil against his chin. There's been a steep decline in daily hero work for him. He used to do a full day, but now he only works for 3 or 4 hours before stopping. And he doesn't do as many interviews as before. If he's set to be interviewed, his hero activity goes down for the day. I just thought it was age catching up with him. Midoriya is correct, Arai says. All Might has a set amount of time he can maintain his hero form before he becomes Yagi Tashinori. Pictures of the skeleton man appear on their tablets. The man's is wild and All Might's famous bangs hang beside the man's gaunt face. The current time limit is 3.5 hours. While All for One's injuries have also limited him, they do not hinder his quirk. It is believed that some of the quirks All for One has stolen over the years were lost when he was gravely injured as a result of damage to his brain, but he has seemingly bounced back from it. Our informant will be joining this League of Villains, but it is our job to take care of them as best we can and keep the public and UA safe. Arai claps and the projectors turn off. You are expected to review the case file and be up to date tomorrow. Dismissed. The room quickly empties, but Director Arai stops Izuku on his way out and hands him a pair of silver studs. They're trackers that double as communicators. Since you're likely to come into contact with the League, You are to report in immediately if anything should occur. You wear these as earrings. With a pat on the shoulder, Arai leaves and Izuku exits the conference room, shutting the door behind him. He changes his earrings out for the communicators that the director had given him. You guys want to grab a bite at the mess hall? Hiromi asks. Most of the group agrees. I'll ask the girls if they want to join us, Pearson says. I can't. My dad and I are going out to eat tonight. Why not just move into the dorms? Jae-sung asks as he puts his boots in his locker. It is easier and more efficient. Izuku pauses, having shouldered his bag and made it to the door. I like being close to family, he replies softly before leaving. All present exchange a glance, unsure of what just happened. Izuku unlocks his door and toes off his shoes. I'm home. The familiar sound of Hisashi ambling through the apartment grows nearer and nearer until he can see his father in all his exhausted, disheveled glory. Hisashi smiles at his son, smoothing a hand over his wild black hair. For a moment, his smile wavers at the sight. God, when did Izuku look so much like Inko? He forces the smile back to its original brightness. Hey there, Izuku. Where do you want to go tonight? Izuku shrugs. Oh, well, we can go anywhere, really. Hisashi shakes his head. No, today is special. You're going to UA. He rustles the younger Midoriya's hair. And I gotta show you I'm proud of you somehow. Izuku chuckles under his father's touch. I know you're proud. You say it a lot. Sorry? What? Can't hear you over my pride for my son. He teases before pulling back. Well, let me know where you want to go. I've got a few things to wrap up, so we'll leave in half an hour. Hisashi disappears back into his office. Dropping his bag on the ground, Izuku changes into more comfortable clothes and switches on the TV in the living room. He drops onto the couch and waits for his dad. Half an hour passes. Then a full hour. Then another hour. And then another. Around 9:30, Izuku decides to peek into his dad's office. Making his way down the hall, he notices a light underneath the door. Maybe he lost track of time? Izuku knocks, but there's no answer, so he opens the door. Hisashi's snoring quietly, slumped over his desk with papers scattered around him. The lamp above the desk is on and Hisashi's computer screen is dark. He must have been like this for a while. With a sigh, Izuku leaves the office and returns with a blanket. Carefully draping it over his father's shoulders, he hugs him and then goes to make himself something to eat. He'll let his father sleep. God knows Hisashi could use some rest after what he's been through. A while later, Hisashi stumbles out of his office, bleary-eyed and groggy. What time is it? 10:45, Izuku answers. I made miso, rice, vegetables and fish. There wasn't much in the fridge. Hisashi yawns. Sorry, Izuku. I fell asleep. It's okay, Izuku replies, picking up rice with his chopsticks. No, but tonight was supposed to be about you, Hisashi says seriously as he sits down. It's fine, Dad. Really? Izuku puts his food aside to look his father in the eyes. We can always do it some other time. I'll make it up to you, Junko's tomorrow night? I'll even take the day off. Hisashi almost sounds like he's pleading. You don't have to do that. Yes, I do. You're my only child, Izuku. You're the only one I have left, goes unsaid, but they're both thinking it. There's been an emptiness in the house since Inko died. When Izuku had been rescued, he remembers coming home and the apartment felt so big. It's supposed to house 3 living people, but now it has 2. The gaping hole Inko's death left has yet to be filled, and likely never will be. Izuku has learned to deal with the loss through various classes with the program, but he knows his dad is still grieving her. Every time Hisashi looks at him, he can see the split second of pain in his eyes that his father tries so hard to hide. He's aware that he's the spitting image of his mother, from his green hair and eyes to his smile. Sometimes it's too much and Hisashi can't look at him. He knows how it feels. For months after her death, he avoids mirrors and stains his green curls black to look less like his late mother. It isn't enough to take away her likeness from him. Nothing he could do would make him any less of his mother's son. For now, the best Izuku can do is be patient with his dad and be the son he needs, even if Hisashi isn't always the father he needs. After all, heroes are selfless. Junko's tomorrow. Izuku points his chopsticks at his father. I'm holding you to that. His tone has a teasing lilt to it, causing his dad to smile. Yeah, I know. Hisashi bows his head and presses his hands together. Ita de Kamasu. Then he begins to eat. For a while, the only sound in the apartment is chopsticks tapping against the bowl. Hisashi heads to bed once they're finished, and Izuku does the dishes. He watches a bit of TV when he's done before going to his room to review the case file. All for one, one for all might will, Yagi Tashinori, really, Shimura Nana and Shigaraki Tamura, it's a lot to go through. By the time he's a third of the way through it, the tablet's on low power. He glances at the clock. 3:12 a.m. Sheesh. How long has he been at this? Exhaustion rests heavy in his bones and his eyelids feel like lead. He yawns and rubs his eyes. Really, he should be getting to bed. So, Izuku switches the lamp off, powers the tablet down and climbs into bed. He's out as soon as his head hits the pillow, but he's unlucky enough to dream. Well, maybe dream isn't the right word. Dreaming implies a fantasy, something made up. No, Izuku doesn't dream. He remembers. God, does he remember? Sometimes he wishes he didn't. So, you're the new subject? I have high hopes for you. The scientist slips a hand under Izuku's chin and brings it up, forcing the dazed boy to look them in the eye. Cold. Their eyes are cold. Very high hopes. Izuku tries to pull away. Oh no, don't worry, my little pet. Their lips part into a freezing smile and they run their hand through his hair. I won't let you disappoint me. You are going to be very, very useful. Izuku ends up sleeping past his alarm and missing the first train. The one he catches has him watching Aizawa walk into UA just as Izuku passes the front gates. Shit, no. No panicking. Think. He's not technically late if the teacher isn't there before him, right? That's the logic he's using as he scales the front of UA. The building has surprisingly good hand and footholds. Izuku stops at his classroom and goes to open the window, but it's locked. He's back to being screwed. Izuku knocks on the window until Ida notices him and yells at him to get down while Kirishima hurries to open the window. Izuku slips in the classroom, darts to his desk and looks nonchalant as he can when Aizawa walks in. Tenya. Sit down, Aizawa commands, and Ida, who had been mid-scold, bows, apologizes and takes his seat. The teacher unceremoniously dumps a pile of papers on his desk and half glares at the class through bloodshot eyes. Today you'll be starting Foundational Hero Studies dash. A cheer goes up, but is quickly cut down as the hero's eyes flash red and his hair and capture weapon float. When they're quiet, gravity restores itself and his eyes return to black. I'm not going to bother with the details now, since it's in the afternoon and I don't want to repeat myself. The bell rings and the students prepare to move classes. He and Uraraka have almost made it to the door when Aizawa says, Midoriya? A word. Izuku freezes in the door and Uraraka shoots him a sympathetic look while telling him she'll catch up later before she leaves. Slowly, with mechanical movements and a blank face, Izuku approaches his homeroom teacher. Yes, Aizawa-sensei? His voice is even and cool, despite its wish to jump an octave higher and quiver at the mere sight of Aizawa. Care to explain why you were climbing the school? I was late, Izuku replies. I needed to be in class before you got there, or I'd be expelled. What gave you that idea? You were willing to expel us for being last in the physical exam. I didn't want to take any chances. Aizawa frowns, narrowing his black eyes. No one was expelled. I told you all it was a ruse. Izuku tilts his head to one side, letting himself really look at his teacher. Aizawa Shoyuta, 30 years old, probably lives with cats judging by the hairs on his pants and sleeves, hasn't shaved in roughly a week or more and got about 5 hours of sleep last night. He's surprisingly transparent if one looks. No, it wasn't. You've expelled at least 5 students at the beginning of every year, except for this one. It wasn't a logical ruse, you just changed your mind. His teacher stares at him, slightly wide-eyed, fighting a reaction to the statement. Dismissed. Izuku bows. "Thank you, sensei," and leaves. He can feel Aizawa's eyes on him as he exits the room. Aizawa Shoyuta has been a teacher for 6 years, and in all that time, he can confidently say that he's never had a class like this year's batch, nor has he had a single student that's anything like Midoriya Izuku. The boy is calm in the face of expulsion, climbs 3 stories in the air to avoid being late, and figures Aizawa out in less than a day. This year will be interesting, very interesting indeed. He'll have to keep an eye on that one. If Izuku could describe the mood of his class today, it would be restless. Kaminari and Kirishima are fidgeting in their seats and stealing glances at the clock through English. Uraraka chews on the end of her pencil while Midnight lectures them on the first hero artist commissions. Ashido and Siro tap their feet impatiently in math, annoying ectoplasm. By lunchtime, the entire class is abuzz with excited energy. All anyone talks about is their new class, what they'll be doing, who will teach it, what are they going to learn, etc. Honestly, Izuku might be as hyped as they are if he didn't already know All Might is the foundational hero studies teacher. It SCKS the anticipation out of the surprise, but that doesn't mean he's not looking forward to the class. When lunch ends, Uraraka doesn't even bother to wait for him, but then again, the rest of Class 1A has already rushed back to their homeroom. Izuku sighs and goes to throw away his trash. Must be nice being in the hero course, the purple-haired boy from the day before bites out, glaring at his lunch like it's a personal insult on his honor. The bitter comment gives Izuku pause by the trash bin. "Why?" The boy glares up at him with a cruel sneer. "Having a flashy quirk, having everyone love you. Gotta say, I envy you." Izuku is quiet for a moment. "I don't have a flashy quirk or a physical one, and I'm certain not everyone loves me, so I don't think I understand what you're saying. My quirk is analysis, and if you're suggesting that I'm in the hero course just because of my quirk, then you're wrong. I worked hard to get here." The boy across from him stares for a moment, stunned by his sudden admission before he goes back to eating the last of his lunch. "You should go. Don't want to be late for your class." "Neither do you. Do you want me to help you clean up?" "Why would you do that?" "Because it's the heroic thing to do." "No. Because it's the decent thing to do, and I am trying to be polite." The general education student hands him some of his trash before he dumps the rest of it himself. "Thanks, I guess. Sorry for sorta being an a-hole," he mutters under his breath. "It's fine. Midoriya." Izuku extends his hand. "Shinso." He shakes his hand. The warning bell sounds in the empty cafeteria. "I've got to go," Izuku says. "I was almost late this morning and I really don't want to push it with Eraserhead Sensei." Yeah, you should probably get going." Shinso puts his lunch in his bag. "See ya around." "Bye." Izuku watches the boy go before heading to Foundational Hero Studies. This should be interesting. All Might races into the classroom, striking a dynamic pose and laughing. "Yes, it is I." Entering the classroom like a normal person. He bellows with his trademark grin. "I am your Foundational Hero Studies teacher." While the class loses their minds over the number 1 hero, Izuku simply smiles as Uraraka grabs onto his sleeve, shaking him and excitedly babbling about All Might. The famed hero holds his hand up and silence sweeps the class in an instant. "In this class you will be taught the foundations of being a hero." Yes, Izuku gathered that from the name of the class. "All of your hero studies costumes are in the back. Report to ground beta once you have changed." All Might leaves as he came, dramatically. The class all but rushes to the back of the classroom to retrieve their costumes. In the locker room, young heroes in training open their cases and admire their hero costumes. "Dude, where's the whole middle to your costume?" Kaminari gestures to Kirishima, who's almost done changing. Kirishima laughs and shrugs. "I just thought it looked cool." "What?" Izuku looks at himself in the mirror. The support course has done a good job with his costume. Part of his outfit is a pullover with dark forest green sleeves that end at his elbows and a black middle with a high collar that's zipped up. Attached to the collar is a hood, the same color as the sleeves. His gloves, pants, neck gaiter and reinforced tabi boots are all black, the neon green stripe across the side of the boots withstanding. Across his waist is a utility belt with a front and back lined with grenades and gas canisters. The tips of the gloves on the pointer and middle fingers had metal shells around them that released a powerful electric charge. It's a good surprise attack and it's powerful enough to resuscitate someone. On the sides of the utility belt are small pouches that carry rope, tape, a retractable bow staff and medical supplies. Sheathed on both sides of his hip are two modern swords with blue highlights running up the blade. He drapes his thick red scarf over his shoulders. It has the composition of Eraserhead's capture weapon, but Izuku took the visual design from Edge Shot Scarf. Yes, he is aware he's a hero nerd. His mask covers the top part of his face that the gator leaves open. The mask is white with a red and holes for the eyes that are modeled after traditional Japanese masks. The eyes are outlined with red on top and on the sides with black running underneath, and a red circle is the above the eyes. Izuku likes this design, but he can also appreciate the practicality of it. There are black pads on his elbows and knees to protect his joints during fights and hard falls. In the early days, years before UA, when he is drafting his hero costume, he doesn't include the padding. After a few missions with the program, however, he realizes how necessary they are and pencils them into his design. The pads aren't the only recent change, however. Izuku also has added a watch that doubles as a comm, recorder and a voice-activated journal. Taking notes in a fight won't always be possible, but losing the information that could have been gained isn't an option. He wrestles with what to do with his perceived dilemma until he mentions it in passing to Saito. She suggests the watch and it has been part of his costume since. He's aware that the grenades and gas canisters probably aren't up to snuff, but he is a hero in training. It would be a media disaster for UA if he accidentally kills another student. He'll just replace them quietly with his own concoctions and not say anything about it. That reminds him. He needs to finish his prototype wrist blasters and wait. Izuku shakes his head. He should stop staring at himself in the mirror and get out there. Izuku's far from the last person on the field, which is a relief. Aizawa stands by all might, glaring at everyone. Hey, Deku! Izuku fights a negative reaction and reminds himself that Kachibikogu would never talk to him with such a cheery tone. Hey Uraraka. He smiles at her as she hurries over to him in her costume. You look cool. You think so? She blurts before backtracking. I like it, but I should have been more specific on the measurements. It's a little tight. To emphasize her point, she pulls at the spandex-like material and lets it go. The material snaps back into place. I'm going to ask the support course to make it a little bigger. He nods in understanding, ignoring Minetta's leering in the background. It's important that you're comfortable in your hero costume, Izuku says, maintaining eye contact as he not so discreetly kicks Minetta. The boy lets out a whine and skitters off like the little rat beast he is. But the color scheme is nice. And the space theme. You look a little like 13. The girl gives him a big thumbs up. That's what I was aiming for. They're one of my favorite heroes. They begin a conversation on 13 when Izuku notices Yaoyorozu standing off to the side of the group. The tall girl seems drawn into herself, covering herself up as best she can. Leaning back ever so slightly, Izuku sees the source of her concern. The purple source of her problem. Sighing in annoyance, Izuku excuses himself to help with the situation. Minetta Minoru doesn't know how Midoriya appears behind him, but the shift in Yaoyorozu's expression clues him in as to when Midoriya materializes. Do you really want this to be a year-long thing, Minetta? Midoriya says. His tone is polite, but Minoru can feel the malicious aura rolling off of him. The funny thing is, Yaoyorozu doesn't seem to notice. She actually looks relieved at the other boy's presence. Hey, I'm not doing anything wrong. Minoru protests. He turns to face the taller boy and instantly regrets it. The only visible part of Midoriya's face is his eyes, dark, green and threatening. A chill runs up Minoru's spine. I think you're making Yaoyorozu uncomfortable. Maybe you should go. He knows that is not a suggestion and scrambles away from that creep as quickly as he can. How did a kid with a killing intent get into the hero course? Izuku watches Minetta flee with another sigh. Are you okay? He asks Yaoyorozu. She nods. The costume that when I was designing it, I didn't really consider. Yaoyorozu trails off, but she doesn't need to elaborate. Tapping on his chin, Izuku takes in her outfit, which isn't much. Have you considered a jacket? What? A jacket? You could unzip if you needed to make something you couldn't produce from your arms, he explains, miming a zipper while he talks. Maybe even shorts. Or a cape like Tokoyami. And instead of carrying an encyclopedia, have you thought of getting an arm guard with a computer interface? It would be faster to look things up. Or you could get a visor that could protect your eyes while doubling as a computer screen so you wouldn't have to look away from what you're doing. Or dash. Yaoyorozu watches with muted awe as the boy mutters ideas for her costume, weighing pros, cons, practicality and performance. And maybe you could go for combat boots instead of heeled boots? Those are harder to run in and you're more likely to twist an ankle. I'll think about it, she promises as All Might begins to call attention. Aizawa-sensei, I thought only All Might was teaching this class, Kaminari says. The teacher huffs in response and crosses his arms. He's supposed to be, but someone apparently can't be trusted to take care of a class of minors. Aizawa glares at the symbol of peace in such a way Izuku thinks he can see the famous hero fidgeting under the Erasure hero's gaze. Not to mention they skip the meeting on how to handle hero classes and have no prior teaching experience. All Might coughs into his fist. We shall begin. The instant All Might announces that, Ida's hand shoots up. All Might sensei. Yes. Since this is where the entrance exam took place, will we be battling robots? No, young Ida. We will be conducting dash, All Might strikes a pose. Team battle trials. That's awesome. Can we pick our teams? Will we get expelled if we lose, Karo? How is the winner decided? Can I just blast these extras into the stratosphere? Isn't was Cape just fabulous? Izuku has never seen a pro hero look so overwhelmed. Aizawa steps in to save the day. One question at a time, he snaps. There's a beat of silence before All Might reaches behind him and pulls out a script. Aizawa face palms. This is going to be fun. 1A gathers in the control room to watch the first match on the screen. Team A, Aoyama and Tokoyami, are the villains. Against them is Team C, Azui and Todoroki, the heroes. Each side is given 10 minutes to prepare for the match. The villain team is at a strategic advantage, Izuku notes aloud to no one in particular. He's pleasantly surprised when someone answers, why? Uraraka looks genuinely curious. The objective of the hero team is to find and capture the weapon, Yaoyorozu supplies. While the villain team's goal is to protect the weapon. All the villain team has to do is keep the heroes away dash. But the heroes have to find the weapon and secure it, Izuku finishes. Oh, I get it. Who do you think will win? The hero team. The villain team. Yaoyorozu and Izuku exchange a glance. Todoroki is a recommendation student and the son of the number 2 hero, Yaoyorozu points out. Todoroki also refuses to use half his power. If he uses his ice, he will incapacitate Azui, since cold temperatures make her drowsy. How do you know? Uraraka asks. Frogs slow down in colder winter to hibernate, Izuku replies, looking to the screen as the match bell rings. She might not have that disadvantage, but I think it's possible. But Todoroki is still a powerhouse in his own right, Yaoyorozu argues. Yes, but so is Tokoyami. Aoyama can be in this situation if he plays his cards right. However, Aoyama's quirk will likely hinder Tokoyami's, as Dark Shadow probably has a weakness to light. How do you know everyone's quirk? Izuku shrugs, not tearing his eyes from the screen. Public knowledge. Look, Todoroki's going to use a big opener. Just as the words leave the boy's lips, Todoroki slams his foot against the ground and the entire building is encased in ice. Azui shivers and her eyelids begin to droop. There it is. Yaoyorozu purses her lips at the sight and shakes her head. Why would he do that to a teammate? He's not thinking about her. The trio watch in silence as Todoroki and Azui have a soundless conversation before the former walks into the building, with the arrogance of a king. Izuku switches his attention to another screen where Tokoyami and Aoyama are struggling with their current predicament. Aoyama, can you free yourself? Tokoyami asks. But won't that affect your quirk, Monami? Aoyama gestures with his free arm to Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow and I have spent much time in the light. We shall survive this yet. Aoyama sighs. Cover your eyes, Monami. He blasts the ice encasing him into little shards before freeing Tokoyami. Do you have a plan? The bird boy shivers against the cold. The darkness is strong in Todoroki. I believe he has abandoned his teammate outside. Abandoned? How rude. The other boy huffs. Dark Shadow and I shall confront the air, Tokoyami says. But we will need help. What do you need moi to do? They're not serious, Yaoyorozu says in disbelief. I think they are, Izuku replies. If they do this right, they'll win the match. Todoroki growls. Where is the weapon? A sparkling laser shoots by his head and Todoroki narrowly dodges it. He narrows his eyes. Todoroki sends a wave of ice in the direction of the laser, but the boy continues shooting. With a scowl, he puts up a thicker wall of ice, thinking it would hold longer. I've got to find the weapon dash. Something dark slams into him and Todoroki skids across the icy floor, slamming into his own wall of ice just as Aoyama begins to crack it. Tokoyami's quirk headbutts the wall and it shatters, sending large chunks of ice into the ground. Todoroki weaves in between them, but the ice falls so quickly he can only see right in front of him. It's over, Izuku announces with certainty. He lost. Yaoyorozu looks over at him and nods once. Todoroki never saw Aoyama coming. Really, the green-looking boy shouldn't have been able to get the jump on him like he did, but here he is, out of the match while Tokoyami and Aoyama go after Azui. The match is over, and his team has lost. He slams his fist against the ground and gnashes his teeth. He lost. Once they get back to the control room, Aoyama is excused to go empty the contents of his stomach in the toilet. Class continues without Eam. It was quite a spectacular kickoff for the indoor battle trials. All Might booms. Can anyone tell me who the MVP of the match was? Midoriya and Yaoyorozu raise their hands at the same time. Midoriya looks at the girl for a moment and then lowers his hand. Young Yaoyorozu. Tokoyami was the MVP of the match, she says. He devised a plan that accommodated his teammates' abilities. Azui was taken out of the match by her own teammate and Todoroki insisted on acting alone. "See, call me to Karo," the frog girl says, shivering. Ashido takes her jacket off and offers it to her. All Might gives her a dramatic thumbs up. "You are correct, young Yaoyorozu." "Stop being so dramatic," Aizawa all but hisses and elbows the man in the. So, the hero pays Aizawa no mind and continues. Next up, Team B as the villains and Team D as the heroes. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Use them wisely. Izuku and Kuda versus Kirishima and Who? Bakugo makes eye contact with him and proceeds to burn 2 holes in his costume with his glare. Kaken. Kuji stands outside the building where the match will be held, shaking in his shoes. His partner Midoriya, he thinks is pacing in front of the building, muttering under his breath. Kuji really doesn't like the lineup for this match, don't get him wrong. He has no problem with Midoriya or Kirishima, but Bakugo's explosions are so loud. Kuji is a naturally jumpy person and he just he can't. Not today, not ever. He's not brave like a lot of his classmates or fearless. Kuji is ashamed to admit that he's a scaredy cat, but it's true. Nothing will stop his heart from racing when something happens or his hands from trembling or his breath from quickening. Kuji is afraid. He is very, very afraid. His mother always tells him that it makes him more relatable, that he'll be a more popular hero because of his fears, but honestly, who needs a hero that freezes like a rabbit in the face of danger? No one. Absolutely no one. What kind of hero is just as afraid as the people he's trying to save? Hey, Kuda. Midoriya calls his attention away from his terror. Are you all right? Kuda merely shakes his head and tries to force the lump in his throat down into his stomach, but it won't budge. Do you sign? Midoriya asks. He nods. I prefer this. That's okay. I'm pretty good at JSL, so we're fine. What's wrong? He hesitates before fingerspelling, you and his explosions. They scare me and the animals. Your quirk, right? What's it called? An e-voice. I can talk to animals. That's very useful. Thank you, but it's not very helpful if I'm afraid. Kuda, the best heroes are afraid. They'd be stupid not to be, given their line of work. Fear is good in healthy doses. It keeps us sharp, alert, and smart. Izuku pauses before smiling. I'm fast. Seriously, when I'm scared I think I can beat All Might. Like when you climbed the building this morning? Izuku fixes Kuji with a dry, yet humored look. Don't tell me you don't find Aizawa-sensei scary. You think the first thing I want to deal with in the morning is being late to his class. Kuda laughs. Thank you, Midoriya. Call me Izuku. Okay, Izuku. What do we do? The next smile that passes over Midori, Izuku's lips, is nothing short of devious and downright terrifying. Do you happen to have any snakes and bugs? Kuji stares at him for a good minute before numbly nodding. Midoriya Izuku is evil. Nothing can change his mind. But he may be a good friend. Kun, the bird on Kuda's shoulder chirps. Let's take down that spiky bee. Kuda wishes that Izuku could understand what animals say, because he feels that Izuku and Kun might just share the same sentiments in the situation. Izuku quickly rattles off a plan and adjusts their earpieces so that instead of talking, they can send a series of Morse code sequences through the comms. It's fascinating to watch the boy take the gadgets apart, rearrange a few wires and then put them back together so quickly. After briefing Kuji on the plan, All Might announces the beginning of the match. Flashing one last smile, Izuku whips out 2 swords and starts scaling the building. Kuda's heart starts thudding against his chest. Deep breathes. He slides his mask into place. It's go time. Without further ado, he rushes into the building, calling upon all the creepy crawlies in the area. Izuku slips in a 3rd-story window and sheathes his swords. It's probably best he doesn't use them now. He pulls out his bow staff and begins prowling the halls with silent footsteps. The original plan had been to have Kuda distract Bakugo, since the blonde would be rearing to fight Midoriya, giving him ample time to search for the bomb. But after seeing Kuda trembling at the mere notion of fighting Bakugo, Izuku sighs, deciding to take on his childhood bully and lets Kuda go after Kirishima. Here we go. Bakugo glares at him with nothing but hate. He's always hated Izuku, shoving him to the side, using him as a stepping stone, demeaning him, hitting him, and Izuku can't fight back, because if he did, he might kill Bakugo. And there's this little thing in the program's rules where you can't use anything you learn on civilians. Izuku breathes deeply. No, these are not the thoughts of the hero. He's not going to fight angry, not like Bakugo does. Level-headedness is key right now. Bakugo. The boy stalks forward, palms crackling. What did I say, Deku? What did I say? I said to quit following me and here you are. At you. Bakugo shouts. I'm free to go to any school that accepts me. Shitty nerd, I'm going to turn you into a pile of ash. Izuku gets into a fighting stance. You can't kill me. They wouldn't let you. The devil dances with glee in Bakugo's shadow and eyes. Oh, I won't kill you. I'm just gonna hurt you so bad you'll wish you were dead. He rushes Izuku, starting with his signature right hook. Dodging to the side of the punch, Izuku grabs onto his childhood bully's arm and flips him. The wind is knocked from Bakugo's lungs as his back slams against the ground. I'm going to say this once, Kaken, Izuku says softly, but firmly. I'm not your Deku anymore. Kaken tears his arm from Izuku's grip and rights himself. If he was angry before, now he's downright murderous. You BSTRD, he growls. Acting all high and mighty when you got into you, looking down on me, hiding behind that stupid mask so I can't see you scared. You're more of a Deku than ever before. A terrifying smile spreads across his lips. I'm going to nuke your shitty but until there's nothing left to identify you by. Well, that backfired. He sends Kuda a signal, telling him he's running a bit behind schedule. Then, Izuku does the most logical thing in this situation. He runs. Do you get back here? Izuku skids on the corner as Bakugo lets out a massive explosion. He hopes Kuda is doing better than he is right now. The weapon is on the 5th floor in the right corner, Kun reports, fluttering back onto Kuda's shoulder. The boy nods and makes his way to the spot. Kirishima is pacing in front of the weapon, quirk activated. "You're not getting by me, Kuda," Kirishima tells him, lowering himself into a fighting stance. "Are you afraid of snakes?" Just as he finishes signing the message, snakes sliver over the room, covering the light and the floor. The red-haired boy's strangled scream is quickly muffled. Kuda reaches out and places his hand against the bomb. Hero team wins. Kuda smiles in victory before he hears All Might's distressed cry, "Young Bakugo!" An explosion rips through the air, shaking the building. The earpiece in Kuda's ear screeches at a high pitch and both he and Kirishima are knocked off their feet. The ceiling crumbles above them. The other boy dives over Kuda and shields him with the use of his quirk. To Kuda's horror, many snakes are crushed in the destruction of the building. "Are you okay?" Kuji nods numbly, feeling a sharp pain in the back of his head. Kirishima picks himself up. "We should see if Bakugo and Midoriya are okay." He offers him a hand which Kuda takes. "Please let Midoriya be okay." He has a sinking feeling about all of this. It's a tricky journey down to the 3rd floor. He can hear All Might and Aizawa shouting something over the static in his earpiece, but they can't do much about the situation right now. They're trying to get a hold of Cementos and are ordering Kuda and Kirishima to stay put for now and to not look for the other boys. It's Kirishima who sees Bakugo first. The blonde is just standing there with his back to them. His arms are hanging limply at his side and he stares dead ahead. Kirishima smiles and hurries over. "Hey, Bakugo, what dash?" Something causes the red-haired boy to stop cold in his tracks. When Kuda catches up with him, he sees just why. He was supposed to dodge, is all Bakugo can say. Before them lays what's left of Izuku. His mangled corpse is several meters away from them, slumped against the wall. Much of the costume is burnt, his red peeling skin glistening with blood. His mask has been knocked clean off and his hood is torn. Midoriya's head leans against his shoulder, blood dripping from his lips like a grotesque faucet. His chest is lopsided with one side caved in, running his ribs through his lung. Burns mar his arms and the area around his eyes. The color has dulled in both eyes and in the left one, it is a milky color. But what strikes Kuda the most is his dull eyes that can only be described in a way that he can't bring himself to admit. Lifeless. Kuda isn't sure when, but he throws up. Vomit stains the front of his costume and dribbles off his lips. The sight makes him sick to his stomach. Kirishima turns on Bakugo in an instant, cheery demeanor gone. "What did you do? What did you do?" He roars, horror in his eyes. Bakugo has no answer, seemingly dead to the world. Just like Midoriya. Kuda pukes again while Kirishima screams in the background. This is wrong. Wrong. Well, that backfired. He sends Kuda a signal, telling him he's running a bit behind schedule. Then, Izuku does the most logical thing in this situation. He runs. "Do you get back here?" Izuku skids on the corner as Bakugo lets out a massive explosion. He's chased into a room with only one door. Kaken stalks in, sneering at him. "Those are some pretty fancy moves you had there, Dekadash. Shit think. How can he get out in time? Kuda should be wrapping the match up in 9 seconds. What is he going to do?" He takes aim. "These babies store sweat from my palms." "Young Bakugo, don't. You'll kill him." All Might shouts. "Bakugo, if you pull the trigger dash," Aizawa begins. "He won't die if he dodges." Laughing like a maniac, Bakugo pulls the pin. Izuku doesn't stand a chance, and he's much closer to the blast this time. This time he gets splattered across the wall in little pieces. "Do you get back here?" Izuku sprints away, trying to find another route, but ends up in the same room. "Seriously? Those are some pretty fancy moves you had there, Deku. I knew you were holding back all these years, looking down on me. You think you can get away with not giving me your best? I'll teach you." Bakugo levels his grenade at Izuku. "If those support fuckers did what they're supposed to, I could light up a whole building." These babies store sweat from my palms. You've been stalking me all these years. You know what that means, right, shitty Deku? Young Bakugu. Don't. You'll kill him. All Might shouts. Bakugu. If you pull the trigger dash, Aizawa begins. He won't die if he dodges. Okay, let's try dodging. Izuku throws himself out of the way as Bakugu lets loose a massive explosion. Ha! I did it! He thinks as he stands up only to see Bakugu looking at him in horror. Glancing down, he sees a metal rod protruding from his stomach. F-dash. Izuku drowns in his own blood. Do you get back here? Oh come on. Bakugu enters, glaring at him with nothing but contempt. Those are some pretty fancy moves you had there, Deku. I knew you were holding back all these years, looking down on me. You think you can get away with not giving me your best? I'll teach you. Bakugu levels his grenade at Izuku. If those support fuckers did what they're supposed to, I could light up a whole building. These babies store sweat from my palms. You've been stalking me all these years. You know what that means, right, shitty Deku? Young Bakugu. Don't. You'll kill him. All Might shouts. Bakugu. If you pull the trigger dash, Aizawa begins. He won't die if he dodges. Dodge where? Izuku quickly scans the room before his eyes land on the window. Desperate times call for desperate measures, right? Time to put his capture weapon to use. All Might announces the end of the match. Hero team wins. Young Bakugu. Sucked it. He sprints to the window and jumps out just as the explosion goes off. The force from the grenade throws Izuku farther than he expects. Okay, he's maybe 45 feet up. At 48 feet, the survival rate for falling is 50%. He's not risking it. Unlooping his capture weapon from his shoulders, Izuku slings it around a pole sticking out from another building. He yanks down on it hard and ties it so that he hangs. Don't let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. Okay, he's okay. He does need to figure out how to get down though. Hey, Midoriya. He looks up and sees Kirishima's head poking out of the opposite building's window. Dude, hold on. The teachers are coming. They said 10 minutes. Well, he's not hanging here for 10 minutes. Izuku slides down the pole and plants his feet against the side of the building. The next window is about 10 feet down, and he'd missed the tiny window ledge. But he could probably make the jump to the building where the match had been. He'll chance it. Izuku swings back and forth until he can't go farther and then jumps. He crashes through a second-story window, but he's alive. He'll take that. The teachers arrive with Cementos and get them out of the unstable building. How did you get down? Aizawa asks suspiciously. I jumped through another window. The hero rolls his eyes and mutters something underneath his breath that sounds suspiciously like, problem child. Kuda, Kirishima and Izuku are all sent to Recovery Girl's office while Bakugu goes straight to Nizu's. The three boys chat amiably on the way there. Izuku pretends not to notice how Aizawa's eyes are glued to his back. Kirishima's quirk had protected him from most of the blast, so he didn't have anything but a few cuts and scrapes. Kuda has a gash on the back of his head and multiple bruises. One healing kiss from Recovery Girl knocks the quiet boy right out. While Kuda naps on one of the infirmary beds, the hero moves on to Izuku. The exposed part of his forearms, the space between where his sleeves ended and his gloves began, are lightly burned and he has a slight concussion. Recovery Girl checks him for other injuries, more concerned that something more serious may be hiding since Izuku had been in such close proximity to the blast. When she finds none, she sighs and plants a kiss on his chest before dropping gummies into his hand. These will restore your energy, she says and taps him with her cane. It's a good thing that your costume is fireproof. Otherwise, we'd have to worry about serious burn marks on your back. She applies burn ointment to his forearms and wraps them while she speaks. Honestly, I can't believe they let it get this bad. I have half a mind to march over to your knucklehead teachers and chew them out. Izuku spaces out while she gripes about his teachers, particularly All Might's carelessness, but keeps a wary eye on her and any possible exits. Just in case. Kuda snores softly in the background while Kirishima scrolls through his phone, popping a gummy in his mouth every once in a while. Somewhere near the end of the day, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami and Ida show up. What are you guys doing here? Izuku asks. It is our duty as your classmates to ensure your health. Ida announces, chopping his arm. And that match was scary. Uraraka adds. But Kugu really went all out. That's one way of putting it. Yaoyorozu doesn't look pleased. Tokoyami, no offense, but why did you come? Izuku inquires. Dark Shadow wanted to verify the health of the Dark One. Who? Izuku questions politely. Tokoyami doesn't answer. Are they okay? Uraraka frets. They're fine, Recovery Girl says. These two can go back dash, she points to Kirishima and Izuku. But that one needs to sleep. Kuda snores. Recovery Girl writes them a pass and sends the group on their way. Bakugo returns to class at the very end of the day, looking more set off than usual, but subdued. Well, as subdued as Kaken can get. At least it doesn't look like he's going to attack Izuku anyone. Not yet anyway. The teacher even told me to apologize, so I'm sorry or whatever, nerd, he grumbles. Kaken, wait dash. The blonde spins around and leaves before Izuku can say anything else. He sighs and finishes the rest of his notes. Izuku walks to the train with Uraraka, Kirishima and Ida before parting ways. He looks at the train schedules. If he goes to visit her now, he can be home by 5:30 if he catches the first train back. The car he boards is empty, which is uncommon for this time of day. Then again, it'll fill up after the next stop, which is always the busiest. He listens to music on the ride there. He gets off at the downtown Mizudafu station and forces his way through the swarms of people milling around. The downtown area is decorated with bright colors, hailing the change of seasons and the beginning of a new school year. Cherry blossoms are in full bloom, their pink petals littering the pavement like a blanket of flowers. The very air is filled with their sweet scent and the smells of the various shops lining the street. He'll get some bubble tea on the way back. And maybe some mochi for his dad. We're going out to eat tonight. Shouldn't spoil my appetite, Izuku reminds himself. The cemetery gates come into view as he walks down the street. Flower petals drift slowly through the wind, landing on the grave sites and grass. Deep breathes, Izuku. He opens the gate and walks in, searching for his family grave. Midoriya reads the headstone. His father's name is written in red. He's still alive, after all, and Inko's name is there beside his. It's not in red, though. The tombstone is newer than the original. He had been thought dead until he turned up 4 years later, after his mother's passing. Izuku wishes he could have been there for the funeral. He places his hand on her name and utters a quiet prayer. He wishes he had brought her some flowers, maybe daffodils or lilies. She loved those. Izuku! Run! His mother reaches out, despite the weight grinding her into the ground. Blood dyes her fingers red. Mom dash! Just run! The familiar push of her quirk sends him on his way. Izuku runs and he doesn't look back. He can't. But sometimes, he wishes he had looked back and stopped running, because if he had, the rest might not have happened. Oh, is this your mother? An old woman says sympathetically. She was. Izuku closes his eyes tight and forces the feeling down along with the lump building in his throat. She nods in understanding. I'm very sorry for your loss, young man. Thank you. Quietly, he collects himself, bows and leaves the cemetery. He stops at a tiny shop to buy some bubble tea and mochi. On the ride home, Izuku stares blankly ahead. The tired people on the train home aren't much for conversation, so it's quiet. The only thing disrupting the silence is the sound of the train moving over the tracks. He puts his key in the lock and opens the door. Hisashi is there, waiting for him, on the couch with his shoes on. That's odd. Hey kiddo. Ready to go out? Something's wrong. Trying not to appear suspicious, Izuku throws away his empty cup and puts the mochi on the counter. Yeah, just let me change. Is that mochi? Yep. Aizu, buddy dash. Hisashi chuckles, patting his stomach. You're going to give me a potbelly. Izuku smirks as he removes his scarf and toes off his shoes. How do you know that's not my end goal? Hisashi never calls him Aizu, unless something bad happens. Huh, you little devil. Hisashi pops a green mochi in his mouth. So, get changed and we'll go to Rokino's. The statement causes Izuku to frown and turn to face his father. I thought we were going to Junko's. Oh, well, you know he is special and I thought we might go somewhere nicer. Something is definitely wrong. He'll play clueless until he figures out what's going on. Izuku ducks into his room and quickly changes into a t-shirt and jeans. When he re-emerges, his father ushers him out the door and they catch a bus to Rokino's, a restaurant they definitely can't afford. Make no mistake, the Midoriyas have never been poor, but they skate the line more often than not. Izuku can't count the amount of times he has wanted that toy, or to go on that field trip, but they just couldn't afford it. Hisashi's job works long hours and the pay isn't great, but it's what they can do. Izuku offers to drop the program in favor of getting a job, but Hisashi tells him not to. In response to the Midoriya's money troubles, Director Arai gets a fund for the program and creates an allowance for the agents. It's not much, but it puts a dent in their bills. The bus ride is noisy and crowded. But Hisashi still tries to make conversation with his son. Izuku listens with half an ear, trying to figure out what could be going on. They get off uptown and walk 2 blocks to the classy restaurant, where Hisashi has apparently made a reservation. Their waitress gets them a table next to the window. The spot makes Izuku frown. He likes sitting in the corner facing the door so he can see everyone come in. Just this time, though, he'll let it go, because something is obviously bothering his father. The nice lady takes their orders for drinks and leaves. Hisashi fiddles with his thumbs, starting sentences before breaking off into murmuring. Izuku sighs and looks around the restaurant. Each square table has a white tablecloth and a slender vase with daffodils and asphodels, fresh from their smell. The window faces out towards the city, and in the fading light, Izuku can watch it come to life. Neon lights have begun to pop up everywhere and it gives brightness to the whole picture. Izuku. He snaps his attention to Hisashi. Yeah. Hisashi alternates his attention between his son and his hands. Work's been going really well lately. Izuku blinks. Oh, that's nice. Really well, in fact, Hisashi continues, nervous. I'm getting promoted. He beams at his father. That's great, Dad. His father tries for a smile that ends up looking more like a grimace. There is one thing, though, What is it? The older Midoriya pauses for a moment and takes a deep breath. I have to move overseas for the promotion. Izuku stops. Oh. He says quietly. He swallows the lump in his throat. That's not great, Dad. I'm happy for you. You've really been hoping for a promotion. I mean, this is your dream job, right? Izuku tries to smile. It is, Hisashi replies, voice equally soft. When do you have to be over there? Despite the brave facade he tries to put up, his voice cracks at the end. By next month. Hisashi frowns. Kiddo dash. No, it's fine. Really. I mean, I'll finally have the whole house to myself now. He attempts to make a joke, but it falls flat. Izuku doesn't want him to go, but he knows it would selfish to beg him to stay. By God, he wants to be selfish right now. He wants to scream from the rooftops, cry, throw a fit, do something. Midoriya Izuku has never once gotten what he wants, so can't he have it this time? Life has to take his mother, then put him through hell, so can't he have this one thing? But his father has to go, and even if he didn't, Izuku wouldn't complain. Hisashi has been dreaming of this promotion for years. He's worked a job he hates for the last 20 years, so this moment could happen. Izuku can't be the one to take that from him. Yeah, I guess you will. Hisashi can't even look at his son anymore. I won't go if you don't want me to. No go. I'll be okay. Really? Maybe Izuku will take Jae-sung's advice and finally move into the program's dorms. He'll visit his apartment in the weekends if he needs to. He couldn't stand being alone in it if he tried. The silence is too much. The pair sit in silence until the waitress returns with their drinks and asks what they want to eat. Izuku gets the smallest portion of the cheapest thing on the menu. He's not really hungry anymore. They don't talk for a while after they get their food. Izuku tries to eat some of it, but he pushes most of his dinner around with his fork. I'm sorry, Izuku. Isn't everyone? Izuku doesn't see much of his father for the rest of the week. Hisashi's running around like a chicken with his head cut off, frantically trying to find a place in the States near where his job is. His father packs his life into cardboard boxes and stacks them by the door. The phone is always in Hisashi's hand, or by his ear. Calls come in and out from Hisashi talking to prospective landlords or his bosses. Izuku watches it all from a distance and tries not to get underfoot. On the last day, he eats breakfast with Izuku, kisses him on the forehead and ruffles his hair before he picks up his suitcase and leaves for his plane. Izuku doesn't have enough time before school to accompany his father to the airport and say goodbye, so he quietly cleans up breakfast and gets ready for school. He's out the door earlier than he usually is, but Izuku doesn't feel like hanging around the apartment for another hour. He catches the earliest train to UA. In the wee hours of the morning, there are few crowds. The sky is a pale gray, but the horizon is golden as the sun peeks over the border between day and night. His car is relatively empty, save for the elderly couple sitting by the doors. They pay him no mind, speaking in soft, kind voices to each other and smiling in ways that smooth the wrinkles from their faces. Izuku sits down and pulls his phone out. He brings up his agent file. Normally, a higher-up only has the authority to change anything on the file, but he has a specific part that only he or Director Arai can alter. Name, Midoriya, Izuku. Age, 15yo, a first year in high school. To be, July 15th, XXXX. Height, 168 centimeters, about 5 inch 6. Eye color, green. Hair color, green. Ethnicity, Japanese. Job, undercover, junior field agent, sniper, assassin, stealth operative, information analyst, junior interrogator, reconnaissance, assistant strategist. Quirk name, Redacted. Quirk description, Redacted. Appearance, Agent Midoriya is average-looking. Freckled face, small stature, curly green hair. Appears younger than he is. Few scars littered around body. One somewhat noticeable scar across neck. Usually wears scarf to hide this. Codename, Yomi. Kill count, 345. Unit, 15. Death count, 272. Cover quirk, analysis. Quirk description, Agent Midoriya is able to analyze any situation or person in a minimal amount of time and execute actions against them. Death count, 272. 275. Change 272 to 275? Yes or no? Izuku hits yes, and his death count goes up 3 and he shuts his phone off. I've only been here for 2 days, let's hope this isn't a trend. The train stops a few blocks away from UA and Izuku gets off, opting to walk the blocks instead of getting off at the closer station. Ida jogs up to the school, slowing his pace to be beside him. Midoriya-san. It is unusual to see someone here so early besides myself. I commend you for your dedication to your academics. Thanks. I see you are in the Imperial Scholars Program. You must be an excellent student. I guess. Did you try for it? Ida nods his head in a choppy manner. I did. Unfortunately, I did not make it. That's strange. I thought you would have gotten in. You seem very devoted to your studies, Izuku says, though he knows exactly why Ida didn't get in. Most children from families of heroes don't get in because of their ties to, well, heroes. There have been a few exceptions, of course, but generally kids related to heroes aren't considered. Yaoyorozu Momo has been considered due to her father's job with the government before he married, but it's determined that the girl wouldn't be able to stomach their line of work. It is a shame, but it all worked out in the end. Now, we should pick up our pace or we will lose time. They jog the rest of the way to school only to see swarms of reporters blocking the gate. And this is why I hate the press, Izuku mutters as they near UA's front gate. Phew. You're UA students. Are you in the hero course? Microphones are shoved in their faces. What is it like to learn under All Might? Is he a good teacher? Do you know when he'll be here? Any thoughts on being taught by the symbol of peace? What classes does he teach? Tell us about All Might. The public deserves to know. Ida begins to speak on All Might and his excellence as a teacher. This-san, Izuku says, trying to get around him. We're going to be late. Oh, you are correct, Midoriya-sen. Ida turns back to the reporters. We must go. Apologies. He bows and spins around to leave. Someone grabs his arm. Hey kid, wait. Let my classmate go, Izuku orders. The reporter glares at him for a second before she zeroes in on Izuku's armband. You're in the Imperial Scholars Program. She shoves a microphone in his face. Tell us about it. The program is notoriously good at dodging us, but no more. Please get out of our way, Izuku requests in a cold voice. You're not leaving until Dash, the boy in front of her, disappears. She spins her head around. Did you not tell us everything? The boy, Midoriya, somehow got behind her and is calmly walking towards the gate. How did he do that? She didn't even see him move. Get back here. Ida-san, we're going to be late, Izuku says again. The taller boy joins him and walks through the gate, swiping their ID cards as they go in. The reporter reaches out after them. Hey Dash. Her coworker pulls her back just as the gate slams down. What was that? He shrugs. The UA security system. It locks out anyone. Without authorization. She growls and kicks the ground. They can't do this to us. We will get in there. From the shadows, a young man with scraggly blue hair watches with interest. That he thinks can be arranged. Game on. Midoriya, I must ask, how did you get around the reporter? Ida asks as they walk down the hall to their homeroom. I'm certain you didn't move. A great magician never reveals his secrets. Izuku slides open the door and pauses, a sly smile twisting his lips. Plus, if I don't tell you, I can use it on you in training. Ida says something loudly about he doesn't know. Izuku isn't really listening. He finds his desk and puts his head down as people slowly begin to trickle in. Aizawa finally enters, looking less than happy. I'll excuse anyone up to 10 minutes late, but don't let it happen again, he grumbles, slumping down in his seat. The situation outside is being handled. Izuku imagines what would happen if the press even thought of trying this with the Imperial Scholars Program. It wouldn't be pretty, and handling it would end in a lot of cover-ups. The class breaks out into chatter. He lifts his head. He must have missed something important. Class officers. That's really manly. Kirishima shouts, thumping his fist against his chest. They're choosing class reps. That's normal. Hush. We should do this in an orderly fashion. Ida says. How are we going to keep people from voting for themselves? Izuku replies dryly. We've been here for all of 3 days. We could choose anyone to be class president and have no regrets. If I become class rep, I'll require shorter skirts for the girls. Mineta announces, hopping onto his desk. Izuku feels a vein in his head throb and he grinds his teeth together. Almost anyone, he corrects. We could require everyone to vote for someone else. Ida nods. That sounds like a reasonable way to hold this election. Slips of paper are passed out. Ida Tenya, Izuku writes without a second of hesitation. With how the boy already acts, he thinks Ida will win in a landslide. He is wrong. He is very, very wrong. How in the world did he win? As he internally panics, Izuku manages to save face in front of his class. He has been elected class representative while Yaoyorozu has taken deputy rep. Ida, having come in third, gets secretary. Azui snatches a close fourth as treasurer. Okay, he has some experience in leadership, so he'll be fine. Today can't get worse. It does. It does get worse. English class begins for real this time, instead of present mic going through a lot of American pop music. Now, before we start English today, I want to know if anyone knows any other language? French, German, Portuguese, Mandarin, maybe Espanol. A few raise their hands, including Izuku. Great. We'll go around to all the listeners and see what they know. Remember, you don't have to be fluent in it, you just have to know it well enough to carry a conversation. He dramatically points to Aoyama, who says he's fluent in French, big surprise, but the flamboyant boy is not the only one who can speak the language. Yaoyorozu and Ida also do. A few of his classmates know at least a little English, like Jairu, mostly from Amarian rock bands, and Kaken, whose English vocabulary is solely comprised of curse words. He's the last one to answer. Oh, I speak French, Spanish and English. Russian and Mandarin I'm not as good at, but I'm more or less fluent. The class stares at him. Why didn't you take another language class? Present Mike asks. I mean, all the other ones they offered I knew, and I guess English would have made the most sense to choose? He replies quietly. Present Mike smiles at him. No worries, listener. We'll figure something out. But I gotta know, how did you learn all those languages? Oh, I have friends from all over, so I kinda picked it up. He chuckles. And I had a lot of time on my hands. A few people laugh and Mineta whispers something under his breath that sounds like, show off. Izuku ignores him. Lunch seems to be going normally enough, until one of the loudest alarm bells he's ever heard in his life goes off. The first-year students are concerned, but confused, while the second and third years immediately start fleeing the cafeteria. What's going on? Uraraka cries. That's a level 4 security breach. A second year replies. We have to get to the safe houses. People are stampeding towards the exits. We must go. Ida says, sprinting away. They follow but quickly find it hard to move. I've got an idea, Izuku tells Uraraka. Deku, what that? Where are you going? We have to Deku. Her shouts fall on deaf ears as Izuku hurries to the main office. He barges past the secretary and picks the lock on the PA room with a paperclip. Throwing on the headset, Izuku slams his hand down on the power button. Aizawa Shoyuta is racing through the halls to go calm down the students when he hears someone over the loudspeakers. Attention! Listen up. There is no serious threat. No one is in danger. The press just got onto school grounds. Don't panic, it's being handled. Everything is all right. The speaker is notably younger, the voice of a student. His student. Aizawa stops in the hall before spinning around and speed walking towards the office. In the PA room sits Midoriya Izuku, leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed as he mutters to himself. He checks the lock. Hizashi is very good about keeping the room shut tight, especially after the third year's prank a few years back. That had been interesting, and it's not broken, but it has been picked, if the bent paperclip hanging from it is anything to go by. With a sigh, Aizawa taps the boy on the shoulder, drawing him from his mutterings. Midoriya. Midoriya snaps to attention with wild eyes before settling. Sorry about the lock, sensei, is the first thing he says. Don't worry about it, problem child. I'll let it slide this time. Next time, don't pick the locks. I could have broken it, Midoriya suggests unhelpfully. Problem child, he mumbles. Go back to the cafeteria. He nods and rises from the chair. Aizawa lets the boy leave, staring at the lock. The police are called and the press are escorted off school grounds, and yes, UA is pressing charges against the various media companies that think jeopardizing their students' safety is worth a news story. Nizu wants to take a look at the front barrier the reporters insist they didn't destroy. It's little more than dust now. All the students are leaving through the back entrance to avoid seeing the ruined gate. To his surprise, one student is there, kneeling by the pile of dust with his back facing Nizu. Midoriya Izuku runs his hand through the dust and mutters to himself, like he's making notes. The principal examines the boy with curiosity before calling out to him. Midoriya, he says. What are you doing here? Midoriya starts at the principal's presence. I was curious as to what happened to the gate. Were you now? Is Nizu's response. He stands beside Midoriya and glances at the dust. Did you find anything? He doesn't expect the boy to answer yes, but Midoriya surprises him. Yeah. It looks like the work of a quirk. They didn't do the greatest job though. He points at the solid remnants of the gate still attached to the barrier. I think this person wants to make a statement, scare you with. Midoriya blinks when he realizes Nizu is staring at him intently. But that's just what I think, so. He scratches awkwardly at his head. I'll go. Midoriya stands up and begins to walk away briskly. Wait, Midoriya. The boy halts in his tracks. Why yes, Principal Nizu? Nizu's tail twitches. This case has officially piqued his interest. Your quirk is analysis, yes? Why yeah. Do you think you could help me and the police with this matter? Midoriya actually turns around this time. Help. He repeats. Nizu claps his paws together and smiles. Thus, it will be a very enlightening experience. Since you are in the hero course and your quirk is not physical, we should resort to other methods of strengthening it. Present Mike came to me and told me you needed to transfer out of English, yes? Well dash. Wonderful. He chirps. Then instead of English, you can come to me and we will brush up on your analysis skills. I have been looking for a protege for some time now. But dash. Now move along. I must discuss the current situation with the UA staff. Nizu makes a brushing movement with his paws, indicating he wants Izuku to leave. The boy, still stunned, walks forward, wondering what happened. He passes his homeroom teacher, who looks at him strangely. Then he sees Nizu humming happily by the pile of dust and understands. He sighs and then waits for the rest of his colleagues to arrive. Izuku doesn't have to be here, but he doesn't want to go home yet. The facility isn't homey, but it's got familiar faces and he knows all the ins and outs. Feet take him to the roof. Up here he can see forever. The city seems so small from his spot on the roof. Take a swan dive. Pray for a real quirk. He ignores the memory. Oh. Hey Midoriya. Hiromi nods towards him. What are you doing up here? The older boy flicks ash off of his cigarette. Jae-sung rolls his eyes and takes another puff. Izuku smiles and shrugs, dismissing the odd sight. Dunno. Just needed to think. Don't get too close to the edge, Hiromi jokes. That's not funny, Jae-sung mumbles, shooting the other boy a half-hearted glare. It's odd seeing the pair nod at each other's throats, but Unit 15 and the rest of the program have accepted that the only time Kensei Hiromi and Jae-sung Park will ever get along is for a smoke break. I don't often see you up here, Midoriya, Saito says. She steadies her gun and picks a bird out of the sky. Do you do this a lot? Izuku asks. I find it relaxing. She shoots another bird down. Try it. Saito Naomi drops the gun into Izuku's hands. He sighs and takes aim. 2 birds fall with a single gunshot. And that's why Midoriya's one of our best snipers, Hiromi says, clapping. You can't be bothered to use honorifics, Jae-sung grumbles. Nah, we've all known each other too long for that. We're basically family. Yes, family who almost dies on a regular basis and tries to kill each other at times, Ogura Svetlana says, appearing in a cloud of smoke. Hey, you're free to move back to Russia if you don't like it here. You're the one who transferred, Hiromi points out, taking a long drag of his cigarette. But you've been here for 4 years, so you might as well get used to it. I will do no such zing, she hisses, letting her snake-like tongue flick over her lips. Your Japanese is improving, Saito notes, shooting another bird down. I've noticed it too, Izuku pipes up. You're getting really good. There's only a slight accent now. While Svetlana, Lana, is incapable of smiling, he's sure her lips curve upward as much as her face will allow. Thank you. Of the 8 people in Unit 15, 3 are foreigners. Ogura Svetlana is of Japanese and Russian descent, but she has been raised in Russia for most of her life. 4 years ago, she moves to Japan to live with her aunt. The commander of the unit, Ellis Gray Pearson, is an African-American male who moved to England before he was 1. At age 22, he's the oldest in the unit and in his 4th year of senior ranks. Ellis Gray has been in Japan for a little less than a decade, so his Japanese is fine, but every once in a while Izuku can hear the familiar lilt of his English upbringing. The next one is Jae-sung, a Korean native who moved to Japan 3 years ago. He almost immediately took to the new language, so not many people can tell that he's from the United Korean nation. They all manage to blend in well enough, but only Ellis Gray and Jae-sung work undercover. Due to Lana's distinctive appearance, she doesn't usually work undercover unless the assignments calls for it. With Lana's gargoyle appearance, occasional floating hair and fangs, she's memorable, and that's not usually what undercover work needs. Izuku, shoot that bird. I keep missing it. Saito hands him back the gun and he picks it out of the sky with 2 shots. Thank you. Sato's ghostly blue eyes send a familiar chill down his spine. Being near her feels like standing in a graveyard at night. Her hands are ice cold. He can feel the lack of heat on the grip. He gives her a shallow smile and returns the gun to her. The older, but much smaller girl takes it and reloads the gun with a new round of ammunition. She continues to down birds that dare to fly near the program building. You'll have to clean those up later, Hiromi tells her. Izuku will help me, she answers, not taking her eyes off her target. He sighs, knowing that, yes, he probably will. Someone opens the rooftop door. Hey, Midoriya. The director wants to see you, Ellis tells him. Everyone turns to Izuku. Somebody's in trouble out. What the hell, Jay? Hiromi hisses. And they're back to fighting. He said now, Midoriya. Don't worry. You can still help me pick up birds later, Saito says like it's reassuring. Yeah, fine. Izuku heads to the director's office, taking care to knock first. The director has a habit of impaling people who don't knock first. Come in. Izuku lets out a breath he doesn't know he's holding and pushes the door open. Arai Mamoru lifts his head and the door behind Izuku shuts with a click. At first the director says nothing. His red eyes run over Izuku in an examining way. For just a moment, Izuku feels like he's back in the lab under the good doctor. Izuku, he says. Why are you standing? Arai gestures to the 2 chairs in front of his desk. Take a seat. I'm fine with standing. Sit down. Arai's voice is more commanding this time. This is not a suggestion. Izuku obeys. You wanted to see me, sir? A few hours ago, you reported a breach to UA's security that may have been a move by the League of Villains. Yes, sir. Arai flips through a stack of papers, most likely a report on the damage. How he managed to get that, Izuku doesn't want to know. Turn to dust. Could be the work of a weapon. It sounds exactly like something Shigaraki Tamura would do, Izuku says quickly. Why you said in the briefing that Shigaraki is irrational and driven by emotion. He's working under All for One, who plans to overthrow All Might and One for All and rid the world of heroes, right? Correct. He nods once. So Izuku plays with his fingers, just a little nervous. Don't fidget, Izuku. It's distracting. Sorry, sir. The gate was disintegrated while reporters were trying to get in to see All Might, Izuku continues. Besides the gate, nothing was destroyed, no one was hurt, no verbal threats were made. Verbal threats? Director Arai repeats. Explain. Well, I think if Shigaraki did. He's implying that he's going to hurt UA and All Might and has the power to do it. It's like a warning, telling them, you're not safe and I'm coming for you. Izuku pauses. And I think that means he's planning something big soon. The older man falls silent for a moment before nodding. I will look into it. And, Izuku, I find it worth mentioning to you and your unit that 2 of our agents will be infiltrating the League as spies. Do I know them? Izuku asks. You will when you see them. They still have a month or 2 before they're able to join, but if your analysis of the current situation is correct, I believe you will be seeing them very soon. Izuku pales, but forces himself to remain calm. He can panic once he's outside of the director's office. May I go? He rises, a little unsteady. Yes, but one more thing, Izuku. Izuku halts at the door, his hand hovering over the doorknob. Just open it. Yes, sir. I heard your father left to work overseas, didn't he? Why, yes. Will you be moving into the dorms? Izuku seks in a sharp breath. He has been thinking about that, but... Maybe. Not yet, though. The director nods. I understand. Dismissed. Izuku bows awkwardly as he's facing the door and quickly retreats from the office, hands trembling. He feels ashamed. Arai Mamoru has done so much for him. He's offered him a place in the program, gave him a chance to do right, taught him how to fight and helped him figure out his quirk. So why is he so afraid of him? Because he's too much like the doctor. Tichijodi do sito. Teichijodi do cto rwntsto hlppd. Teichijodi do cto rwntsto useyoutoh. Lppd. Midoriya Izuku doesn't like the director because Arai Mamoru is too much like a bad man. Izuku feels dizzy and presses his hand against the corridor wall to steady himself. Breathe. It's not him. It's not. Breathe. Hello, my little pet. Are you ready to make the world a better place? A quirkless little boy, just what I need. You won't fail me, I won't let you. He goes to the bathroom and splashes cold water on his face. He's dead, Izuku mutters to himself, staring at the drain in the sink. Izuku's hands have a white-knuckled grip on the sides of the sink. He's dead, he's dead, he's dead. Dead people stay dead. You certainly didn't. Izuku takes a shaky breath and counts down from 50. The tremors in his body stop, his heart rate returns to normal, his breathing evens out and his mind clears. He's okay. Izuku's phone rings, shattering the searing silence of the bathroom. With a sigh, he answers it. Izuku. Come help me pick up the birds, Saito says. Ngwin says he can make something with them. Where are you? Outside. He smiles dryly. Could you be a little more specific? Outside the west wing near the strawberry patch. And bring a cart. There are a lot. Saito hangs up. Izuku stares at the phone in his hand for a moment before pocketing it and going to find a maintenance cart for the dead birds. What a day. The cell is packed with other patients, all dressed in white hospital gowns. Their eyes are all dead, or in the process of dying, finally letting the last of their fight disappear. No one says anything, they just stare off into space with lifeless eyes and defeated posture. Their shoulders are slumped and they hold their heads low. Kino sits in the corner with Izuku, one arm looped around his small frame to keep him close. The smaller boy leans into Kino's side, clinging close to him. Izuku tries not to flinch at the sound of the bolted door being unlocked. The good doctor steps into the cell, two guards flagging him. Today, I need subjects 0224, 0265, 0311 and... He sweeps his gaze over the batch. All the patients inch away from him, terror in their eyes. The doctor sneers at their reaction and settles his gaze on Izuku. Subject 0321. The young boy's heart stops. No one besides Izuku fights when they are taken, but the little boy can only struggle so much in the iron grip of the guard. The subjects are taken to the lab. The cell door shuts with a loud bang behind them. Dr. Watanabe Isuru's shoes click against the cold, hard corridor floor leading to his laboratory. Young Izuku would scream if it would do any good. It never does though, because the people here are deaf to the screams of the test subjects. They've heard them far too often to be alarmed. In the Watanabe research facility, no one can hear anyone scream. Izuku sits up bolt right in bed, blood roaring in his ears. His eyes shoot around the room, searching for a threat, and he can feel the guard's bruising grip restraining his arms. Izuku launches himself out of bed, looking wild. Reality takes a few moments to catch up with him. Nothing, he says softly. Nothing. It's nothing. His heart rate slows and he draws in a slow breath. There's nothing. Sweat beads on his forehead and causes his sheets to stick to his body. He shakes them off and stands in the middle of his room for a minute. Nothing, he says again, like a reassurance. It's almost 4 in the morning. There's no way he's going to get any more sleep tonight. Izuku drags a hand over his face and squeezes his eyes shut. He needs coffee. Izuku slips a shirt on and shuffles through the silent apartment. The sounds of the city blare outside his window. It's dark and quiet, but he really doesn't care. He stands in the kitchen by the coffee maker with half-open bloodshot eyes staring at the little red numbers counting down. God, he's tired. He should sleep, but he knows that he'll spend more time staring at the ceiling than actually getting some rest. The coffee maker beeps to tell him that his drink is done. Izuku yawns and downs the cup in one go. He sets the cup down and exhales, letting his shoulders fall. The caffeine causes a familiar buzz in his veins, slowly waking him up. He leans against the counter, staring into the dark apartment for a while. The living space is still and eerily quiet. It's too quiet. The faucet's dripping becomes stronger in his ears. Water droplets smack against the sink, louder, louder, louder. Drip, 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 drip. Izuku slams his hand down on the faucet handle. It's too loud. He takes another deep breath and steps back, inspecting his hand. A thin line of blood trickles down his palm from where his palm hit the faucet handle. The cut spans from almost one side to the other. He sighs and goes to the bathroom to clean up. He washes the cut and wraps the middle of his hand in bandages. Izuku can't keep doing this. He has school tomorrow. Normally, Izuku would be surprised that he has a field trip so early in the year, but this is UA. He's already gotten used to the freeway classes are taught. Single file line. No pushing, no shoving. Sit in alphabetical order, descending. Ida, Izuku says, tapping the taller boy. It's fine. Besides, I don't think the bus is built like you think it is. Ida spends the ride to USJ lamenting this fact. Izuku sits between Azui and Aoyama. Hey Mido. Ashido calls, standing up in her seat, much to Ida's disapproval. Where's your hero costume? It was. Izuku makes eye contact with Kaken. Damaged. I'm waiting for the support course to fix it up, so I'm going to wear my gym uniform for this. That is dude, but your gear is still pretty awesome. Kirishima points to the swords sheathed at Izuku's side and his capture weapon. But what are those? The red-haired boy refers to the grenade belt he's wearing and the silver bracelets around his wrists. High-powered tasers, Izuku answers easily. And grenades. Whoa, really? Kaminari pokes his head over his seat. Isn't that kinda dangerous? Only if they go off. Will they? The blonde asks. Probably not. The class laughs and Izuku feels himself smile. Outside of the program, and even there, his relationships with his peers is okay at best. He's never gotten on with many kids his age. It's usually because of his lack of an obvious quirk, but even if it wasn't, he doesn't relate to many of his peers in the slightest. He's always been rather aloof when it comes to making friends, despite his desire to be polite, and doesn't exactly give off a friendly vibe. No one really bothers with him. It's a lonely road we walk, but it is for their good, the director had said to him once. After what you've been through, you can't go back to living among other people, because you'll never fit in with them again. You'll be alone, till the end of your life, whenever that may come. Midoriya, Azui says. Oh, yes. He smiles at the frog-like girl. I tend to speak my mind, Karo, she replies. Okay, Your quirk isn't well suited for heroics. Oh. Well, she did say she was blunt, he thinks, staring at the green-haired girl. Sorry. But you use it interestingly, she continues. You could be a great hero, Karo. Yeah. Midoriya's totally manly. Kirishima says. Guys, it's I mean, usually the most popular heroes have really flashy quirks, but Deku's got personality. Uraraka adds. Oh god. Guys, Bakugo has a strong quirk, but he can't be a popular hero with his attitude, Karo, Azui pipes up. Guys, What did you say about me, Frogger? See. She croaks. Azui, you really shouldn't please don't let the bus explode. Call me Tsu. All my friends do, she replies. I'll blow all of you to hell. Take me on. Kaken continues his rage. Izuku sighs. Kaken, don't . You call Blasty Kaken? That's so cute. Ashido coos. You raccoon eyes. Now don't be so mean, Kaken. She chides. While Bakugo threatens the lives of everyone on the bus, the class laughs and continues playfully digging at the blonde. Dear Lord, does everyone on this bus have a death wish? Izuku wonders. Kirishima cracks a joke and smacks Bakugo on the back. Apparently so. Hey, keep it down back there, Aizawa snaps, glaring at his students over the edge of his seat. Izuku enjoys the rest of the ride to USJ. It's filled with friendly banter and easy conversations. He's almost disappointed when the bus stops in front of a large glass domed building, but is excited for the rescue training there to receive today. He steps off the bus and is instantly hit with a feeling of warning. He's trembling and his heart rate is speeding up. This isn't just an attack. Something is wrong. Midoriya, are you alright? Aizawa asks, appearing beside him. Just nervous. He lies, mind racing. Something is messing with his quirk and he knows something's wrong. Then keep moving, problem child. There's nothing to be nervous about. Aizawa pats him on the shoulder and then walks away. Izuku tries to steady his breathing. It's okay. Maybe it's nothing. Nothing at all, right? Maybe it is just an attack. His program-issued earpiece crackles to life. Midoriya. Midoriya. Stop them. Don't let them go into the Ligidash. Pain's voice cuts in and out. Direct, says informant Midoriya. Pain, what happened? Izuku says in a low voice, desperately trying to get the message through. Midoriya, Aizawa calls, narrowing his eyes. Is everything all right? Whyus, but sensei, are you sure we should be doing this today? He asks nervously. Yes, now come on. Sir Dash. Midoriya, unless you have something life-threatening to tell me. We're going in. Izuku resigns himself to his fate and enters USJ, the earpiece in his ear producing nothing more than static. Once again he's hit with another wave of foreboding. Every part of him is screaming that something is going to happen and he will die because of it. All his limbs are taut with apprehension and they move stiffly. Aizawa notices it and keeps a watchful eye on the boy as 13 begins speaking. Uraraka doesn't notice his tension and excitedly talks about how number 13 is her favorite hero. 13 begins speaking on the danger of some quirks, using their own quirk's ability to kill as an example. Where's All Might? Aizawa grumbles. He had some hero work to do. 13 holds up 3 fingers. He ran out of time, Izuku thinks. He's beginning to settle down. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe. Hey, sensei. Are those guys part of the exercise? Kirishima points to the swarm of people growing in the plaza. Izuku's heart stops and he and Aizawa briefly make contact. Aizawa steps forward, reaching for his capture weapon. Stay back. Those are villains. He slides his goggles on and prepares to launch himself into the fight. 13. Protect the children. No longer will you be protected, the director had said. You are now one of the protectors. Keep them from all they do not need to see. Before he knows it, Izuku's rushing forward. Sensei, you can't, he breathes. No hero is a one-trick pony. Stay back. Aizawa turns to jump when Izuku grabs his arm. No, sensei, you don't understand, he says, eyes wide and breathless. You can't. Aizawa holds his student's gaze for a moment. I have to. Izuku purses his lips and lets Aizawa go. The teacher casts one last look at Izuku before diving headfirst into the sea of villains. He fights and takes down as many as he can. The leader turns part of his elbow to dust, but he doesn't stop until he sees his students standing at the edge of the plaza, dripping wet. Even under the crushing weight of the Nomu, he manages to erase the leader's quirk long enough to save Tsuyu. The blue hired man sneers and looks back at him. Eraserhead, you're so cool, he rasps before flicking his gaze up to the beast above Aizawa. Nomu. Aizawa feels an even heavier force bear down on him and then he knows no more. Izuku screams in grief and throws himself at Shigaraki. The Nomu snaps him in half before he even gets to touch the BSTRD. Izuku curses, slightly disrupting 13's speech. He quickly apologizes and the rescue hero continues as if nothing had happened. As soon as the hero finishes speaking, the warp gate opens up. He swears again. Aizawa shoots him a look that tells them they will definitely be discussing this later and goes to fight the remaining villains, yelling for 13 to get the class out of there. 13 begins ushering them to the exits, but Kurojiri blocks their path. Good morning. We are the League of Villains. Our source said that All Might would be here, but unfortunately he is not. The villain's tone is unusually polite and civil, Izuku thinks. All that aside, my job is to scatter you all and torture you to death. Never mind. Izuku dodges a warp gate that steals Tsu and Mineta away to an unknown location. He bares his teeth and unsheathes his swords, preparing to fight the villain. Kurojiri simply sighs and drops him in the middle of the plaza. Midoriya, get back up there. Aizawa shouts, kicking a villain in the face. Izuku turns to move back, but there's no clear way back up the stairs. Aizawa seems to realize this and swears under his breath. Midoriya, stay behind me. Despite all the pro-hero is doing to appear in control, Izuku can see fatigue beginning to eat at him. Crushed, broken, goggles cracked, blood, blood, blood. Izuku shakes the thoughts from his head and readies his swords. He slashes and stabs his way through the crowd, cutting down anyone who comes face to face with him. Just like the lab, get out, get out, get out, get out. Midoriya. Aizawa flies into Izuku's blind spots and erases a villain's quirk, nullifying her attack on Izuku. Sorry, sensei. Don't be sorry, the man breathes, knocking two villains together. Just pay attention. Aizawa's in the air when Shigaraki catches up with him. Izuku watches in horror as his teacher's skin turns to dust. He screams and launches himself at Shigaraki, slicing his hand off. The villain screeches and sicks the Nomu on him and Aizawa. Izuku has a split second to choose between his teacher and himself. He makes the choice he always does, and throws himself in front of the Nomu. The beast snaps his neck when he throws him into the dome wall above. Izuku fights the urge to punch a hole in the ground when he winds up back at 13th speech. He has a habit of dying and turning up at the worst times. He pushes through his class to get to Aizawa. Sensei, we need to go now, he whispers urgently. What dash? Hey, sensei. Are those guys part of the exercise? Izuku internally screams. He drowns in the shipwreck zone this time. Azui and Mineta are killed soon after. In his last few moments of life, he curses the day he was born. Your quirks can kill people, 13 says seriously. No, Izuku thinks bitterly, scowling. My quirk can kill me. Where's All Might? Aizawa grumbles. He had some hero work to do. 13 holds up 3 fingers. Hey, sensei. Are those guys part of the exercise? Kirishima points to the swarm of people growing in the plaza. The villains show up and he, Tsuyu and Mineta are warped to the shipwreck zone. The boat sinks and the villains slaughter them all. Impaled. Burned alive. Bludgeoned. Strangled. Disintegrated. Izuku dies again and again and again. Some of the times they make it to the end of USJ, but at least one person, usually Aizawa, dies, so he has to reset. He'll never forget the horrified looks his classmates gave him when he slit his own throat. His chest is tight with pain when he comes back. During 13th speech, Izuku struggles to breathe. Nausea rolls over him in waves and he stumbles back, drawing the attention of more people than he would like. He taps the metal fingertips of his glove to his chest and sends a high voltage to his heart. Izuku tries to regain his balance and backs into Aizawa. Midoriya dash, he says worriedly. What dash? Whoa, who are those guys? It's Mineta who speaks this time. Izuku chokes a breath. Don't dash. Those are villains. Aizawa shouts. He hands Izuku over to Uraraka. Uraraka, take care of Midoriya. 13, get the children out of here. Everyone stay back. He charges and throws himself into the fight before Izuku can stop him. You can't, Izuku thinks as everything fades to black. When help finally arrives, the paramedics pronounce him dead on sight. Izuku is so sick of dying, but he knows it's the only way everyone else gets to live. Okay, so what does he need to know? Aizawa gets killed in the plaza about 20 minutes after the League shows up. He takes out all the villains in the plaza, then Shigaraki uses his quirk on him and sicks the Nomu on Aizawa. If I'm with Tsuyu and Mineta, they end up at the plaza after Aizawa is first crushed. Aizawa stops Shigaraki from decaying Tsuyu's face. Suggestion: push Mineta in front of her if Aizawa isn't there. Strike that. There's no way that will end well. After that, Aizawa is crushed again and is dead before help arrives. If I'm not with them, Tsuyu and Mineta usually die. I can't risk that, but I need to get them off the boat faster. A lot faster. Your quirks can kill people. Izuku's peers look solemn, smiles dimmed. Think, where's All Might? Aizawa grumbles. He had some hero work to do. 13 holds up 3 fingers. Izuku taps his metal-tipped fingers against his chest, sending a strong shock to his heart. The tightness temporarily dispels itself. Quirk exhaustion, he thinks. Stage 1. I've got to hurry. Hey, sensei. Are those guys part of the exercise? Aizawa's eyes widen and he briefly looks to Izuku. Those are villains. Stay back. He orders. Not long after his teacher has entered the fight, Kurojairi pops up behind them. Good morning. We are the League of Villains. Our source said that All Might would be here, but unfortunately he is not. He sighs. All that aside, my job is to scatter you all and torture you to death. Get back, children. 13 shouts, but Kaken and Kirishima are in the way. We won't go down that easily. Kirishima says to Kurogiri. Come and get some BSRD. Kurogiri shakes his head and opens several warp gates. Izuku allows himself to fall through one. When he opens his eyes, he can't breathe, which makes sense with him being underwater and all. A villain rushes him with a manic look on their face, teeth bared. There's little time to react when Tsuyu's tongue wraps around him and lifts him out of the water. She drops him on the deck just as the villain collides with the side of the boat. Sorry, Karo, she says. It's fine, Izuku replies between gasps. We're gonna die. Mineta wails. Izuku winces. He's here too. We're not going to die, he assures the smaller boy. What are we going to do, Karo? Izuku peeks over the railing of the boat. The villains below jeer at them, swimming just below the 3 students. I don't know, he says quietly. But it's not going to end well. Izuku dies 3 more times after his ominous statement to Tsu. Quirk exhaustion is beginning to affect him. Midoriya, Tsu croaks. Are you alright? You look pale. Why would he be alright? We're going to die. Mineta wails. Fine, Izuku says breathfully. It's just a lot. We'll be okay, she assures him. The teachers will get here soon. How do you know that? Mineta says accusingly. We could dash. Shut up, Izuku snaps with a scowl, attempting to ignore the pounding in his head. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You're not helping. Mineta doesn't say anything after that. What are we going to do? She asks. I have an idea, Izuku says after pausing. But it's risky. Let's hear it, Tsuyu replies. Izuku taps the tip of his boot on the deck and a blade shoots out of the toe. Okay, so here's my plan dash. As he springs off the boat, Izuku distantly wonders if he ever manages to die, where he'll end up. It certainly won't be heaven, he thinks, slashing his boot across a villain's face. The woman screams in pain as the blood sprays from the deep cut. Mineta throws a sticky ball in the villain's face and the woman begins shouting about how she can't see. In her panic, her quirk begins stirring the water up around her. Most of the villains in the water are esigi into a whirlpool in the middle. Now Tsu. The girl doesn't hesitate, despite the obvious reservation in her facial expression and posture. Her tongue wraps around Mineta and she leaps from the boat, clearing the shipwreck zone in a single leap. Izuku counts to 3 and then pulls the pin out of a grenade from his belt. He chucks it at the ship and dives under the water, swimming as far as he can before the ship explodes. The shock waves can be felt through the water when the grenade goes off. Good upgrade, he notes. Need to make more. Izuku swims to shore as quickly as possible. Tsuyu and Mineta are already there. Midoriya dash. I'm fine, he says, filling his lungs with sweet, sweet oxygen. I need to help. But dash. I need to help, he insists. I'll be fine. Izuku begins sprinting toward the plaza, pausing for just a moment. Stay here, he adds sternly before heading off. He watches Shigaraki reach for Aizawa's elbow. Using his shoulder, Izuku throws all his weight against Shigaraki and rams the man out of the way with all the force he can muster. Aizawa spins around, wide eyes clear even through his yellow goggles. Midoriya, get away. He barks, kicking a villain in the face. Izuku ignores him, focusing on Shigaraki as he draws his swords. You, Shigaraki rasps, rising. With a smile on his face. Sensei told me about you, the glitch. Izuku stiffens, glaring at the villain. Leave, he hisses. I like this. You're a secret boss, the blue-haired man continues. Extra points. I said leave. Midoriya, get out of here. Dodging another attack, Aizawa grabs onto his elbow and tries to push Izuku out of the plaza. No way, Eraserhead. The glitch is mine. Noma. Kill Eraserhead. Izuku's heart drops as the inhuman beast screeches and flies at them in a blur. There's no time to get entirely out of its way. So, he does the thing that Izuku always does and puts himself in between his teacher and the oncoming danger. After so many deaths at the Nomu's hands, or claws? Izuku thought he'd be used to the pain by now, but it still hurts as much as the first time. The Nomu grabs his arm and slams him against the ground 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. But Izuku doesn't scream. He doesn't cry. He doesn't struggle, he just waits until the thing leaves him in a crater filled with his own blood. Stop! Aizawa cries, staring with horror on his broken student's form. Everything hurts and the plaza is spinning around him. His blood is wet and sticky on his face as numbness spreads through his limbs, stamping out the screaming agony burning in each of them. Izuku doesn't want to get up. You will protect them. You swore it on her grave. He always must. As the Nomu towers over him, eyes dead, Izuku forces himself to stand, daring Shigaraki to try again. The childlike villain is infuriated. A glitch in the game. I use cheat codes. The Nomu is my hack. Unfair, 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 unfair. Shigaraki stomps on the ground. Kurogyari appears in a swirl of mist. Shigaraki, I have taken 13 out of commission, but one of the students managed to escape. Ida, Izuku thinks. It's got to be Ida. The heroes will be here soon. Damn it, Kurogyari. You had one job. Shigaraki howls. Now the heroes are gonna come and save these brats. No, no, no. His nails scratch furiously against his skin, leaving shallow bloody scratches on his neck. Damn it. It would be best if we leave, Kurogyari suggests. Shigaraki's shoulders fall, red eyes filled with rage. Just one more thing, he says softly. To break All Might's heart, Nomu, kill the kids at the door. Izuku's feet move far before his mind does. Really, he had started reacting at the word, Gnome. Sword in hand, Izuku leaps on the Nomu's back as it begins moving, digging the blades on his boots into its back. The beast paws at its back. He stabs his sword into its brain and it screeches, throwing him back into the pavement. Izuku winces, pain clouding his mind. In his fuzzy vision, he can see Aizawa sprinting toward him, only to watch his teacher be crushed into the ground by the Nomu at Shigaraki's command. Izuku screams, slamming his fist into the ground. Not again. I've tried so hard. Kyuka, Yaoyorozu and Kaminari make it the front door when she hears an ungodly scream at the plaza. She whirls around and sees Midoriya fly back, crunching in a sickening pile against the ground. Her stomach turns. We've got to help. Kirishima shouts, but Yaoyorozu holds him back. You can't. Look at Midoriya. He's gonna die. In her ears, Kyuka hears Izuku's heartbeat slow, causing her own heart to stop. Kaken and Todoroki come at the right time. The bicolor-haired boy freezes the Nomu where it stands, buying them a few seconds. Kaken all but tackles Kurogyari, threatening to blow him to hell if he doesn't hold still. Todoroki rushes to Izuku's side. Midoriya, he says, supporting his head. Stay awake. Izuku blinks slowly, wishing he could just rest. Then he sees the Nomu rise up behind Todoroki's back and he shoves the taller boy out of the way, holding his hand out as the massive thing descends on them. All anyone can see is the monster collapse after it dives at Midoriya and Todoroki in a dull-colored, lifeless husk. Izuku drops to the floor, exhausted and unconscious. Shigaraki is livid that his toy is broken and threatens to murder every student in the vicinity. Todoroki raises his hand, ready to fight if need be. But it turns out he doesn't, because as he's swearing vengeance, Shigaraki walks through the warp gate and he and his mist friend disappear. All Might bursts through the door, ready to battle whatever villains dared to touch his students. What he sees before him is both concerning and shocking. 13 is lying near the front door with students surrounding them. The look on the students' faces is not something All Might will forget. He assures them that help is on the way and in one great leap approaches the plaza. Aizawa is slowly crawling out of a small crater, bloody covering his face and arms. Nice of you to show up, he says in between labored breaths. I apologize, Aizawa, All Might says, lifting him gently. Were any students hurt? What he really means is, I'm sorry I wasn't here. Me Midoriya. The underground hero's head rolls to one side and he closes his eyes. Stay awake. And the Toshinori sees him, lying in the ground. Nada. Midoriya's back isn't visible from the surface, with his shoulders hardly appearing above the destroyed pavement. The boy is a bloody, mangled mess. Enji's boy Todoroki Shuto is kneeling beside Midoriya, trying to wake him up, notes of desperation beginning to work itself into his voice. Young Bakugo stands at a distance, staring on in utter horror. Under his breath, All Might can faintly hear him whispering, King-un. Across the plaza, there's another crater, filled up like a pool with blood. All Might's heart drops, guilt crashing down on him, because this wouldn't have happened if he had been here. Secretary Ida Tenya reporting for duty. And so the cavalry arrives. When Izuku is awake, he really wishes he wasn't. He doesn't sit up bolt right, just slowly opens his eyes and blinks a few times with indifferent acceptance. Better here than back in the shipwreck zone, after all. With any luck, he wouldn't have any permanent damage. Everything is throbbing with pain. The bright infirmary lights assault his eyes and stab at his brain. Sighing, he lays his head back into the pillow, shutting his eyes. God, he's so tired. The sound of the door sliding open convinces Izuku to open his eyes once more. I'm very glad you're awake, young man, Recovery Girl says. You gave us all quite a scare. Sorry, he mumbles, rolling his head so that he's facing her. Didn't mean to. She hums, nodding once before she shuts the lights off. They seem to be bothering you, she explains. Thanks. Of course. Is everyone else okay? He asks, forcing himself to sit up. The action causes him to wince as his bandages shift. The youthful heroine tuts. Now be careful. I couldn't heal you all in one go, so you're still in bad shape. She drops a handful of gummies into his open palm as she scolds him. You had the worst injuries. Miraculously, none of the other students had any serious physical injuries. That doesn't mean there's not any mental trauma. Izuku thinks that the emphasis she puts on physical. They should probably attend counseling. Recovery Girl stares at him. Did I said that aloud, didn't I? Well, she sighs. You're not wrong, dearie. You're all just children. It's quite a lot to take. Yeah, he agrees softly, popping a gummy into his mouth. Gross. I know they're not the tastiest, Recovery Girl says, shuffling across the infirmary. But they're all I've got. No, they're not fine. Izuku forces himself to swallow it, grimacing at the taste. She laughs. No need to lie, young man. What about Aizawa-sensei and 13? Izuku moves, pain shooting up his side. Broken ribs, she says, pointing at his side like she's warning him. Haven't fixed those yet. Aizawa-sensei and 13? He repeats hopefully. Please don't be dead. Please don't be dead. They're fine, dearie. Both are at the hospital. 13's good as new and Aizawa might have a little trouble with his quirk in his right eye, but he's none the worse for wear. Izuku lets go of a breath he doesn't know he's been holding. That's good. The door opens and closes again, this time bringing All Might into the room. My boy. I'm glad you're awake. You gave us quite the scare. Hush. Recovery Girl scolds, whacking the man with her cane. Lower your voice. All Might rubs the sore spot on his arm, looking sheepish. I apologize. Huffing, the elderly heroine shuffles away, grumbling not so nice things about the number one hero. All Might turns back to Izuku, his smile faltering at the sight of his many bandages. How do you feel, young Midoriya? Fine, Izuku says. I mean, I'm alive, right? All Might's smile dies on his lips at Izuku's joke. Humor's never been his strong suit anyway. Sorry. Bad joke. No, it's quite all right. You had just rather worried for a few days. Izuku blinks. Few days? He repeats politely. You've been out for 3 days, Recovery Girl tells him. We tried to reach your father, but couldn't get a hold of him. 3 days? Can I make a call? Recovery Girl nods and ushers All Might out of the room to give Izuku some privacy. Sighing, Izuku pulls out his phone and calls not his father, But Director Arai. Midoriya, where have you been? Back to family names, Izuku thinks. I'm in trouble. The boy slides out of bed. I'm sure you've heard about the USJ attack. Yes, that was quite a well-publicized failure of UA to protect their students. I'm assuming the League of Villains had something to do with it. Yeah, well, how many times? The director asks casually. How many times? Izuku repeats, voice soft. A lot. At least 50. You sound uncertain. It was a lot, and some of them ended really similarly, so I lost count. I will update your file. Now, report to the compound. For what? Well, I would hope that you have something to tell us about the League. And you have just had 3 days off. But Recovery Girl said I don't care. Be here in 20 minutes. With nothing more to say, Director Arai hangs up. Izuku stares at his phone a moment before sighing. He opens the window and immediately knows the fall would kill him. There's no way he's getting out of here easily. So, he rings Lana. I am not taxi service, she hisses. Please. He begs. No. Please? No. Please? Fine. Give me 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, thank Lana hangs up immediately. He finishes, sighing. Izuku puts on a t-shirt that had been laid out for him and waits for Lana. Voices fill the hall outside and approach. Just don't know. Risky. Little listener. Okay? Aizawa. Concerned. Not. Should. Still. Out. Izuku taps his foot impatiently. Come on, Lana. He thinks as the footsteps pause outside the door. Just as the door begins to open, Lana pops up, grabs his hand, and they both disappear. Traveling with Svetlana is always a little disorienting. She's used to it, of course, because of how often her quirk is put to work, but the rush usually leaves Izuku a little dizzy. It feels like he's plunging through something cold and dark in a flurry of shadows, with nothing solid to touch. Despite the wind whistling through his ears, Izuku swears he hears whispers of a low voice. Every time anyone travels with Lana, she warns them not to look around and just focus ahead. Izuku does just that. The sudden firm feeling of the compound floor beneath his feet is welcome. Steadying himself, Izuku takes a deep breath and turns to thank Lana for the help, but she's already disappeared. Typical. Izuku walks to the director's office, giving himself a mental pep talk while thinking through what the hell he's going to say for his report. He pauses at the door. What is he going to say? Izuku, come in, Director Rai says, though Izuku hasn't knocked. Too late. Bracing himself, Izuku opens the door and shuts it behind him. Field report. Reporting, Izuku replies, standing at the ready like a Roman sentry. During the mid to late morning hours, Class 1A of UA High School took a field trip to the unforeseen simulation joint for rescue training. I had a premonition before we entered, but went inside either way. Izuku swallows hard. Immediately after 13th speech on the dangers of quirks, they signed that All Might had run out of time and the League of Villains opened a warp gate via Kurogiri in the center of the plaza. What could have been done to stop all this? Director Arai asks, leaning back in his chair. The man's cold, sharp eyes flick over him like a whip. Nothing. Izuku feels an acute pain in his wounded side, like he's been jabbed by something. The telltale glow of quirk use in Arai's eyes fades. Nothing. He repeats innocently. I should have stopped them from going in, Izuku says through gritted teeth. I knew something bad would happen, and I knew at least I would die because of it, but I couldn't. Another stabbing pain cuts him off. Arai stands. But, he prompts. Izuku's on his knees now, breathing heavily. But I should have stopped them, he replies, trembling. It was my job to protect them and I failed. Yes, you did. But don't worry, Izuku, Arai says, walking around his desk to come to his side. We all make mistakes. Of course, yours must have cost quite a few lives if you were willing to die so often. How many times did they die? Uraraka? Bakugu? Aizawa? That Yayarozu girl? I know that class means a great deal to you. The man leans down, bringing his eyes to meet Izuku's fearful green ones. He slides a finger under Izuku's chin, forcing him to look at him. How many times did they die? Izuku tears his gaze away, shaking, his eyes wet with tears. Tremors shake his body and he feels sick to his stomach. Do you want me to go back? Arai straightens himself, brushing his suit off. No, he says. What we have now is fine, though very disappointing. Do you know why I put you on this case, Izuku? Because I'm a student at UA-. Izuku yelps as he's thrown to the side by Arai Mamoru's quirk, landing on his injuries. No. I chose you because I thought you could handle this. Keep the class safe and collect information on the league. Really, anyone could have done the job. I could have had Pearson enlist as a teacher's aide. Any of your peers would have passed the exam easier than you could ever dream to. You were picked because I believed in you. In 2 quick strides, Arai is back at his desk. So, I am disappointed. I think I've put too much trust in you, because obviously you can't handle it. You were supposed to protect them all, and yet both 13 and Aizawa needed to be hospitalized and 3 of your classmates had to receive medical attention. Not to mention the trauma you've probably caused them by not stopping this. The man sits and neatly taps a stack of papers against his desk to straighten them. I'll have to take you off the case, of course, and give someone else seniority. Wait. Izuku pleads, struggling to his feet, despite the immense pain he's in. I can do this. This will never happen again. I swear. Arai pauses, quirking an eyebrow. He stares at the boy in front of him for a moment before daring to smile. Alright, he says. Another chance. You have been tasked with keeping UA safe, and you are to do whatever it takes, no matter how many times you die. Chio opens the door to the infirmary, after having reluctantly given in to the teacher's plea to see Midoriya. Most had been present when his shattered form is carried away. 2 days ago, Aizawa's first words after waking up are a threat against the League of Villains for killing one of his students. It takes 3 teachers to keep him in the bed before he can be told that Midoriya did in fact survive. But he hasn't woken up yet. Today is the 3rd day of Midoriya's coma, and the 3rd day that they have failed to reach Midoriya Hisashi to notify him of the situation. That in of itself is worrisome. She sighs. Now, please keep your voices down. Midoriya has just woken up. Yamada ignores this and pokes his head in the infirmary, pausing. Hey, where is the little listener? Chio pushes the tall man aside, sweeping her gaze over the room. I don't know, she says. Chio blinks, approaching the bed Midoriya had been lying in just a few minutes ago. The UA staff starts muttering amongst themselves, suggesting a possible kidnapping by the League. The bed is empty, of course, but Chio notices a scrap of paper left on the pillow. Something came up. Had to go. I'm fine. Sorry if I worried you. Underneath the brief message is a number Midoriya had listed. Recovery girl shakes her head. These kids. Shoyuta hears about the note and immediately whips his phone out. Or tries to. Really, he ends up pawing at the phone on his hip until Hisashi helps him out. He has to dial the number for him, because Shuta's fingers are still broken. The phone begins ringing, but thankfully Midoriya picks up on the first ring. Hello. Midoriya, what the he dashed at? Hisashi swats him in the back of the head, scolding him for language. Where are you? Aizawa bites out. I'm Dash. The phone shifts and Shoyuta hears Izuku hiss softly, likely from pain. What the fuck, Dash? The signal cuts out for a second. Midoriya? Midoriya? Shoyuta curses under his breath, ready to go kick the butt of whoever decided to mess with his student. Home. Sorry. I'm at home. Midoriya's crackly voice gives Shoyuta a little peace of mind, because his student's okay enough to answer the phone. Is your father there? I called him, Midoriya replies, rather cryptically. He knows. Shoyuta scowls. Midoriya dash. I've got some things I need to do, Aizawa-sensei. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Before Shoyuta can protest, the kid hangs up. Bad luck. Hisashi says uneasily, lowering the phone. Probably. Shoyuta isn't so sure. Izuku sighs, staring at the phone as he sits on the cold floor of his bathroom surrounded by bloody bandages. Just his luck that the director had reopened some of his USJ wounds and he bled through the bandages. He's tied the new ones too tight, but with his record he can't afford to apply new ones, because he's probably going to end up needing them. God, he's tired. Izuku had originally planned to come home, shower, change the bandages and get something to eat, but all he really wants to do is sleep. Shutting his eyes, Izuku leans his head back against the wall and relaxes. He's so tired. To his annoyance, when Izuku wakes up, it's Monday. UA has been closed for 3 days, but of course he has to sleep through those, so he's almost right back to the grind. Nizu calls and assures him that he can take a few days off if he needs them, but Izuku declines politely, telling him he's fine. And he fears the consequences. Izuku comes in early, per Recovery Girl's instructions, and she completes what will be the second of his 3 healing sessions to close the wounds. She gives him a handful of gummies and writes him a pass to class. The second he opens the door, all the chatter in the room dies. Deku. Uraraka barrels into him, hugging him like she doesn't want to let go. I was so worried. Izuku swears Kaken's blood pressure skyrockets at the sound of his misnomer for him on Uraraka's lips. Dash. Uraraka. You must be careful. Midoriya could still be hurt. Ida chides. Right. She springs back like she's been burned. Sorry, Dad. But none of us had your number and you were really badly hurt. I'm fine, Izuku says with a soft smile. Sorry for worrying you? The last part is awkward to speak aloud. Not many people are overly concerned with his safety anymore. Dude, you were so manly. Kirishima gushes. Dash. How do you feel, Karo? Okay, Dash. You took on that huge beast and it just fell. Like, yeah, you got hurt, but you beat it. Yes, I did, and I never want to do it again. Totally saved our butts. I didn't, Dash. Glory hog. Mineta's comment doesn't bother Izuku enough to warrant the chop to the head he gets from Ida, but Izuku doesn't protest against it. So give me your number. Izuku blinks. What did he miss? Dash. I didn't have your number when you got hurt, so I'm going to get it now, Uraraka explains. Actually, it would be a good idea for the class officers to have everyone's number, Yaoyorozu suggests. Maybe we could even have a class group chat. Izuku nods, ignoring the evil glint in Kaminari's and Uraraka's eyes. Yes, that would be a good idea. The next few minutes of class are spent adding numbers to his phone. Never in a million years would Izuku have thought to fill his contacts with so many people. Everyone get in their seats, Aizawa mumbles, zombie walking through the door. Discarding the order, Ida shoots out of his seat. Sensei, is it wise to be back to work so soon? I'm fine, Ida. Sit down. The boy bows and bays. In light of the events at USJ, UA is requiring all of you to attend at least one session with the school counselor. You may schedule it any time this week. For how long? Uraraka asks, raising her hand. The counselor will determine that, Aizawa replies. Some of you may only need one session, while others may need a regular schedule. I will repeat that it is mandatory. If your parents have any questions or objections, then they may contact the school and set up a meeting. Now, more importantly, the sports festival is coming up. Yaoyorozu puts her hand up. Yaoyorozu. Sensei, is it wise to do this so soon after the villain attack? Aizawa sighs. No, it isn't. But unfortunately, this isn't something you all can afford to miss. This year's festival will have 10 times more security than ever, but it will go on. This is your opportunity to get yourself out there and make connections. You will get offers for internships from pro heroes, depending on how well you do. In the event that you get no offers, UA has a list of heroes willing to take you on as interns. You all should do your best. Plus ultra. The school's motto is said as unenthusiastically as possible. Class rolls on as usual, bar the few kids Uraraka, Kuda, Todoroki, Sato, Hagakure that are called to see the counselor. The counselor is Asahi Yumiko, hero name, Mirage, if Izuku remembers from reading UA's employee files. She's a retired stealth hero who has a psychology degree and decided to become a therapist because it suits her quirk, Mind Sift. It allows her to replicate memories, block them, create false ones or visual illusions, But the part that serves her best in her new role as a therapist is Asahi's ability to experience memories. Using the last ability is noted to drain her, depending on the mood of the memory, but according to her file, Asahi can feel, hear, and see everything. That might be a problem if she'll be checking Izuku for trauma. While the counselor is probably just looking for any issues relating to USJ, there's no telling what she'll find if she happens to see anything else. Doriya? Izuku's body reacts to the hand on his shoulder before his mind does. He grabs the hand harshly, preparing to flip the person, but stops, meeting Snipe's wide eyes. I didn't hear you. Tensely, Izuku forces himself to let go of the man's wrist. Sorry. Snipe stares at him a moment before nodding. It's all right, kid. The bell rang fair lunch, and you were staring out into space. Oh, I was thinking, Izuku says, running a hand over his hair. You feelin' okay? I could write ya a pass for the infirmary. No, I'm fine. Just a little stressed, I guess. The masked pro-hero pauses, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, like guns, kid? Yes. And that's basically how Izuku finds himself at UA's shooting range. Snipe runs him through safety procedure. Izuku puts his hearing and eye protection in and Snipe hands him a handgun. I come here when I'm stressed, Snipe explains, loading his own firearm. Now, not many first years come down here, 'cause it's a second and third year class, but if a first year gets some supervision, they'll be alright. You know how to fire a gun? Izuku shrugs and points his gun at the end of the row where the target is. Without a warning, Izuku fires off 2 shots, one hitting the middle dead-on with the other right beside it. Snipe's eyes widen. Too much? The bell rings and Snipe shoos Midoriya to his next class with the promise that he can come down whenever, provided he asks. Still sort of shocked, Snipe walks to the teacher's lounge. If it wasn't for your mask, you'd have caught flies now, Aizawa says, flicking his gaze toward him. How can you tell? Yamada cries, gesturing wildly at Snipe. You can see no part of his face. That's just how Sho is. Kayama teases, draping her arms around Aizawa. Get off of me. Aizawa growls and shrugs her off. Kayama huffs and feigns offense before smiling and making her way towards him. So, Snipe, what's got your locks in a twist? He's a wonderful shot, he whispers. Aizawa blinks. What? Aizawa, tell me, are you aware that one of your students has near-perfect aim? Aizawa rolls his eyes, groaning. Which one started the food fight? Bakugu? Kaminari? Mineta? God, give me a reason to expel that little dash. Midoriya, Snipe interrupts. It's Midoriya. Midoriya started a food fight? Yamada says, confused. That little listener is an angel. Under his breath, Aizawa mutters something that sounds like, that's what you think. No, not a food fight. We were down at the shooting range. I thought only the second and third years were allowed down there. Snipe shrugs. The kid looked like he had a lot on his mind. Thought it'd do him some good. Aizawa inhales and exhales slowly in annoyance. Of course you did. Beginner's luck? Kayama suggests. No, we were down there for most of lunch. He never missed the center's inner circle once. Yamada lets out a low whistle. Where'd the kid learn? Well, he's part of the program, right? Kayama says. I hear they've got great self-defense classes. A teenager with a gun, Nimuri? Aizawa scoffs. Self-defense. That's ridiculous. The woman shrugs, ignoring Aizawa's obvious bad mood. Still, I'm going to ask Nizu if dash. I am here, listening to your conversation. Nizu announces, riding in on Yagi's shoulder. Now, what did you want to ask me about? How did you never mind? Snipe shakes his head. I'd like to request firing range sessions for Midoriya Izuku. Oh, may I ask why? The boy is a spectacular shot, one of the best I've seen in a long time. Young Midoriya? Yagi seems perplexed. He seems like such a sweet boy. Now, guns don't mean he's not a cinnamon roll. Kayama breaks in. Maybe he used his quirk. It's analysis, right? He could have used it to figure out how to hit the target best. Cinnamon roll? Aizawa repeats incredulously. In any case, I approve. Your request. Nizu says. Now I must go. Next PRD Midoriya and I have our quirk sessions. I mustn't be late. Onward Yagi. Nizu taps Yagi on the head, almost like a horse. The skeletal man sighs and walks out the door again. Nizu smiles when he hears the telltale thrice knock of Midoriya's arrival. Come in. He sing-songs. Hesitantly, the door is opened, hints of a smile on the boy's lips as he pokes his head in. Hello, Nizu-sensei. Good afternoon, Midoriya. Tea? No thank you. Midoriya sets his bag beside him. Very well. Sipping on the steaming cup, Nizu beams. How have you been? Fine. Snipe told me you're quite a shot. That he did. Midoriya almost winces at Nizu's loud admission. Sorry. I know he mentioned only the second and third years are allowed down their dash. Nizu raises his paw. There's no need for apologies. It's quite all right, Midoriya. Oh. If you don't mind me asking, how did you learn to hit the mark so well? The program teaches us, he says, rubbing the back of his neck with his gaze to the floor. Part of self-defense, and it's required for any of the people who want to be agents. Agents? Government officials. The rat claps his paws together. I see. Well, that's enough chit-chat, don't you think? Let's get started. Yes, sir. At this, Midoriya produces a nondescript black binder from his bag. I haven't found much since yesterday, to be honest. Well, let's see what you have. Realistically, Midoriya doesn't usually present things that Nizu doesn't already know. His quirk is high specs, after all, giving him a much sharper mind than any human. But, barring the occasions that Midoriya brings him new facts, the reason Nizu asked him to help with this case is partly to exercise his quirk in mind, and because Midoriya has a tendency to introduce facts in a different light that Nizu never considers. His in-depth analysis reports are the links between the major facts they know and trigger more possibilities and suspects. Truth be told, everyone is a suspect, besides Nizu himself. While he can't entirely rule Midoriya out, he's confident the boy has little to hide in that respect. The bell rings and Nizu, reluctantly, releases Midoriya to his next teacher. As he's on his way out the door, Midoriya's phone buzzes and he takes it out. Normally, Nizu would scold Midoriya for phone usage during school hours, but he dismisses it, deciding to continue reading the book that he had started before Midoriya came in. Out of the corner of his eye, Nizu sees the boy full body flinch at whatever's on his screen and hastily stuffs the phone into his bag. He races off with an apology, leaving the door open, which is odd for the polite boy. Nizu's tail twitches. Very odd indeed. Izuku races through the halls, cursing under his breath. What the hell could Pain want in the middle of the day? All he texted was, emergency level gamma. Get to compound. I'll pick you up. The last time this happened is when Draco, fire-breathing villain, lets loose on the town and they are called to neutralize the threat. Izuku won't lie, it felt kind of wrong shooting his father's brother down from a third-story window, but it had to be done. Even Endeavor couldn't compete with those flames. Izuku sprints around a corner and runs face first into the less solid form of Yagi Tashinori. The man seems surprised, if the spurt of blood from his lips is any indication, but braces himself enough to keep from falling, only stumbling back a few steps. Why young Midoriya? Izuku reaches out to steady the man, trying to slow the rapid beating of his heart. Sorry, Yagi, he says before internally cursing because, shit, he isn't supposed to know All Might's real name. The giant's eyes widen ever so slightly, but he brushes the look away and smiles. It's all right, my boy. I've been meaning to speak with you. Are you available now? Am I available? Izuku thinks bitterly, suppressing a laugh. Actually, I have to get to the office, Izuku says. Something's happened. Just to sell it, he turns on the waterworks. Yagi sputters, trying to comfort the poor boy. A family emergency? Why, I've got to go. Without another word, Izuku, as politely as he can, brushes past the hero and continues his mad run to the office. He is so massively screwed. Midoriya Izuku to the front office, Midoriya Izuku to the front office. Present mic announces over the PA system. Shoyuta watches his student flash by him in the hallway, nearly knocking into him. After hearing Hisashi's announcement, he wonders what's going on. Ellis receives strange looks when he arrives at UA's main office and asks for Midoriya Izuku, citing a family emergency. Once they look at Midoriya's files and see Ellis listed as an emergency contact, they call for Midoriya to come. The teachers try and get some information on what's happened, but Ellis just tosses them some vague details and tries to look as upset as he is impatient, because they have to go. Midoriya bursts into the room, eyes wild and alert, because the last time they had an emergency level gamma, half the city was totaled. That cleanup had not been fun. "Let's go," Ellis says, grabbing onto Midoriya and rushing out of the office. Midoriya wisely keeps pace with him, because there's no way in hell Ellis is slowing down for the greenette in a situation like this. The limo isn't waiting for them outside, because it's too slow. Ellis hops on his bike and Midoriya climbs on behind him, tightly securing his arms around Ellis' waist. He rummages through the back for a helmet while Ellis guns it, not having time for a helmet. Speeding laws be dmed, Ellis thinks, making a sharp turn down onto another street. Midoriya squeaks and holds on even tighter. Ellis doesn't comment on how he really can't breathe like this. When they get to the compound, they hurry inside, flying through security and check-in. Most of the team is present, barring Akagi Chiyo, who's still. Bringing in Ogura and Nishida. "ETA 2 minutes, she informs him through her cell. "Get suited up," he orders and Midoriya nods, sprinting off to the changing rooms. 5 minutes later, the entire team is loading into a jet, ready to mobilize in downtown Tokyo. 5 of those Nomus Midoriya reported on during the USJ attack have been spotted in downtown Tokyo. They seem to be upgrades of the one at the USJ. Ellis ignores how pale Midoriya becomes. Great, Izuku thinks. The monster that killed him at least 48 times is now upgraded and there are 5 of them, not to mention that there are more civilians to worry about. He forces himself to breathe and pulls his mask up over his face, concealing his identity. The mask covers his entire face and is a dark color with 2 holes for eyes. All the roads are blocked off coming into the downtown area, so we're dropping in. "Pain, Ellis announces. Diving gear on. We drop in 3 minutes. Izuku secures his goggles in place and straps a parachute to his back. The back of the plane opens. "What time were they first spotted?" Izuku shouts over the roar of the wind. "A little after 1. Pain replies before jumping. The rest of the team follows suit. "Please don't make this something I have to die for," Izuku thinks, plummeting toward the city below. "I don't think I could take another one of those." The pavement never looked so soft. The second Aizawa Shoyuta steps into his classroom, alarm bells start sounding. Level 5 threat detected less than 7 miles from UA High School. Evacuate students to the shelters. Shoyuta swears, spinning around on his heel and sprinting to where his students are. He runs into a few Gen Ed students and herds them toward the shelters. When he's confident the entire class is there, he does a head count. His blood runs cold. Midoriya. Midoriya left early for a family emergency. Midoriya lives near downtown Tokyo. Shoyuta whips his phone out and quickly dials Midoriya, but it goes straight to voicemail. "Sensei?" Uraraka says. "Is Deku okay?" He chooses to avoid answering until he knows. "Do you have his number?" "Weiss. Call him." Aizawa pauses. Anyone who has Midoriya's number should try to reach him now. After a few minutes of frantic calls and texts, no one's gotten through to Midoriya. "Everyone stay here," he orders. "If I hear that one of you even thought about following me, I will expel you immediately." With that, he rushes off to go find Midoriya. He's not going to lose a student again. His capture weapon begins to rise as his irises flare red. "Don't you dare be dead, problem child." As soon as the city gets closer, Izuku deploys the parachute and lands on a short apartment building. He cuts the cords away and sets up. "Pain, what's the mission?" "Is. Take down the Nomus, protect the civilians and get a sample of the Nomus," Pain replies. "Priority ratings. Sample, civilian safety, Nomu takedown." Izuku blinks in surprise. You've got to be kidding. Do as you're told, Yomi. Pain snaps before going to speak to Crimson over the comms. Just as this is said, a Nomu descends on the street before Izuku, shrieking and smashing into a shop. People scream. Priority ratings be demed, Izuku thinks, taking a shot at its head. The Noma howls and spins around. Right? Izuku remembers belatedly. Regeneration. The Noma flies up at him. Izuku recognizes the wings from a childhood bully of his. Tsubasa? The thing stalls before it picks Izuku up in his claws and tries to tear him apart. Tsubasa, stop. The thing doesn't, its claws digging into his shoulder. Izuku screams. Saying a quick, mournful prayer for the creature's soul, Izuku slams a small but powerful bomb onto Tsubasa's back and throws himself off the roof. What was once his friend blows up in an explosion of brilliant flame. Izuku tries to pretend he doesn't feel bad about it. It's not hard, since he's got incoming pavement that's about to be splattered with what was once him. Just before he collides against the street, Oni, Lana, grabs onto the back of his uniform and warps them a few feet away. Idiot, she hisses. Yeah, sorry, he says, somewhat earnest, some sarcastic. They begin helping the people from the ruined shop. My son, a man sobs. He was going to the bathroom and I haven't seen him dash. We'll find him, sir, Oni promises. What's his name? Izuku asks. Chiharu. H's name is Chiharu. She taps Izuku on the shoulder and waves for him to follow her in. They proceed cautiously through the rubble of the unstable building. Chiharu. Izuku calls. Kaiharu. Oni halts, her bat-like ears twitching. Wait. Her ears turn to one side. Someone is there. Izuku turns in the direction Oni's ears are pointing. Sure enough, a boy maybe a little older than Izuku is half visible under a pile of rubble. They sprint over, ignoring the unsteady ground. Izuku kneels beside the boy and slips his hands under his head. Chiharu. Chiharu, Izuku says, gently shaking him. Wake up. A low groan passes over the boy's lips. He's alive, Oni says. Yeah, no shit, Izuku snaps. She glares at him and begins shifting the rubble so Izuku can slowly pull Chiharu out. The building trembles and what's left of the ceiling falls. Oni curses in Russian and grabs onto both Chiharu and Izuku. One moment they're in a crumbling building, the next they're midair in front of the building Izuku blew the Nomo up on, and then they're on the ground, several yards from the shop. I didn't get good look around, Oni says between heavy breaths. Chiharu ums, still half-conscious in Izuku's arms. The boy's father sees them before they see him. Chiharu. Oni teleports Chiharu and his father to one of the medical units racing around the scene. Izuku curses the fact that he's left his weapons on the roof. Clutching his injured shoulder, Izuku begins to go for the roof before he hears another cry for help and comes face to face with Tsubasa. Should have been dead. As the thing shrieks, Izuku realizes that it's going to be another long day. It's been one hell of a day, Izuku mutters to himself as he drags the decapitated head of a Nomu to Pain. He's covered head to toe in blood, some his, most not. Either way, when he gets home, he's taking a long hot shower. Pain only nods silently, helping Izuku move the head into a cooler. We'll take this to the lab once we get back, he tells him. Let's go, Yomi. Izuku begins to leave when his comm crackles to life. Yomi, Ghost says. There's a man looking for you. Izuku groans. Can it wait, Ghost? I dash. He says his name is Eraserhead. He pauses. God damn it, he sighs. He'll be there, Pain replies before turning to Izuku. Your teacher can't see you like this. Go get cleaned up. Change in the back of the jet. The jet is parked on an abandoned, ruined street. Izuku changes into civilian clothes, only taking time to wipe away some of the blood. His shoulder burns at every movement. Might want to get that checked out. Izuku leaves the jet and when he's halfway down the street, he hears the jet take off. Great. Finding a ride to the compound after this is over is also something he's going to have to do. He wanders the streets looking for his teacher. Midoriya. Before he can fully turn around, Eraserhead's capture weapon wraps around him and yanks him forward. Izuku yelps at the pain that shoots through his body. Aizawa immediately loosens his grip on his restraints and drops Izuku right in front of him. "You're hurt," he says almost critically. Izuku offers a sheepish smile. "Only a little." Aizawa scowls. "Have you gotten checked out yet?" No. His teacher sighs and spins around on his heel. "We're going to Recovery Girl. With any luck you didn't reopen any of the wounds from USJ." He hadn't even thought of that. Aizawa hails one of the buses leaving the downtown Tokyo area. He's silent the entire time, lower half of his face buried in his capture weapon. Izuku notices a few scattered bruises and cuts on his teacher's hands and face, but what's most prominent is Aizawa's glare. Best not to ask. Izuku checks the time. It's almost 3 o'clock, which means he's been out for 2 hours. School should be over soon. Speaking of which, "Sensei, is everyone okay?" His teacher huffs. "Everyone was evacuated to UA's shelters. They're fine. You were the only one unaccounted for." "That you didn't have to come and get me." "Yes, I did. I am your teacher and it is only logical that I ensure your safety." "Sorry for the trouble." Aizawa rolls his eyes, flicking the center of his forehead. "Forget it, problem child." Izuku hums and pulls out his now cracked phone, DMN, which explosion did this? As soon as he opens it, he's met with a wall of missed calls and unread texts. "Your classmates tried to get a hold of you." They don't talk much the rest of the trip, but Izuku can feel Aizawa keeping an eye on him, like he's afraid he'll disappear. Sigh passes over his lips as he leans his head back against the bus seat and deflates. Today's been hectic to say the least. The near-silent bus ride is welcome. Izuku listens to the sound of the wheels turning, driving over wet pavement as the sky begins to open up. Water droplets spatter the window like blood-like tears. Aizawa shifts into a more comfortable position and tucks his head into his capture weapon, eyes shut. Between teaching and hero work, Izuku would like to know how the man stays awake. Lord knows he can hardly manage to between school and the program and the nightmares. Izuku stares out the window at the bleak sky. It's days like these he wishes Kino were here. The older boy always loved the gray days when he could look up and see the vast expanse of the heavens above him, let the rain fall on his face and wash him clean of every horrible experiment. "Midoriya. We're here." His teacher's gruff, annoyed tone contrasts with the gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku nods and they leave the bus. UA is flooded with students eager to get home after the Tokyo incident. "Through here," Aizawa says, waving him toward a side door. They stroll the emptying halls of UA, stopping in front of the infirmary. "Deku!" Someone from behind nearly knocks him over, but quickly lets go at Aizawa's reprimand. "Where were you?" Uraraka asks. "You weren't with us, Dash." "Family emergency," Izuku forces out, smiling. "But it's fine now." "Oh, what happened?" Uraraka asks, tilting her head. "It's not personal." Feigning sadness, Izuku hopes Aizawa's not getting suspicious. "Phone number," Shinso says, shoving his phone at him. "Ida what?" The wild-haired boy bites his lip and glares at the ground. "We were in the shelter and I didn't know if you were okay." "Give me your phone number." "Are you Sue Dash?" "Just give me the DMN number, Midoriya." Izuku obliges, smile a little more genuine this time. Satisfied, Shinso and Uraraka leave. "If you're done, the old lady's ready to see you," Aizawa drones. Izuku is hesitant to enter the infirmary, but he really doesn't have much choice in the matter. "So you're back." Recovery Girl spins around in her chair like she's been expecting them. "Glad to see you back in one piece, dearie." "Glad to, be back in one piece." Thankfully, he hasn't made any of his USJ injuries worse. One kiss from Recovery Girl, and all of the wounds that spawned from the downtown Tokyo incident are, relatively, healed. Of course, now he's dead on his feet. "I'll take him home," Aizawa offers. "His house is on my patrol route anyway." Recovery Girl casts a skeptical look at the hero, but says nothing about it and sends them on their way with a bag of gummies. Izuku would probably be more surprised that Aizawa has a car if he wasn't so tired. The idea that his teacher has a house or apartment and doesn't just sleep at UA is strange. He had read Aizawa's file, of course, had logically known that the pro has an apartment, and a rather nice one at that. But after meeting him, the fact just seems a little out of character. Izuku climbs in as Aizawa starts the car. He glances around, his eyes falling on a stack of CDs. You like Taylor Swift? The American singer is popular in Western countries, but she doesn't strike Izuku as the kind of artist Eraserhead of all people would be interested in. Aizawa doesn't answer for a moment, instead keeping his eyes trained on the road. No one will believe you. No, they wouldn't, Izuku agrees silently with a hum. Shinso might, but that's just speculation with no proof. Now if he had a camera, Midoriya, what are you? Put your phone down. After pulling over and threats of expulsion, Izuku agrees to delete the pictures. They drive in silence for a bit, pausing at an intersection. Hey sensei, do you think dash? Just as the light changes, tires screech and the entire car lurches at the impact. Izuku's brain doesn't have time to process what's happening. The car flips, he's not sure how many times, coming to rest upside down. Distantly, Izuku can hear sirens blaring. That's not what he's concerned with. What's bothering him is his teacher. And Aizawa isn't moving. Sensei? Sensei. Aizawa's hanging limply upside down, blood dripping from a gash in his head. Someone opens a car door and casually walks around to the passenger side of the totaled vehicle. You ruined my life, she growls. Yeah, I tend to do that a lot, Izuku snaps. You killed my brother. She bares her teeth, unadulterated fury in her eyes. I hate you. I want you to die. She PPS her gun, hands trembling. The bullet enters right between his eyes, spraying the inside of the car with his brain and blood. Lifeless, Izuku hangs upside down next to Aizawa. Izuku remembers the first time he died all too well. You're just like the rest of them, Watanabe growls, holding him by his hair. Fat tears roll down his cheeks. I'm sorry. The good doctor throws him down, scowling. I have no use of you anymore. Still sobbing, Izuku hears a gun PP behind him. It goes off and pain explodes in his head. Izuku falls forward, unable to move, his limbs like lead. Darkness sweeps his vision, closing the curtain on the final act of his too brief life. And then he opens his eyes the day before, sleeping next to Kino. God knows no one can blame him for waking up screaming. He can't fail the doctor this time around. It's the first time he regrets ever praying for a quirk. Izuku snaps his head back, inhaling sharply. Aizawa glances over, giving him a questioning look. His teacher's corpse hangs beside him, lifeless and bloodied. It's all his fault. What's wrong? Just forgot to do something, he mumbles. Izuku quickly glances around. They're not at the intersection yet. Can you take a right here? Why? Aizawa asks as he makes the turn. I have to get some groceries. A simple lie that makes enough sense given the scenario is going to save both of their lives. Aizawa sighs, muttering something like, I'm not your driver, as he pulls up to the grocery store. The murderous woman drives by. As they step into the store, Izuku considers his options. Tell Eraserhead. Pros. I don't have to deal with it. Eraserhead is a pro hero and he can probably handle it. 'Cause she might talk when caught. Even if she doesn't, he's going to want to know why she's after me. Aizawa might get hurt. I will feel extremely bad and the director might kill me if that happens. Okay, so that one's a maybe. Deal with it myself. Pros. I get to decide how to do it. No one has to get involved. Aizawa doesn't have to know. 'Cause I have to decide how to do it. Someone's probably going to get involved. I'll most likely end up dying and resetting. How am I going to get away from Aizawa to deal with her? If she knows about the agency, I'll have to kill her or bring her to the compound. I am very tired and want this day to be over, so I don't actually want to deal with her myself. Okay, option 2 is also a maybe. Fake my death and get the hell out of the country. Pros. Fresh start. Running away from problems is an A+ method of dealing with them. 'Cause Director Arai still knows about my quirk and is going to come looking for me. High school student no money. That last one is drastic, but he can't lie. Izuku's quietly considering it in the back of his mind. Midoriya. You've been staring into space for the last 3 minutes. Are you okay? Option 1 or 2. Option 1 or 2. Option 1 or 2. Chancing a glance outside, Izuku sees the woman sitting in her running car, watching them carefully. She averts her eyes when he looks at her. His teacher is dead. He's never going to expel another student, complain about his class, watch a stupid cat video, or patrol the streets at night. Izuku blinks and turns to smile at Aizawa. It's nothing. I was just thinking about what I need to buy. The man nods. Hurry up. Izuku scurries off with a basket, filling it with miscellaneous groceries as he tries to formulate a plan. Where does he know that woman from? Electric blue hair, green eyes, familiar. He knows he's met. It hits him all at once. Dr. Watanabe, one of the subjects, isn't cooperating. Please, allow me to oversee his punishment. You should have never been born, you worm. Everything hurts. Legs covered in bruises. Broken bones. Lacerated arms. The blood from his body moving independently as he writhes in pain. Blood on his lips. Blood in his teeth. Blood in his hair. Please, stop. Please dash. Screams. No more. It hurts. My name is Dr. Ejiri Dai. Step out of line, and I will kill you. Izuku believes those cold green eyes. Blue hair matted with an ugly, warm red. Izuku standing over the body, eyes cold. The other doctor's gun is in his hand, the chamber 1 bullet from being fully loaded. He raises the gun and fires again into a vital spot. Just to be sure. Izuku realizes he's been staring into space and quickly finishes gathering whatever small things can justify. Coming to the store. He'll lead her to his house and inform the program of the situation. She'll be dealt with accordingly. After paying for his groceries, Izuku gets back in the car with his teacher. On the way there, instead of taking the back roads Aizawa wants to, Izuku lies and has them drive through the busier part of the city that's a shortcut. It kind of is, as long as they catch the lights, and they do sometimes, but in the process Izuku learns a few things about how his teacher feels about the other Mizudafu drivers. This is it, Izuku says and goes to open the door. Aizawa stops him. Don't get out of the car. We're being followed. I know you've noticed. But were you going to get out and try and deal with it yourself? What if they have a weapon? What would you do then? I can't answer this question honestly. Nothing. Izuku drops his head. Sorry, sensei. The problem child. The police have been called. Just sit here until then. I don't need to bury another student. The last part is added quietly, probably something Izuku isn't meant to hear. So they sit and lapse into a very uncomfortable silence. Aizawa scowls every time Ejiri's sister's car circles around the block. Do you know her? Izuku doesn't look at his teacher. No. Aizawa says nothing else until the police arrive and arrest her. Ejiri's sister maintains her silence as she's put in the police cruiser. Izuku stays in Aizawa's car alone, as the pro has gotten out to speak with Tsukachi. League of Villains? No. Run her name through the database to get back to you. Soon. Interview? Save. Tomorrow. Problem child, long day. Alright, school. Aizawa turns and knocks on the window. Problem child. Izuku gets out. Yes. Don't get into trouble. Yes, I mean sensei. The man pauses, eyes slowly boring into Izuku. Is your father up there? I'd need to talk to him. Izuku frowns, tilting his head. Didn't you get my letter? My dad moved to America for work. Aizawa blinks, but Izuku's already climbing the stairs to his apartment. Forget going to the compound. He's going to sleep. The second Midoriya enters Asahi Yumiko's office, she knows something's off. Midoriya's eyes are too dull for a child, too dead and distant. She has a feeling he'll be a frequent patient. I am one of UA's therapists, specifically geared toward trauma. I know. Yumiko doesn't comment on that. My quirk will allow me to experience memories as you do. I'm asking permission to use it on you. Her eyes roam the boy's face for any sort of reaction. If that's all right with you. His face betrays nothing. It is. Ignoring the boy's obvious red flags for now, Yumiko extends her hand to the boy, eyes turning white. Then let's begin. He takes her hand and the world fades to black. The first thing that hits Yumiko when they enter Midoriya's memories is the all-too-familiar scent of blood. It's not a good sign, but taking into account Midoriya's confrontation with the villains at USJ, it makes sense. Or it would if they were at USJ. Yumiko stares at the half-visible body of a green-haired woman, buried under a pile of rubble. Izuku! Run! The bloodied woman reaches out. Midoriya stands in front of her, trying to push the rubble off. Mom dash. Just run. Yumiko watches as younger Midoriya is pushed forward by some unseen force. A villain sweeps over the street, bringing the rubble down. Young Midoriya runs. Where are we? Yumiko asks. A villain attack on Jabami Street. Happened almost 9 years ago, the boy replies, eyes glued to the scene with a distinct sadness Yumiko has come to associate with older heroes. Is that woman your mother? She was, is all he says in an unreadable voice. I'm sorry. Don't be. Asahi turns her attention back to the younger version of the boy, who's desperately scrambling through the streets. He turns into an alley and ducks down as another explosion rocks the buildings around him. Fat tears roll down over freckled cheeks. He sobs. Midoriya Izuku, right? Yumiko and past Midoriya snap their heads toward the voice. If she had still been watching the current Midoriya, she would have seen how he balled his fists and glared at the ground. Who are you? The young boy asks in a watery voice. He brings his hands to his face to scrub away the tears. I'm a hero, the man tells him, and I want you to help me help others. In an act of wisdom unusual for a child of young Midoriya's age, he backs away. Leave me alone. The smile falls from the stranger's lips. Sorry it has to be this way then. Something lurches forward and past Izuku hits the ground hard. Midoriya, Yumiko begins cautiously. His name is Dr. Watanabe Isuru, Izuku replies. Dr. Watanabe of Watanabe Research Facility? Yumiko says slowly. Yes. Izuku pauses. Remember those quirk enhancers and suppressants they released and discontinued a few years back? She nods, a horrific realization dawning on her. They were recalled due to be in violation of the dash. They were made with people, to be put simply. Yumiko looks back to the memory, where Izuku is being loaded into a van. The man she'd admired for so long gets into the passenger side and the van drives off. The scene shifts. Past Izuku is sitting with another boy looking to be a few years older than himself. Gone are Midoriya's curls, shaved into a crew cut, a little similar to the undercut the current Midoriya sports, and he's dressed in gray clothes, pants and a loose long-sleeved shirt, on which the number 0321 is clearly printed. It's bad, the boy the former hero doesn't recognize admits. But you get used to it. Eventually. I want to go home, Izuku sobs, curling into the other boy's stomach. I want my mama. The older boy hesitantly strokes Izuku's head. Get used to it, he says, putting an arm around the boy. You're never getting out. Who's that? Something passes over the present Midoriya's face that Yumiko doesn't have enough time to identify before it's gone. Kino. His name was Kino. Is he dash? He's dead, Izuku quite nearly snaps before he regains his composure. The raw pain in his eyes is once again hidden by what Yumiko has dubbed the cloud. A mask of subtle regret and indifference covers his face. Sorry. He died. A while ago. What happened? The former hero's voice is soft and gentle. The memory changes. Before them unfolds the sort of scene that Yumiko hasn't seen since her days as Mirage. The memory bears such gore, she briefly turns her head away. She wrinkles her nose at the smell, coppery bitter with the obvious scent of sweat and tears. It seems like the air itself reeks of death. Near the center of the room, a young teen boy's body hangs much like a cut of meat from the ceiling. He is suspended by his wrists, which are tied with chains attached to the ceiling. Past Izuku races up to the corpse. Kino. Get that thing down, one of the scientists still lingering at the door barks. Kino falls to the ground, eyes open, yet still empty. Little Izuku clings to the boy's side. Kino, please. Wake up. The scientist does something that results in a click and the body falls. Ejiri needs to stop being so rough with the subjects. We're almost out. Soon we'll have to find more. I'll call the runts down at disposal. They'll get rid of the body. Yumiko can't believe her ears. Despite the horrific things being said, Izuku, both past and present, doesn't take his eyes off Kino, his incessant pleas for the older boy to wake up cluttering the air. Through her quirk, Yumiko can feel an acute sense of heartbreak and loss tearing holes in Izuku's soul. Her very heart feels as if it's been violently ripped from her chest. If her quirk isn't enough, Izuku's shrieks of anguish surely are. The painful feeling in her chest only increases as her throat becomes raw from all the screaming past Izuku does. How old was he? She asks, voice hoarse. 14. She pauses. How old were you? 0.9. Izuku's hands tremble ever so slightly. I was 9. Let's go back, she says. Izuku only nods. Yumiko starts to go back when they run into a memory, more recent than the others at the facility. It all hits her at once, the excruciating physical pain clawing at her flesh, though there are no wounds, the gasps of fresh air she steals despite the crushing weight on her chest, the all-consuming cloud of unconsciousness looming above her, taunting her, telling her to give in. Yumiko falls to the floor, trying to steady herself, to regain control. Where is this coming from? The world around her spins. Flashes of a broken body, that of Midoriya Izuku, hanging from the ceiling. Midoriya stares over the barrel of the gun. A limping sprint through a suburban neighborhood. A screaming man calling 1-1, being restrained at the hospital. Screaming. Crying. So, a well-dressed man says, extending his hand. What do you say, Midoriya Izuku? Will you join the program? Finally, blackness. When they open their eyes again, Yumiko inhales sharply, tears stinging her eyes. For the sake of her professional relationship with Midoriya, she chokes them back and tries to discreetly collect herself. Well, that's all the time we have, Yumiko says. You'll need to speak to Principal Nizu regarding what's been seen. If I have your permission. It's fine. How can it just be fine? He's just a kid, not even 18 yet. So how can he walk around without breaking down every few minutes? This can't have taken place all that long ago. Well, thank you. We'll be in touch shortly. Midoriya nods, gathers his things and bows before he leaves. Alone in the quiet of her own office, Asahi Yumiko finally breaks down. Nizu's ears perk up at the sound of Midoriya at his door. Come in, Midoriya. The door opens, but the boy pauses at the sight of Nizu and Aizawa sitting at one of the couches. Please sit, Nizu urges. Midoriya moves across the room to the spot, keeping his eyes on them, yet trying to appear relaxed. This is about the therapy session, he says with certainty. Nizu feels a spark of pride in his chest. The boy's face is carefully blank, as Nizu had taught him. Not that Nizu had wanted him to use this method against him. The avoidance of the question sets the boy's lips in a slight frown. No thanks. He shrugs. Suit yourself. Can we get to the point? Aizawa grumbles and Nizu catches a suppressed flinch from Midoriya. Right. Sorry, Aizawa. Nizu sips the steaming cup of tea. To answer your question, Asahi did voice very grave concerns about what was seen during your session, none of which were mentioned on your file. Truth be told, this sort of thing hits a little too close for him. What do you want to know? Whatever you're comfortable with telling us. Midoriya reaches behind his head and awkwardly rubs his neck, one of the telltale signs of nerves. Tea. Nizu offers again. This time, Midoriya quietly requests some and Nizu pours him a cup. So, he says, passing the cup over to the student. Why don't you tell us about it? And so he speaks. How did you escape? Aizawa inquires as the boy's story draws to an end. Izuku winces, visibly this time. It was after a punishment session. I escaped using one of the doctor's keycards. I ran and ended up in a neighborhood. Eventually, I found someone and they called the police. He swallows thickly, raising the cup of tea to his lips again. Both Nizu and Izawa sit in stunned silence. Why wasn't it on your file? Izawa repeats softer. All of the drags made from this branch of the Watanabe facility were recalled, but they said all research done by Dr. Watanabe at the time was independent and did not reflect the beliefs or the methods of the Watanabe family or their facility. Izuku pauses. Dr. Watanabe Isuru and his associates were all arrested. Whatever subjects lived were freed. But Watanabe Research Facility wasn't shut down. Nizu presses. Watanabe Research Facility had recently been signed to do government-assigned work. It would reflect badly on the Japanese government if this came out. Izuku sets his cup down, appearing rather calm. Nizu is no fool, though Midoriya hides it well. The decision obviously left him seething. Best not to mention it now. They're here for information at the moment. That woman who was following you yesterday Izawa begins. I know her. Izawa narrows his eyes. How? Her brother was Dr. Watanabe's right-hand man. So what does that have to do with you? I killed her brother. Izuku steps into the office. A man with dark hair and rectangular glasses smiles politely at him. The man is seated behind a great desk with files stacked in piles on it. He looks normal, but something about him sets off alarm bells in Izuku's head. Take a seat, Izuku, he says and gestures to the chair in front of him. Izuku wordlessly sits down, keeping a very sharp eye on him. Now, Izuku, before we begin, I want to acknowledge that you've been through something very terrible. I'm sorry for that. All he does is nod. The man stands and begins pacing the room in slow, deliberate strides. Do you know why I called you here? Izuku shakes his head. No, sir, he says softly. A sly smile spreads across his lips and he pauses. Izuku, I want you to join the Imperial Scholars Program. The statement startles Izuku. What does that have to do with anything? Why? He nods and resumes his rounds around the room. The general population of Japan thinks that the program is used for students of the highest caliber, and in part, that is true. But there is another side to the program. Having made his way back to his desk, he opens a file and hands it to Izuku. We train the students to be top-of-the-line agents for the government. Our students learn to fight, use their quirks to their full potential, hack, negotiate, etc., etc. The man halts, looking Izuku in the eyes. And of course, kill. Izuku instantly drops the folder like it burned him. No, he says, voice stern. Ignoring his outburst, the man picks up folder, maintaining eye contact with him. Ah, he says almost apologetically. You don't want to kill anyone, do you? He glares in response. The man sighs. Well, a lot of our kids are like that in the beginning. Tell me, Izuku, what happened after you were kidnapped? Silence. The man continues, tone easy and nonchalant. I'll bet you were tortured. Experimented on. I heard they tried to kill you. Numerous times. He leans in close. But you just kept coming back. The intensity in his eyes fades and he walks to the window that overlooks Mizudafu. Izuku, would you mind coming over here? Warily, Izuku gets up from the couch and slowly walks to the window beside the director, keeping ample space between them. The dangerous man stares out the window at the city. You see all those people, Izuku? They live their lives as happily as survivors do whatever it takes. He stops before a slow smirk twists his face. You want to kill me, don't you? His eyes widen and Izuku freezes like a rabbit. That's not wrong, I tried to hurt you. But by your logic, doesn't that make you bad? Aren't you a villain? Instantly, he drops scissors and retreats towards the door. The man brushes himself off and approaches. Those happy people out there aren't like you. You aren't like them. They will never understand your experience. They'll tell you to move on when you know you can't. Bad things happen in life, don't they? You should let it go. But you know you can't. He's right in front of Izuku now. Where they see people, you see enemies at every corner. Where they see peace, you see a million little roaches crawling beneath the surface. You see deeper than they ever will. Do you miss what you used to be? You don't know what you're talking about, Izuku hisses. The bliss, the happiness, the security, do you miss it? He should run. He should get out, go home with his dad, and never, ever, ever come back. But something in him answers. Yes. He gnashes his teeth and ball his fists so tightly the blood flow is restricted. You won't stop missing it. You had it and now it's gone, but it's not coming back. But they dash, he points out the window to Mizutofu. They still have it. They can still be happy, secure, blissfully ignorant, not like you. Izuku, do you want to save the world? Yes. The man's brown eyes seem to burn through his very soul. Then keep it ignorant. To save it, you need to protect the wall it's built around itself. They aren't safe, they don't know the dangers of the real world like you and I. But, after what we've seen, we know it's better to stay stupid. It's safer. Easier. Of course, for them to stay that way, someone must give up their innocence to suffer on their behalf. I want you to help me keep them blissful, Izuku. We're the unsung heroes. We do what's necessary for them. Everything we do is for the good of the world. Against his will, tears begin to well up in his eyes. Before he knows it, he's on the verge of crying. The man appears empathetic. I know. None of us do. But we give up our souls so that the rest can see heaven. Instead of facing the window, the man gently places his hands on both of Izuku's shoulders and points him toward the city. We light ourselves on fire so that they can be warm. You'll never be able to live among them. Join us, become the hero they'll never know, who saved their lives 1,000 times before they ever knew it. Be their hero. He glances down at the greenette. What do you say, Izuku? Silence consumes the room as Izuku stares out at all the little people below. Somebody help us. I don't want to die. Where's my mom? Dad? You're never getting out. Izuku never could save the other subjects. Not Miri, not Suda, not Kino. So, if he could save someone, just one person, could this be worth it? Could he redeem himself? The director stands beside him with a knowing smile on his lips. Kino stares at him with dead eyes, emotionlessly carting his hand through the growing green fuzz of what was once his curls. We're all going to die here, Aizu. Each and every one of us. Okay. The tension and fight bleeds out of his body. He slumps his shoulder and unballs his fists. For the good of all. For the good of all, Izuku slowly repeats. The man pats him on the shoulder. Excellent. Now, let's start talking about this program. You're a little young for it, so you can't declare yourself a member just yet, but we'll get to that. He takes a seat behind his massive desk. But welcome to the Imperial Scholars Program, Agent Midoriya. Izuku goes back to his chair. Thank you, sir. The man smiles. Call me Director. Director Arai. If Izuku could go back that far, he'd strangle his past self for ever making that decision instead of trusting his instinct and running for the hills. Midoriya, Akagi says, appearing out of seemingly nowhere. Director Arai wants to see you. He takes a deep breath and braces himself. This won't be a pleasant conversation. Shuda's route doesn't usually bring him this way, but he'd been chasing a low-time crook that brought him to downtown to Mizutofu. Annoying, yes, but these things happen. Thank you, Eraserhead, Tsukachi says, tipping his hat as the criminal is loaded into the back of the police cruiser. We'll take it from here. The underground hero grunts in acknowledgement and swings himself up onto the roof of the nearest building. Perched on the ledge, Hizashi likes to tease him and say that he looks like a gargoyle. He can see most of downtown Mizutofu. Midoriya lives in downtown Mizutofu. It's not his business. Besides, they have to be careful about how they handle this as the government is involved. He's just a kid. How many red flags have you seen this semester alone? Therapy will hopefully help with that. At the moment, there's nothing he can do. He'll just check up on him. Apartment 49, Apartment 49. Shoyuda mutters, searching for Midoriya's. It's late, so it's fine if the boy doesn't answer the door, but it'll give him peace of mind knowing his student is okay. Apartment 49. The Shoyuda stops at the door and knocks 3 times. Inside, he can hear quiet shuffling and many locks being undone before the door cracks open. Midoriya's face is barely visible behind the door. Aizawa-sensei? Is something wrong? Midoriya. The boy's jaw snaps shut. Are you alright? Shuta's voice is softer than usual, as he notices the semi-visible dark bruise on Midoriya's cheekbone. Yeah. In one quick motion, Shoyuta pushes the door in. Midoriya leaps out of the way, eyes open and startled. The hero pauses, taking in what an utter mess his student is. Watercolor bruises litter his face, neck and part of his collarbone from what Shoyuta can see. His lip is busted and there's a cut above his left. Bro. There must be more, but Midoriya's clad in a thin, long-sleeve shirt and long pajama pants, so he can only imagine what other sort of injuries the boy is hiding. What happened? Nothing. I was just training. He narrows his eyes. Training where? A local dojo. They had an open gym. I just tripped onto some weights. Aizawa flicks his gaze over the boy, noting that all of his weight is on one leg. You hurt your leg too? Hit my kneecap. Why are you here? Subject change. Dinin, this kid's good. I was on patrol in the area and after today, I thought it would be logical to check up on you. Midoriya nods, somewhat thoughtful and pauses a moment. Would you like to come in? He asks politely. Yes, because he wants to find who did this and introduce his fist and boot to their face. But he's got a patrol to finish and it's unlikely anyone will pick up the rest of his shift at this hour. No, but thank you for the offer. See you Monday, sensei. Good night, problem child. Stay out of trouble. The door closes and Shoyuta lingers there a while before leaping over the balcony and disappearing into the night. The first few days of the week aren't very eventful outside of Midoriya scheduling more appointments, Kaminari short-circuiting the generator and Bakugo blowing Kirishima through the ceiling. Normal stuff. Shoyuta holds a few after-school training sessions in preparation for the upcoming sports festival. Most of his class comes to the gym to practice at least once a week. For the first time in a while, his responsibilities as a teacher and a hero don't overlap and he gets more than 4 consecutive hours of sleep every other day or so. So of course something had to go really wrong. Thank you all for meeting us here, Tsukachi says. Besides Aizawa himself, there are 3 other heroes, Endeavor, Hawks, and Edgeshot. Shoyuta believes this is a matter for underground heroes, because the last thing they need right now is media attention. But, despite his position as the number 2 hero, Endeavor is efficient, and that is not something the underground pro can take away from the Todoroki patriarch. While he might not have the same firepower, no pun intended, as All Might, he actually thinks about the issues at hand instead of throwing a weather-changing punch at it. Edgeshot is a master of stealth and a well-disciplined hero. His analytical prowess and ability to think on his feet is invaluable in high-risk situations, as is his flexibility, both in his quirk and in the field. He is focused and sharp as a knife. Honestly, he might be Aizawa's favorite hero present. Then there's Hawks, the kid hero rising in the ranks with screaming red wings. Not great for stealth. It does bother Shoyuta that the kid's young enough to have been one of his students, but despite his laid-back nature, Hawks, he hopes, is more than meets the eye if his current ranking at number 3 is anything to go by. At age 21, he's already broken the top 10, which isn't something most pro heroes can say with the exception of maybe All Might. No one gets that far by slacking off. Besides the pro heroes present, there's a group of masked individuals. While they're likely not a threat, seeing as they're part of this operation, it's not making Shoyuta feel any better that he doesn't know who they are or what they're doing here. Thank you all for coming, Chief Tsuragami says. You all must recognize that this is a very serious issue that requires your utmost focus and cooperation. Woof. He gestures to the door. Tsukachi enters. Detective Tsukachi is head of the case and will explain it in greater detail. Detective. The dog-headed man steps aside to let the tired detective take the stand. Thank you, sir. Tsuragami nods and gestures for Tsukachi to get on with it. For the past month, there have been a string of quirk murders by Erikai Satomi, better known as Dice. Her quirk is very dangerous, but is activated by touch. She runs a small but powerful Yakuza gang that is responsible for over 100 deaths in the Mizutafu and Tokyo area alone. Wow, I have killed a lot more people than that, Izuku thinks grimly, suppressing a wince. Tsuna snorts, but quickly falls back into his stoic expression as Gonzalez's harsh glare. According to our intel, Arakai has a quirk involving knives. Her killing method involves them, but dissection seems to be her favorite tactic, Tsuna Link tells him. Lovely. For this mission, Director Arai assigned a small group of agents from various units to deal with this minor problem, not because it's that big of an issue, but to reassure the people. Tsuna is from Unit 3 and is 2 years Izuku's senior, but is maybe 3 inches shorter. With white hair buzzed on the sides and black eyes, despite his height, Tsuna strikes a surprisingly warlike figure, though anyone who knows him knows that he's not as threatening as his first impression usually is. Tsuna's quirk isn't a combative one or physical, but Mind Link does have its uses. It's a telepathic quirk that allows multiple people to mentally communicate, which is really cool, in Izuku's opinion. I can hear you, Midoriya, Tsuna says. It's tempting to bury his face in his hands, but Izuku's supposed to be paying attention to the presentation. But he's got his mask and gloves on, so it's not like anyone can tell he's blushing. As Tsukachi talks, Izuku looks at the other agents. There's Aaron Tyler, Mimic, an American agent also from Unit 3, same age as Izuku, Yukine, Marionette, a year older than him. She has a very fascinating quirk, though. Unit 16. Her unit commander Najiki Krishanu, Firefly, a 23-year-old woman of Japanese and Indian descent and the head of Units 16 through 21, and Mateo Gonzalez, Arsenal, an agent from Unit 10, not to mention the head and representative of Units 10 through 15, aged 26. Arsenal is in charge of this mission, not something Firefly is pleased by. She's running as second command, which is still a great deal of power, but since she's out of his unit control, Firefly fumed about it the entire ride here. And Izuku uses fumed literally. Smoke had been billowing out of her ears in the van, so they rolled the windows down. Midoriya. We're wrapping up, Tsuna's voice pulls him from his musings. I'm sure you're all wondering who the group to your left is, Tsukachi says. All the pro-heroes present including his teacher turn to face them. The Ministry of Defense has put together a team of their best agents to help keep these things a secret. You understand that nothing you are told about this case is to leave this room. In the event that it does, Arsenal speaks up. We have orders to kill the leak. Endeavor huffs in amusement, while Hawks, the bird-like man to his right, full-on cackles. Oh, Jesus, you're funny. Arsenal remains silent, eyes only visible on his half-masked face. Dot or not? The detective clears his throat, bringing attention back to himself. In any case, while the arrest of Arakai is ideal, it is not necessary to bring her in alive. A pause sweeps the room. Are you Eraserhead begins. If the situation calls for it, Tsukachi interrupts, though he doesn't look one bit happy about it. The operation begins in an hour, Chief Tsuragami announces. Take this time to prepare yourselves, woof. The tall dog man then bows and ducks through the door. For a moment, the agents and the heroes stare at each other in utter silence. Arsenal is the first to break it. We should introduce yourself to prevent any issues during the mission, he says, to which everyone promptly nods. I will begin. My code name is Arsenal. What's your quirk? Endeavor asks. That is none of your business. The flame hero scowls. I am Firefly, Krishanu introduces, giving a slight nod of her head. Marionette. Mimic. Link. All eyes fall on Izuku, the last in line. Even though he wears a mask, through the white part covering his eyes, he can see his teacher's wary gaze. I am Yomi, he says, bowing. It is a pleasure to work with you on this operation. Eraserhead's eyes narrow. Great, he thinks dryly. I'm Fed. Maybe, Tsuna agrees. The heroes introduce themselves as if they need any real introduction, and then comes the planning of the mission. While the heroes are not told their quirks, putting them at a disadvantage, they're given enough of an idea to dispel any possible complications later on. You. Endeavor looks at him. What's your quirk? Izuku pauses. I'm sorry, but if I told you, you'd have to be shot in a back alley. Two things happen very quickly. Endeavor lunges forward, grabbing Izuku by the front of his outfit and slams him against the wall. I don't know what any of you are trying to play at, he growls. Dropping in unannounced, not telling us a DMN thing, but you're sure as hell not going to dash. You were warned, Endeavor, Arsenal says, pressing a newly made gun to the back of Endeavor's skull. He pulls the trigger and the flame hero falls dead. Blood splatters across Izuku's mask. As the other pro heroes in the room get into fighting stances, Arsenal sighs. The things you do to prove a point, he says, pointing the gun at Izuku. Honestly, you're a handful. So I've been told. Bullets to the head put an end to him before anyone else's blood can be shed. Distantly, he hears someone say his name in a whispery, horrified voice. Hat's your quirk. A form of precognition, he replies. I know the future. Endeavor winces sharply, bringing one hand up to massage his temple. He grumbles something and moves away from Izuku. Does that mean you know how tonight's going to end? Hawk says. Yes, Izuku bluffs. Arakai will be killed. The heroes fall silent. It's not really a lie, since they have orders from Director Arai to kill Arakai Satomi, as she's killed more than a few of their agents, but that doesn't mean Izuku knows any of the specifics like how, when, where, etc. He'll probably be finding out soon though. Yomi sets up his sniper from his little perch on the roof. Eraserhead stands by him. Is this necessary? He gruffs. Yes, Yomi replies, trying not to be nervous. He puts the scope into place. So in your picture of the future, you shoot her, is his flat remark. One of the snipers shoots her, Yomi corrects, because he doesn't want to be that specific in the event that it turns out to be wrong. While Aizawa might not be usually identified as brilliant, he's pretty diamond sharp and Yomi is not about to mess with that. We have a perimeter surrounding the building in case she gets out, Yomi continues. Of snipers in high vantage points. I am one of two. The other is Link. I don't like this. None of us do. The hero raises an eyebrow before Arsenal's voice sounds in the government team's comms. Alright, he says. West stealth move in. Yomi pauses. You should go. Eraserhead slips his trademark yellow goggles into place and his capture weapon begins to rise. Without a word, he leaps over the side of the building and swings towards the warehouse. Yomi sighs, sitting back on his haunches and watching his teacher disappear over a rooftop. What is the director thinking, putting him on a mission with that guy? Does he want him caught? Stealth team has returned. All units prepare to attack. Yomi presses 2 fingers to his comm, Roger that, Arsenal. Sniper 1 active and ready for assault. Soundlessly, Yomi moves across the roof and sets himself up with his gun. From the building he's on, there's a nice view of the warehouse before him. Through the scope he can make out most of the scene and the people present. Arakai is battling Eraserhead, and next to them. Yomi freezes. Yomi to Arsenal, we have a problem. What? Yomi explains the situation. For the next few minutes, the comm is alight with colorful words and annoyed questions. We can't pull out of the mission. What the hell are we going to do? So what? We've got orders to kill the gang. Where the F is she? I've got a better question. Why the F is she here? Damn it. Distantly, Yomi notices the presence of someone behind him. Well, ain't that some? Next thing he knows, Yomi's crashing through the warehouse skylight, staring wide-eyed at the shadowy villain who'd managed to sneak up on him. You're really cute when you're bloody, Izuku. Great, I'm going to die again. Before he knows what's happening again, Hawks swoops down and catches him barely 5 feet before the ground. Oh, be a little more careful, little guy. I'm barely shorter than you, Yomi thinks, but he just nods. Hawks drops him on his feet and Yomi is soon thrown into the fray. Yomi, what are you doing down here? Arsenal demands as they're back-to-back. Unforeseen circumstances. Arsenal growls, a long machete appearing in his hands. Without a word, he tosses it to Yomi and dives into the crowd of villains, 2 katanas at the ready. Izuku. He whirls around, machete ready, but the girl has already leapt back. Yomi quickly searches for his teacher, but Eraserhead doesn't seem to have noticed. Don't call me that, he hisses under his breath. Ah, Yomi, you're no fun. She pouts, stabbing one of her knives forward. You're not supposed to be here. He dodges under one of her jabs. Oopsie daisy. Her blade grazes his shoulder, slicing through his sleeve. He hisses in pain. You've always had such pretty blood, Yomi. He chops the machete at the back of her hand, causing her to drop the knife. The girl hops back, cradling her now bloody hand. So mean. A smirk spreads across her face. Better watch out. Yomi doesn't trust her not to stab him in the back when he turns around, but he does anyway, and sees Arakai lunging at Eraserhead, whose back is turned. Arakai's bloody knives shoot towards the underground hero. Time moves in slow motion. As he turns, Eraserhead blinks, the red fading from his eyes. Surprise blossoms on his face as the knives come within mere centimeters of contact. Arakai suddenly falling back, blood spurting in an arch from the center of her forehead. Yomi stares in shock, eyes wandering to the gun in his hand. When did he shoot her? Eraserhead casts a grim look his way, accompanied by a gruff nod before he steps over the body and attacks another villain. In the end, there are only 2 casualties, Arakai Satomi and 1 gang member. None of the heroes are especially worse for wear. Nothing all that serious, anyway. Edgeshot has a few light burns, but he'll be fine. Eren has a concussion and a small gash on his forehead, Gonzalez needs some iron to munch on, Suna needs some aspirin, and Krishanu needs to take an ice-cold shower to bring down her body temperature. Everyone's relatively okay. As they're leaving, Gonzalez grabs onto him, scowling. You talk to her, he growls angrily, throwing a finger towards the shadowy figure at the end of the alley. Because I will shoot her otherwise. Great. Dump this one on me, why don't you? Izuku thinks as he approaches the girl. He gestures to the roof above and she giddily nods. They climb the fire escape that reaches the roof. Arsenal said you're here, Izuku says. You're lucky you got away without the heroes noticing. You killed my blood bank, Toga pouts. I had to. But where am I going to get pretty blood now? Toga holds up her knife with her uninjured hand. Are you going to give me some? Izuku is intimately aware of how infuriating it can be to talk to Toga, and it's probably that reason Gonzalez told him to deal with this. He pauses, trying to not react to the girl's antics. You're supposed to be undercover. I am. She insists. But the League's slow to trust. I've got to bide my time. Why not have a little fun while I wait? You're supposed to keep your head down, Toga. She cups his face, smiling brightly. Izuku, I'm working on it. A girl's gotta have some fun eventually. Without warning, she yanks his mask down and pecks him on the cheek before disappearing over the roof's ledge. I'll see you soon. Izuku's left a stuttering mess as he fumbles to put his mask back. I hope no one saw that. Aizawa stares, incredulous, at the rooftop scene he's just witnessed between Yomi and a girl he'd assumed was a villain, but is more likely an informant. He's too far away to see any defining features when she pulls his mask down, but the government agent's blush is clear. Still, that girl looks a little older than his first-year class, so how old does that make Yomi? I don't get paid enough for this. Bonus. After Endeavor is shot, Arsenal says something and levels his gun at Yomi, one of his fellow agents, a casual killer intent in his eyes. Shoyuta springs forward in an attempt to stop more bloodshed, but the weapon goes off before he can do anything about it. Yomi falls back, the bullet having blown away part of his head. None of his fellow agents look very disturbed, though Mimic looks a tad sick. Fighting a disgusted response, Shoyuta removes the mask from the small body and freezes. Green curls slick with blood. Freckled cheeks torn apart by the bullet's trajectory, sprinkled more with blood than freckles. Wide emerald eyes glassy and open, accepting and peaceful. The underground hero pukes, and then he remembers nothing. Shuta's head snaps forward like he's been awoken from a nap. That Yomi is talking to Endeavor about his quirk, a precognitive one. It'll be helpful for the mission. He doesn't know where this misplaced feeling of dread and nauseousness comes from. Shoyuta meets Yomi's white-eyed mask and the feeling increases, but increeps a sense of familiarity and fear. Just who is this kid? When the mission's over, the bad feeling hasn't gone away, but it's found its subject, Midoriya. Shoyuta hurries to the kid's apartment as fast as he can, only briefly catching a strange interaction between a blonde high schoolgirl and Yomi. He knocks on the greenette's door 3 times. No answer. He knocks another 3 times. No answer. Trying to ignore the panic rising in him, this indescribable feeling of something being very, very wrong, Shuda jiggles the doorknob a bit. But, of course, Midoriya's smarter than that. He knocks for another 5 minutes. Just when he's about to break out his lock-picking set, the door is flung open not cautiously like it was last time and Midoriya meets him. The boy is almost fully dressed, which is strange, because he should definitely be asleep right now, but Shuda's not one to judge. Sensei? Is something wrong? All his instincts scream, but Midoriya's right here in front of him, unharmed and safe. His kid is okay? No. Just checking up, he says as the feeling begins to fade. Sorry for waking you. Have a good night. As he's returning home, that odd sense of danger lurks in the back of his mind. Whatever, he thinks, crawling through his window. I'll deal with it tomorrow. He flops into bed and sleeps. If he had stopped to notice, he would have seen little glass shards littering Midoriya's curls, a fresh bruise on his face, and a small cut on his arm. But at the moment, he had just been happy to see his student alive. The sports festival comes before anyone's as ready as they'd like to be. 1A is sitting in their waiting room, alive with eagerness. This is going to be so cool. Kaminari cries. Jiraiya flicks him. Don't short-circuit before the actual thing starts. Izuku leans against the wall, casually sweeping his gaze over the class. He's still sore as hell from last week's mission and exhausted with the paperwork it spawned. So, being at the sports festival, a battle royale between superpowered teenagers, fighting tooth and nail for the crown? No thanks. Besides, he doesn't even have today off, so if he breaks a bone, his neck, most likely. Whether it's intentional or not is for someone else to decide. There's still program work to be done. Izuku sighs. The sooner this is over, the better. He just wants this to go as easily as possible. Midoriya. He flicks his gaze up, locking eyes with Todoroki Shuto, youngest child of Endeavor, but generally considered his heir, quirk, half hot half cold, oldest brother Todoroki Tuya, otherwise known as. Izuku stops himself, biting a curse. He's doing it again. Do you need something, Todoroki dash? In terms of power, I'm stronger than you, the other teen says bluntly. Okay? I'm going to beat you. Izuku blinks. All right. Hey man, it's not cool to single a classmate out. Kirishima butts in. Explosions pop on the other side of the room, the telltale signs of Kaken losing his temper. You icy hot, you should be focusing on beating me. While Kirishima tries to keep Kaken at bay, Todoroki huffs and sharply turns away, walking in swift strides to separate himself from the group. Everyone watches him go. That was weird, Kaminari says. Izuku shrugs. "Es fine. The festival has everyone acting a bit strange. Let's all just do our best and show the world who we are." Not literally, of course. Izuku glances up in time to see Kirishima staring at him with large glassy eyes. The redhead sways a bit, appearing moved. Bro. Kirishima sniffles, hitting his fist against his chest. That's so manly. He turns around to address the entire class. I'm gonna do my best. Kaminari hops to his feet, sparks of electricity leaping from his skin. You better watch out, dude. I'm gonna be doing my best too. Before anyone knows it, 1A is making declarations of war on each other. Izuku and Jiraiya just passively watch the chaos from the corner. They're gonna die before graduation, she mutters. Izuku silently nods, not getting into the fact that he'll be the first to go if that's ever the case. Hisashi smiles at Shoyuta, sitting at his side. The raven-haired man's arms are still heavily bandaged from USJ, brutal reminder of how they're never really safe. The fear he'd felt when Ida burst into the teacher's lounge had nearly stopped his heart. Of everyone, Hisashi is one of the most uneasy about continuing with the sports festival, but it's the kids' chance to show off their abilities and get internships. After everything that's happened, they deserve at least that much. Hey, Sho, who'd you think will win? He asks casually as he does every year. Shoyuta never answers. Hizashi knows just how much Sho hates the festival, and with the recent events, he has all the right to. Midoriya, Shoyuta replies without skipping a beat. Hizashi PPS an eyebrow. The little listener with the analysis quirk? But usually dash. Midoriya, Shoyuta repeats, not budging. He's going to be on the podium at the very least. His quirk isn't suited for fighting. But he is. Are you willing to bet on it? Hizashi inquires, interest now piqued. It's something he suggests every year, and Shoyuta always declines, never really invested in the festival. Yes. Izuku watches Kaken walk up to the microphone and deliver his passionate, but short speech. I'm gonna be number one. Everyone boos at him. Ignoring him, he stalks toward the crowd. This is not sportsmanlike behavior. Ida shouts, chopping his hands. It is, Izuku says. Kaken would never say anything like that unless he thought he might lose. When he's not threatened, it's just assumed that he'll win. I see. Then I applaud his speech. How dash. Judging by his barely contained excitement, Ida's not slowing down anytime soon. Izuku just hums in agreement to anything that's said and waits for midnight to start explaining the rules. The first round is an obstacle course. The student body begins anxiously chittering, especially the general education students hoping to move up to the hero course. Shinso, most notably, is scowling and glaring at the ground. Izuku approaches him. Shinso, he says in a quiet voice. You know, you should get some students to carry you through the obstacle course. It would show your quirk off. The boy's eyes widen before a wicked smile curves his lips. Who's to say I won't use you? You could, and I wouldn't mind, but I'm definitely not the best choice. Might I suggest someone like Satu or Shuji? Shinso raises an eyebrow. Are you setting your own classmates up, Mr. Class Rep? No. They'll pass the finish line same as you and will get a chance to show their quirks off later. Izuku shrugs. Either way, it's your choice. Do what you want. Oh, and watch out for Todoroki. He's going to start with something big. As midnight announces the beginning of the event, Izuku walks away far from Todoroki. Shinso wisely listens to his advice. Midnight cracks her whip, a sadistic smile on her lips. Start. The student body springs into action. Just as he predicted, Todoroki freezes nearly everyone to the ground in one fell swoop. It's not enough to keep them there forever, but it's enough of a stall for those who weren't expecting it. Unfazed, Izuku takes off. This shouldn't be too bad. And the first event is off. Todoroki Shudo of 1A has frozen most of the competition. It's gonna take some time to get out of that ice. Can anyone compete with the number 2's air? While Hizashi tracks the course, Shoyuta keeps a close watch on his students and Shinso. Remarkably, the majority of the ones to avoid being stopped early on are 1A students and Shinso, but Shoyuta doesn't know how the boy figured that out. Besides Todoroki, Midoriya is very close to the front of the pack, sprinting at a high speed without straining. In a twist nobody saw coming, Shinso Hitoshi of 1C is gaining. Hold on to your seats, hero course. You might just lose them to this dark horse. Shuda's eyes dart back to the general education student, who's currently riding on a throne of students, all dead-eyed. He fights the temptation to smile. Even if Shinso doesn't make it, Shoyuta might approach him with the offer of private training. And right now Midoriya Izuku, representative of 1A, is coming up on the chasm. Don't fall or it'll take you forever to get out. The boy shoots something of a dirty look at the booth, something Shoyuta finds mildly amusing, and takes a few steps back. What is he doing? Hizashi asks dramatically. He's doing the smart thing and waiting for someone with a better suited quirk to get across, Shoyuta says, because obviously Midoriya can't. Oh god. The crowd gasps as Midoriya sprints forward at high speed and leaps off the cliff, sailing through the air. And Midoriya is airborne. But will he make it? Hizashi's statement is less of an announcement and more of an actual question. Shoyuta stands abruptly, pushing his chair back, heart thudding in his chest. Though he isn't showing it, he knows Hizashi is quietly panicking too, because a landing from that far up could easily break something important. Midoriya lands on the first platform and keeps going, repeating the same long jump sequence over and over until he's reached the other side. By now, Todoroki has already reached the robot section of the course, easily breezing through it. Shuda's beginning to see the telltale signs of Todoroki's hypothermia setting in. And Todoroki Shuto destroys the entrance exam's 0-pointers. One as student representative dodges under the robots, only pausing to pick up a metal sheet, and follows, growing closer on Todoroki's heels. The die. Bakugo uses his explosions to propel himself forward. Points for resourcefulness, but Shoyuta will still have to talk to him about his temper. And our frontrunners are coming up on the minefield. These mines aren't strong enough to kill, but if you step on one, they'll make you pee your pants. Both Todoroki and Bakugo stop at Hisashi's words, which is good, because it proves there's still hope for teaching them common sense. While Todoroki Shuto and Bakugo Katsuki hesitate, Midoriya Izuku steals the lead from them. With horror, Shoyuta watches as Midoriya doesn't stop or even slow down, but instead charges forward, metal sheet held out underneath him like a boogie board. He hits the first mine in a brilliant explosion that sends him flying forward. The boy keeps a tight grip on the pseudo-surfboard as he repeatedly hits mines. Todoroki and Bakugo seem to get the idea and follow after him. When they begin to reach him, Midoriya hits the last mine and the first finisher of the obstacle course is class representative of 1A, Midoriya Izuku. Todoroki takes second and Bakugo third. Shinso breaks in somewhere around the 10th spot. Students begin to trickle in until place 42, where the cutoff happens. Nemuri struts back onto the stage and cracks her whip to get everyone's attention. Alright, to those who made it, congratulations. To those who didn't, better luck next time. Please return to your seats. For the rest of you, the next event will be a cavalry battle. You will work in teams for this 2 to 4 people in a group. There must be a rider and a horse in every team. You may work with anyone and you gain points by stealing their headbands. Each headband is a certain amount of points dash. Shoyuta tunes the woman out until the kids begin moving into groups. Some of them are obvious: Yaoyorozu, Todoroki and the rest of their team, the self-proclaimed Baku Squad, etc. What he's more interested in is who Midoriya Izuku will team up with as the number 1 spot. Uraraka singles him out almost immediately. The group builds to 4 Uraraka, Tokoyami and a support course student, Hatsum. Tokoyami is made the rider and the other 3 are the horses. Begin. The cavalry battle is going well. For the most part, no one makes a grab for their 10 million points. Then, at the last minute, Todoroki's team zeroes in on them. They're on Izuku before he can really do much, but as Todoroki sweeps down to take their points, Izuku uses the opportunity. Was that a nerve strike? Hisashi whispers as Todoroki stops, pain clear in his face. Shoyuta watches as Todoroki's arm breaks out into flames when Midoriya tries to use one of Hatsum's gadgets to grab his headband. I think so. The remaining time is spent dodging other teams or desperately trying to get enough points to be put on the board. The sound of the buzzer marks the end of the second event. Midoriya's team ends up taking first, with Bakugo's team coming in a far second, Todoroki in third and Shinso in fourth. Nemuri announces an hour-and-a-half-long break and the kids head to lunch. He's got a student to talk to. Izuku is almost to lunch. When Todoroki stops him. Midoriya, I need to talk to you. The cold, angry look on the boy's inexpressive face surprises him. Is something wrong, Todoroki-chan? His tone is polite, but it somehow makes Todoroki's demeanor grow more hostile. I need to talk to you, he repeats. Uraraka pops in. Hey, Deku, you okay? Cautious, she eyes the dual hair-colored boy, the smile still on her face. Yes, he replies. I'm fine. Todoroki and I have something to talk about. Izuku faces the boy. Let's go. The taller boy leads him to the tunnels on the ground level of the stadium. Outside, Izuku can faintly hear the chatter of the crowd, but they're in far enough that no one can hear them. No one except Kaken. Go away, Izuku says aloud, a sigh on his lips. The blonde sputters, peeking his head out from behind the corner. Todoroki twists his head to glare at the boy and Kaken storms off. You made me break a promise today, Todoroki says, ever blunt. Izuku leans against the wall, sweeping his eyes over Todoroki. I'm sorry. I swore never to use his fire. Two different colored eyes stare intently at his own left hand with disgust. You made me break that promise. Izuku pauses, trying to figure this out. What dash? Midoriya. Todoroki suddenly looks up. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Yes. Todoroki tells him of Todoroki Rei and Todoroki Enji's abusive marriage, the training, and subsequent neglect of the other Todoroki children to the point where the oldest runs away. Endeavor's relentless grooming of his heir. Izuku hears it all. And he likes none of it. Izuku can't remember the last time he was this angry. The desire to kill Endeavor is more than tempting. Blood pounds in his ears and his vision tints red. His fists turn to ball and he trembles with pure rage. So, I have one question. For the first time since the conversation's beginning, Todoroki meets his eyes. Are you like me? He purses his lips into a tight line. What do you mean? The way you act and fight. Were you trained like I was? Get up, Midoriya. They'll die if you don't get up. A hand grabs his hair, pulling him up by the curls. Tears blur his eyes. Do you want them to die? You have no time for tears. The instructor's foot collides with his side, sending him flying. No, he replies evenly, reining his temper. Back in. I wasn't. My mum died a while ago and my dad's in America. Neither of them were heroes. I see. Todoroki's face becomes unreadable. I don't know why, but you're at the top of our class and I must surpass you without his power. I'll prove I can be a hero without him. Todoroki. It's not his power, Izuku says. You don't have your mother's hailstorm or your father's hellfire. Your quirk is your own. If you don't use both sides, you'll only hurt yourself and others. Todoroki glares. You wouldn't understand. I might not, Izuku agrees, though he really does. But I have a question. What? Do you want me to take care of your father? The boy's head whips up abruptly enough to give him whiplash. Did I beg your pardon? Do you want me to take care of Endeavor? He repeats, calm. You really can't mention this to anyone, but would it make you happy? Are you going to kill him? Todoroki asks, cautious. His right hand twitches minutely, ice beginning to coat his fingertips. Izuku shrugs, humming. Probably not. But child abuse and neglect are not things to be taken lightly. He checks his watch. We still have an hour of lunch left. You should eat something. I've got a call to make. Bonus. The director sighs. No, Midoriya, we cannot assassinate the number 2 hero. Izuku paces the roof, cursing. We can't just let this continue. No, but Endeavor's assassination would plunge Japan into fear. They'd be out looking for us. We can't drag him out into the public court, because then Japan's faith in heroes would waver. But don't worry, Midoriya. I have a plan. Write a report on his crimes and I will handle this. Yes, sir. Arai Mamura hangs up and sets the phone down. It seems I have a visit to make. Izuku spends most of the lunch break typing up a report on Endeavor's abuses. Never in his life has he written a report so quickly, but this is important. His fingers fly across the keys, almost slamming on the enter button. Enji's searching for his son right before the end of the break when he gets a call. Todoroki Enji, good afternoon. Endeavor scowls, gripping his phone tightly. Who is this? The head of the Ministry of Defense and right hand to the former emperor. I'd watch your tone. He grits his teeth. What do you want? Well, it has come to my attention that you have been up to some potentially career-ruining activities such as child abuse, spousal abuse, neglect, conspiracy, assault, battery, false imprisonment. All right. Hibooms. What will it take to keep you quiet? The man on the other end sounds delighted. Oh, absolutely nothing. This is blackmail from the government. All you have to do is stop or possibly retire. The man on the other end pauses. But we will know if you don't. We are watching, Todoroki Enji. Without another word, the line goes dead. He crushes the phone in his hands. Where did that bastard get off on telling him how to handle his children? More importantly, how did he figure this out? Izuku smiles when he receives a short confirmation text from the director. If Endeavor is smart, he'll think twice about everything he does from now on. Izuku descends the staircase from the school's roof, only to run into his teacher. Oh, hello, Aizawa-sensei. Problem child. Aizawa narrows his eyes. What were you doing on the roof? He leaves out the question of, how did you get on the roof, Izuku notes. Izuku lifts the laptop in his hand. Just getting some work done, sensei. It's quieter up here. The man nods, movements slow and contemplating. Did you need something, sensei? Yes. I'll talk to you after the festival ends. Aizawa turns around and walks back down the stairs. I'm expecting a lot from you, problem child. Don't disappoint me. And now, onto our final event of the sports festival. The battle tournament. The crowd goes wild. Hey, Deku. Ochako pushes her way to her friend. Deku. The greenette turns to her, a small smile on his face. Cute. Hey, Uraraka. Deku. Poutily, she punches him in the arm. I told you to call me Ochako. Oh. He chuckles, rubbing his arm. Sorry. Aren't you excited? She points to the matchups. I'm going against Bakugu. Ochako pauses. He's kinda scary, but this is a great chance to prove myself. You'll do great, he says. Just a tip, Kaken always starts with a right hook. It's his signature move. How do you know? The boy taps his temple with his finger. My quirk. Oh. She nods vigorously. Thanks. And good luck. It looks like you're up first. What? Deku looks at the matchups. Oh. I'm against Shinso. Hitoshi thinks the second he sees who he's going against. Goodbye, hero course. All right, listeners. If you're not in the first fight, clear the arena floor. Everyone but he and Midoriya leave. The other boy flashes him a smile and waves. He can't help but do the same in return. Damn it, Midoriya. With a sigh, he resigns himself to his fate. But hey, if Hitoshi's gonna get his butt kicked, at least it's by a friend. They line up in the middle, Midnight standing between them. On the left we have Shinso Hitoshi, the dark horse of the General Education Department. On the right, we have Midoriya Izuku, the class representative of the infamous 1A, well known for their battle prowess and power. Hitoshi glares at the announcer's booth. Biased much? Ready. Begin. Hitoshi is on his back, staring at the sky with the wind knocked out of him. Midoriya's head pops into his vision. You okay, Shinso? How? He breathes while the greenette goes to help him up. A smirk curves the boy's lips. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Hitoshi grins madly as his quirk seizes control. Midoriya's eyes glaze over and he stiffens. You did that on purpose, he accuses, though he knows Midoriya can't really reply. Walk out of bounds. The crowd watches with bated breath as the hero course student approaches the boundary line. One more step and Midoriya will be out of bounds. The greenette raises one of his feet to take another step and then he stops. The tension bleeds from Midoriya's shoulders as he calmly pivots and faces Hitoshi. That was really cool, Shinso, he says earnestly, before he moves across the field at what should have been an inhuman speed. How the hell? The boy flies at him in a flash or green and blue, tackling Hitoshi before he can get too far. Within 30 seconds the smaller boy has him pinned. Shinso Hitoshi, can you move? Midnight. He tries to squirm, but his arm is twisted at a painful angle and Midoriya's knee is digging into his back. No, he finally admits. Midoriya Izuku wins. He will advance to the next round. At those words, the pressure lifts from Hitoshi's back. That was a great fight, Shinso. Midoriya, too pure for this world, extends a hand to help him up. Says you, Hitoshi snorts, accepting it. Since when were you so strong? Midoriya laughs and shrugs. Come on. I think Ida's match is next. Aren't you going to watch? Yagi asks, pointing to the fight, if can even be called that, between young Ida and young Hatsum. Nizu hums, paws tapping away at the keys of his laptop. Busy. But you always watch the dash. Nizu holds up a paw, smile straining. Yagi, I will watch the video later. There are more pressing things at the moment. The hero is silent. Is it about the traitor? Nizu doesn't answer, instead staring at his work. Midoriya Izuku traitor? Well, I'm sure you'll figure it out, old friend. You always do. Yes, Yagi. I hope I will. Mamoru drums his fingers against the desk, spending the rare free time he has watching the UA Sports Festival. Midoriya is holding back obviously, because if he isn't, Mamoru will have to arrange for more remedial lessons when he fights the Shinso boy. Honestly, Arai regrets not having scooped Shinso up when he was younger, but perhaps it is not too late. With a year or two or intensive combat lessons and lots of cramming on Shinso's part, he could be considered an asset in the League of Agents like Kensei, Akagi, Pearson, Ogura and Hajime. Maybe with lots and lots of training, he'd even come near Midoriya's ranks. Not equal, but near the boys' league. Shinsu's quirk appears to be voice-based, if his file information is correct. That makes his control quirk much more versatile than Idu's. Midoriya, Mamoru reasons, was a lucky find. There's a reason his quirk is a government secret. While it may not have the potential to level cities like Kensei or shut down senses like Hajime, time quirks are extremely rare and very fickle. They are lucky it's so easy to activate Midoriya's quirk. Normally, Mamoru isn't allowed to have favorites, but this is his DMN organization and he's the one playing high-stakes poker with powerful cards. Midoriya Izuku is his favorite card in the deck. The first round ends with the expected results, though Izuku is disappointed that Ochako didn't win. The second round bracket pits him against Todoroki, which is far from ideal, as he is one of the few classmates Izuku has that he's not sure he can beat. I'm gonna go see how Ochako is doing, Izuku announces, standing. Shinso nods. When he arrives, Ochako is talking to someone and crying, so he decides to leave her be. And first up in the second round, we have the son of the number 2 hero, Todoroki Shudo against the analytical mind of Midoriya Izuku. Guess he's up now. Hurriedly walking through the halls, Izuku has the misfortune of running into Endeavor. Wait. Izuku pauses mid-step, glancing back at the flaming dumpster. Is there something I can help you with? You're not much, but try to give my Shudo a good fight. Despite the overwhelming urge to give Endeavor the middle finger, Izuku manages to restrain himself. Shudo isn't yours, Izuku says seriously. And please keep your hands off him. I get upset when my friends are hurt. The smugness from the hero's face fades. Is that a threat? He growls. Izuku can feel the slight increase in temperature. Only if you interpret it as one. Now, I have a match to go to. Have a good day, Endeavor. Izuku bows before briskly walking away. And here is one of the highlight fights of the sports festival. The crowd anxiously whispers in anticipation for the battle between Todoroki and Izuku. He can't say he shares their sentiment. This feels too much like a gladiator pit to him. Are you ready? Midnight gives the signal to start and Izuku instantly lunges to the side. As expected, Todoroki unleashes a wall of ice where Izuku had been standing. It's a good job he moved, because Izuku doesn't think he would have been able to get out of that. A chilly fog hangs in the air. Todoroki huffs, his breath clouding as he glares at where Izuku had been. He lets the element wielder continue with ice attacks until Todoroki is trembling, frost thinly spread over his tan skin. Somewhere in the mental health ward, Todoroki Rei sits on her bed, watching the sports festival from her TV. Oh Shuto, she whispers quietly. I'm so sorry. Todoroki, Izuku says quietly as the boy stumbles back at the force of one of Izuku's kicks. You can't keep doing this to yourself. Shut up. Izuku narrowly dodges under the sheet of ice Todoroki sends out. The rapidly dropping temperature makes him shiver, so he can't imagine how Todoroki feels. Your quirk is a perfect balance and if you don't use both sides dash. I don't care. Another wave of ice. I will never use his fire. He ruined our lives. You'll never understand my pain. Fresh blood on the doctor's gloves. Watercolor bruises painted across his abdomen like a hideous portrait. Missing limbs. Broken teeth. Stomach. Everything hurts. Get up. TUP. GUP. Too slowly, Izuku snaps back to reality. He's in time to avoid most of the hit from Todoroki's ice-covered arm, but not enough to entirely miss it. The sharp ice clips his cheek and ear, leaving a line of blood. Blind with rage, Todoroki swings down, slicing through his gym uniform and creating a tiny cut on his chest. The first injury is the most serious, but it's superficial at best and cosmetic at worst. But, while the wounds don't hurt, Izuku is losing his patience. For the second time today, rage begins to burn like acid beneath his skin, bubbling and eating away at whatever restraint is left. You're going to collapse. Izuku continues, becoming desperate. Please, please, please don't let Director Rai be watching this. Keep your temper. Keep your temper. You don't understand what it's like to hate your quirk. His anger boils over, restraint dissolving in its acidic mixture. Ducking under the other boy's swing, Izuku mercilessly knocks him to his feet. My quirk is the worst thing that ever happened to me. He roars, stalking over. I wish I was born quirkless. Maybe then I could have had some sort of a normal life. Todoroki stares at Izuku, in his eyes swimming a mixture of fear and shock. You say I don't know what it's like to hate your quirk, but I despise it. But we work with what we have. You can't pick and choose what part of your quirk you use. Conviction burns in his green eyes like Greek fire. It's your power, isn't it? Midoriya stops in front of Shudo, taking a deep breath to cool his temper. I'm sorry, the greenette says in a much calmer and more polite voice than before. That was rude. But his words have already had an effect. His mother strokes his head, holding him close. I don't want to be like him. He sobs, clinging to her blue shirt. She smells like hot cocoa. Even all these years later, he remembers that. I don't want to hurt you. She smiles a little, the sadness unmistakable in her eyes. You aren't him, Shudo. You never will be. Just as you will never be me. Before he can control it, Shudo stops shivering as a rush of warmth floods his left side. Flames lick his face and uniform, the outfit burning away at their scorching tongues. Something akin to a smile flicks across Midoriya's lips as he gets into a low fighting stance. Give me all you got, Todoroki. Don't hold back. Flames roar at his left side and the ice around him melts. I wouldn't dare insult you like that. Midoriya grins and they fly at each other. Hisashi watches as the steam clears with bated breath. Eyes wide, he clears his throat and reaches for the microphone. And in the biggest upset in UA history, Midoriya Izuku wins. Somehow, Shoyuta doesn't look the least bit surprised. I am really sorry, Midoriya says for the millionth time, cheeks bright red. Kinda looks like a strawberry, Shudo muses, simply nodding an acknowledgement in return. Recovery girl huffs, smacking both of them on the head with her cane. Foolish children. The both of you. You dash, she points the cane at him. Need to some restraint. You've got quirk exhaustion through the roof and could have hurt yourself. And you dash. The old woman actually hits Midoriya, who's still stuttering apologies, again. Have the same problem but worse. What were you thinking being so aggressive like that? It's only a sports festival. Honestly. Pausing from her scolding, she shakes her head. They should stop this whole clown show. You children fight like it's life and death. I'm sorry, Midoriya says once more, rubbing at the sore spot on his head. Recovery girl sighs before pressing a kiss to Midoriya's cheek. The boy turns even redder, if that's possible, and then to Shudo's. A wave of fatigue washes over him. His eyelids flutter shut. Out, dearie, recovery girl instructs, pointing towards the door. You shouldn't be too tired from my kiss. Izuku nods, absent-mindedly rubbing the healed cut on his face. The skin is sensitive and slightly raised, but largely unnoticeable. Even if it wasn't, what's another scar? As soon as he enters the waiting room, Izuku is overwhelmed by his classmates. Dude, that was hella manly. Kirishima booms. I didn't know you could fight that well. We should spar sometime, Ojiro suggests. I think I could learn a lot from you. That'd be nice, Izuku says. You're a very skilled martial artist. Deku. You're a Ochako. Damn it, he's got to remember that. Bounds up to him. That was awesome. You were like pow. And bam. And then you judo flipped him. As she speaks, Ochako mimes the actions with mannerisms that Izuku finds cute. He watches the rest of the rounds. After Tokoyami's defeat at Yaoyorozu's hands, Izuku had been praying that he wouldn't have to go against her. Because, come on universe. He just went through the ringer that is Todoroki Shudo. Do you really need to make him suffer more? The answer is apparently yes, as Yaoyorozu defeats Ishido. While the battle is flashy, Yaoyorozu clearly has brilliant strategies and openings she fails to take advantage of. Self-confidence issues, then. He wouldn't have pegged her for it. As they're going into the semifinal, he's paired with Yaoyorozu, the number one, in his mind, in their class. It's not that she's the most powerful, though she certainly could be, but her quirk is the most unpredictable. Yaoyorozu is a wild card. Izuku doesn't doubt that if she could stomach it, Director Arai would have been delighted to call her an asset of the program. He's glad she's better than that. Better than him. They're the first fight in the new round, giving neither person much time to rest. Izuku can see Yaoyorozu sway on her feet while they fight, and considers going easy on her, but that'd be an insult to the girl's natural capability. She'll be a great hero. The match is spent playing the long game until Yaoyorozu can't create anything else without using her liver. Can she do that? Izuku should ask, but that might come across as creepy. He wins. While Yaoyorozu leans against the wall, eyes a little bleary, trying to steady herself, Izuku cautiously approaches. You're really amazing, Yaoyorozu, he says, and he means it. She smiles at him. Faintly, but it's a smile. Thank you, Midoriya. I'm sorry I couldn't put up a better fight. No. You did great. I noticed you look really pale and thin. I could buy you dinner later? The girl pauses, looking startled. That doesn't mean you have to say yes. I know you probably have a lot of other things to do, and if you dash. That would be nice, she replies. Momo watches as the class rep walks off, internally screaming. Midoriya. You can't just say things like that. Her face flushes red. Stain's sword lingers above the gravely injured Ingenium. You should not have been so cocky, hero, he hisses. I might have considered you worthy if you didn't insist on protecting the fakes. Tensei's only partly aware of the burning pain in his back and the numbness in his legs. The semifinals end, leaving only the final match. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. Bakugo Katsuki vs Midoriya Izuku. Ouch. Deku rubs his slightly scraped knee, his eyes large and teary. Katsuki rolls his eyes. You'll be fine, he says, wiping some of the blood away. God, do I always have to protect you? Deku flashes one of those million-watt smiles. You're gonna be a hero, Kaken. You have to protect everyone. He averts his eyes. Yeah. Guess I do. The greenette hops up and runs to something. Kaken. Look at this. Deku stares wide-eyed at a butterfly. It's just some stupid bug, Deku. But even he gets close to observe the butterfly's beauty. Not that he really cares. Auntie and Mom are over closer to the playground, talking on the bench and casting the occasional glance towards them to make sure they haven't died yet. It's so pretty. Deku's annoying voice sounds absolutely starstruck, like he hasn't seen a PNG butterfly before. Looks at its wings. Idiot. It's a monarch. Kaken reaches out, but the butterfly flies away to a different flower. Hey, come back. Kaken, be careful. Don't tell me what to do. He shouts as the butterfly gets farther away. His pursuit of the butterfly takes him to the creek on the edge of the playground territory. Some stupid rock moves so he trips, and that is the only reason. It's the rock's fault. And tumbles into the water, dousing himself in frigid liquid. Kaken. The quick pitter-patter of feet comes to a stop in front of him. Deku holds his hand out to help him up, like he didn't learn his lesson last time. Are you okay? You dash. His anger dies on his tongue when he's overwhelmed by the genuine concern and care in the nerd's eyes. I dash. Then he notices the butterfly perched on Deku's shoulder. The same one he'd been chasing but never saw. It just came to Deku. Anger bubbles back up in Katsuki's chest. Don't effing touch me, Deku. He smacks the greenette's hand. Why? Hurt fractures Deku's smile. Katsuki doesn't care. He wants Deku gone. I didn't mean it, Katsuki whispers, balling his fists. His mom has a black funeral outfit on and she's glaring at the graves. Before them, his dad is outright crying, which makes sense. He'd known Auntie long before Mom did. They grew up together. Katsuki refuses to cry, despite the tears in his eyes. It's been a week since the villain attack. A week since Auntie is killed. 6 days since Deku is pronounced missing. 2 days since the search ends and Deku's declared dead. Funny how things can change in a matter of days. Let's go, Squirt, Mom says softly, patting him on the shoulder. Katsuki raises his head and turns to leave when he sees something resting on Deku's grave, a monarch butterfly. Just like the one from many months before. Katsuki knows it can't be the same one, but if there's a chance that it is. Maybe Deku's still alive. Years pass and Katsuki learns to move on and forget. Only the first part of that statement is true. How can he forget the nerd, the quirkless wimp who wanted to be a hero? Katsuki visits the graves every once in a while, usually when he's feeling guiltier than usual. All the things he would say to Deku if he was still alive. The amount of times he would apologize just to see the greenette's stupid FING face. For a long time, he thinks he'd be happy to see Deku again, but when he shows up halfway through their first year of junior high, Katsuki only feels rage. Deku acts like nothing happened, like Auntie didn't die, like Uncle didn't fall apart at his family's deaths. He asks the idiot where he'd been all these years. Deku just shrugs and keeps writing analyses in that dumb notebook. He acts as if Katsuki shouldn't care, like he's dumb for wanting to know about it. But Katsuki's not stupid. This Deku acts differently. He's more reserved, more cautious and a hell of a lot more jumpy. And yet he still wants to be a hero. He refuses to stay safe, because he apparently hasn't lost enough. Katsuki despises him. Katsuki wants to beat Deku into the ground so he won't ever think about getting up. He wants to end this Deku. But he never wants him gone again. Hey bro. I think you're up. Katsuki glances up from his musings to see that stupidly red spiked hair. Shitty hair grins at him. Growling, Katsuki wipes his towel across his forehead and throws it at shitty hair. Whatever. He stalks toward the arena floor, palms smoking. Deku stands across the field, wearing that weird but Buddha smile. Not the right smile. The old Deku never smiled like that. The smile is tired but peaceful, accepting, even. He hates it. The final match. Who will emerge the champion? Bad boy powerhouse Bakugo Katsuki or tactical genius Midoriya Izuku? That should be FING obvious. Midnight smiles and cracks her whip. Begin. Katsuki lets loose a barrage of explosions in an attempt to stun Deku before rushing in. He swings left, after being caught off guard by Round Face. He's not making the mistake of punching right again, at the first sight of the nerd. Deku dodges with unexpected grace. He's not the same Deku. This one isn't a klutz, and kicks him in the stomach before he can react. Arai Mamoru grins in delight at the prospect of recruiting Bakugo Katsuki. Then he realizes it's been tried before, and Bakugo Katsuki failed the test. What a shame, he thinks. The boy's got such potential. The air is forced from his lungs and Katsuki leaps away. Deku lunges forward, but he sets an explosion off to keep the nerd back. You're really cool, Kaken, Deku says in that stupid way Katsuki knows he means it. Shut up. The next explosion packs a bit more force than the last. Deku weaves around most of his attacks, but the nerd's stamina can't last forever, no matter how ridiculously in shape he is. Plus, even if Deku's quirk makes him a better strategist, though Katsuki wouldn't call himself a bad one, Katsuki has the advantage of a physical quirk. While Deku might end up turning Katsuki's quirk on himself, Deku still has to work around him, assuming the nerd's plan involves getting close to him. A good strategy would be to keep a distance between him and Deku with explosions, but if the nerd plays the long game, Katsuki will eventually tire out. He's not about to drop from quirk exhaustion, so that's out. Another idea would be to set off an explosion in Deku's face, bright enough to temporarily blind him, to give Katsuki an opening. That's not terrible. Let's try that. They F around for a few more minutes, with Deku getting a few good hits in before Katsuki blows him back. This dance goes on until Katsuki can feel dehydration and quirk exhaustion nipping at his stamina. He's got to wrap this up. Katsuki intentionally lets Deku get close, raising his fist to set off the explosion. You know it's not your fault, right? He freezes mid-swing, the explosions fizzling out on his palm as a cold feeling descends on him. You don't have to protect me anymore. Deku's voice is soft and childish. It's as if they're kids again, making foolish promises and admissions to each other in the sandbox. I can do this. No, you can't, you little sheet, Katsuki hisses before he can stop himself. You couldn't do a DMN thing in your miserable life. He hates how his voice sounds, pleading, desperate. You don't know me anymore. The F I do. Kaken dash. Why did you leave me? The nerd pauses, green eyes alight with understanding. Katsuki scrambles to pull together what's left of his dignity. I told you I'm not your Deku anymore, Izuku reiterates calmly. Because he's dead. He bares his teeth. You son of a dash. But I'm sorry for leaving you. The words give him pause long enough for Deku to knock him flat on his butt. Katsuki's quick to his feet, but not before Deku hits him with a boxer-like uppercut. A stinging pain explodes in his nose. Instead of decking him again, the greenette pivots and watches Katsuki closely as he gets his bearings. You want me to stop coddling you, huh? Katsuki huffs, wiping the blood spilling onto his lips. Then let's effing go. Even if this isn't the real Deku. They share something in common. They won't FNG stay down. But Katsuki refuses to lose. Somehow, someway Izuku manages to pull out a victory against the natural battle prowess of Kaken. But he has never been more bone-weary in his life. And his day isn't even over. It empties his energy reserves to get through the awards ceremony, but receiving the first-place medal from All Might certainly helps. It does strike Izuku as curious that Ida isn't here, but he'll deal with it later. Good job, young Midoriya, All Might congratulates. What you did was very impressive. What you mean is you're surprised I did this without a physical quirk? Izuku thinks, only a little bitter, but he accepts the medal. The man didn't have all the facts when he crushed Izuku's dreams on the rooftop that day. You're only speaking from experience. I need to speak with you before the internships, if you can spare the time, the hero whispers. A bit surprised, Izuku nods. What could that be about? After the sports festival and replying to the thousands of great jobs, Izuku makes it to the train station. He's just going pop back home for a shower before clocking in. God, what he'd give for a day off. His phone rings and Izuku immediately picks up. Hell dash. Midoriya, Pearson cuts in. The hero killer attacked Ingenium and a sidekick in a back alley. According to our information, the sidekick was killed and Ingenium is critically injured. At best, paralysis and at worst, death. We have concerns that he will strike again in Hosu. The director is giving you the day off, because he wants you to study Stain's patterns. Find out where he'll be next. Whatever internship offer you get, take the one that gives you the best time to scope out Hosu. Preferably a hero who isn't paying attention or one that patrols the city. But dash. You have your job. Unit 4 is stationed nearby. Damn it. He hates that unit. Pearson hangs up without another word. Well, he got his day off. When is he going to learn to keep his mouth shut? Part of him is a little disappointed. Izuku had been looking forward to choosing which hero he interns with. He sighs. Guess that's over now. Tenya stares at the email containing the list of offers he received, numb when he should be thrilled. He has many offers, plenty from high-ranking heroes. That's not what he cares about now. The doctors say he's lucky to be alive, his father says, dabbing at his watery eyes. But Tensei will never walk again. He can't be a hero anymore, his mother whispers, stroking her unconscious son's face. You're the only one left. I want you to take on the name Ingenium, Tensei hoarsely pleads. I can't feel my legs, Tenya. Damn it! He hisses in a rare moment of unbridled rage. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Tenya throws his phone against the wet pavement and it shatters upon contact. His fingers tangle through his hair and pull. God damn it! He roars to the godless sky. Why? No one answers, of course. Who would? A moment, the only sounds are his heavy breathing and the pitter-patter of rain against the street. Control. He needs control. Tenya will make Stain pay for what he's done. The lack of water droplets hitting his hair and face draws his attention. A red umbrella is above him, protecting him from the rain. Midoriya stands beside him, a polite smile on his lips. The boy's scarf, the same color as his umbrella, is securely tied around his neck like a noose. He always wears it, and Tenya can't understand why. Ida, I didn't think I'd run into you. The smile stretches farther, but doesn't become any more deep or meaningful. Midoriya crouches down to pick up the broken phone. This is a shame. It looks like it was a good phone. He hands it to Tenya. I was on my way to church. Would you like to join me? It's a good place to get out of the rain and think. There are so many parts of that Tenya should be questioning, but somehow he finds himself falling into step with Midoriya as he heads uptown. Tenya notices that the boy doesn't take the subway or train when it would certainly be faster. Instead, they walk in silence, letting the rain fall around them. It's almost serene. After 20 minutes of walking, Tenya grows antsy. How much longer are we from reaching our destination? He asks, sounding like an impatient child speaking to an adult. Not much longer, Midoriya cryptically replies before halting in front of a large building. This is it. Tenya wonders how he didn't see it earlier, looking up at the cathedral-like church. I wasn't aware they had churches like these in Japan. There are a few, Midoriya replies dismissively as they climb the stone stairs. Not as many as in the West, though. They pause at the large wooden door with black metal work that likely no longer served a use, so that the greenette could shake his umbrella out. The pair enters the church and a sudden chill runs up Tenya's spine. Now inside, he realizes the building isn't as big as he first assumed. It is certainly imposing, but isn't as extensive as the Shinto shrines or Buddhist temples. Some of the architecture is clearly inspired by the Gothic era with gargoyles mounted outside the windows that let in little light, especially on a dark day such as today. As they enter, the storm outside increases, the rain creating a hollow sound from inside the place. The air around him is cool and, besides the natural light, there is nothing illuminating the sanctuary. Midoriya gives his umbrella one last JRK and closes the heavy door behind them. The hinges groan at the movement and the door slams shut, a booming sound amidst the howling wind outside. I wasn't aware you were religious, Tenya says slowly, facing the greenette. You couldn't have known. I don't talk about it much. He finds the remark strange, because all the religious people Tenya has ever met are vocal about their beliefs. Oh. The service ended a while ago, Midoriya continues. Where is he going with this? I apologize if I held you up. Tenya bows, still perplexed by his friend's odd behavior. He waves his hand at him. No, it's fine. I don't really attend services here anyway. Midoriya pauses before loosening his scarf. Tenya is in a breath at the sight of a serious-looking, ugly scar zigzagging down the left side of the boy's neck. He catches his eye and freezes. Tenya had been caught staring. Midoriya breaks eye contact first. His observant eyes are quick to examine Tenya before turning away. Wordlessly and totally unbothered, the class officer walks to what looks to be a coat rack and sheds his black raincoat, hanging both the scarf and the slicker on the hook. I have to go talk to someone, Midoriya tells him. Feel free to look around. He brought me here for this? No, Midoriya would never waste my time. Tenya sets his lips in a thin line. Midoriya is logical. His every action is calculated. But while all things that Midoriya does are with purpose, he never tells anyone what he wants or needs outright. Tenya will have to figure this out for himself. The other UA student disappears into a small box with a curtain. Tenya takes this as his signal to roam. He paces the empty halls, greeting the occasional passing church worker. This place feels so empty, so lonely, but maybe that's because hardly anyone's here. Tenya examines stained glass windows, colors dulled by the little light brought on by the day. The stories depicted in the stained glass. Stained. Tensei fights for his life in the ICU, hooked up to hundreds of machines keeping him breathing. Familiar rage boils in his blood and he tightens his fists. Why is he even here? Tenya spins around and storms toward the door. Just as he reaches for the knob. Sorry to keep you waiting. I had a lot to confess. Midoriya's calm and apologetic voice carries across the front of the church, bouncing off the stone walls. We can go now. The boy reaches for his scarf and jacket, slipping the black raincoat on and draping the scarf over his shoulders on either side. Draping it, not wrapping it around his neck like he usually does. Scar in full view, Midoriya opens his umbrella and brushes past Tenya, opening the door. It's raining harder outside than it was before they arrived, he notes. Midoriya stops halfway down the church steps, his free hand rubbing at the lightning-shaped mark on his neck. One of my best friends was shot on these steps, he announces out of the blue. The sudden admission startles Tenya. What? Everything Midoriya does is intentional. She helped me after my mom died. Yuki was one of the best people I ever knew. There's a distinct sadness in his voice when the boy peers at the rained-on steps as if they're still slick with blood. She didn't deserve it. The first bullet clipped me, that's where I got this scar. Every action planned. Her killer only got 2 years. He lives down the street from here. Midoriya raises his head and stares in the presumed direction of Yuki's killer, eyes distant, but sharp. The son of a beach didn't deserve to get off easy. Surprised by the profanity, Tenya watches as the boy's hand slides into his pocket and out comes a long knife. I should kill him for what he did. But he won't tell you what you need to understand. You can't. Tenya cries, horrified his friend would even think of doing such a thing. I'm sorry for your friend, but murder won't bring her back. What will you get out of causing more pain? You'll be dropped from the hero course, expelled, arrested. I said I should kill him, Midoriya interrupts evenly. I didn't say I would. Besides he shifts so that those solemn green eyes meet Tenya's blue ones. He can feel the greenette's quiet probing of his very soul. Isn't that advice you should take? You figure that out yourself. Realization dawns on him. I heard about what happened to your brother, Midoriya says while Tenya gapes. It was unfortunate, but going after the hero killer won't make him better. All of the things that would happen to me if I took revenge on Yuki's killer would come to pass with you. Tilting his head, Midoriya asks a question that Tenya will never forget. Are you willing to give that up? He runs home. Yes, Tenya is ashamed to admit it, but he sprints home, not looking back once to see if Midoriya is following him. Fear and anger swirl in his heart, but most prominently horror and disgust at himself. Izuku watches his friend retreat. He coughs and reaches for his handkerchief, raising it to his cracked lips. The white cloth comes away blood-stained. Sheet. Drawing in a deep breath, he exhales, creating a small cloud that dissipates quickly in the rain. The last 2 days have been rough. The sports festival was Friday, today is Sunday, and UA has given them tomorrow off, but it's forecasted to rain like this all weekend, limiting most outdoor activities. He'll work through those days, regardless of UA's recommendation to rest. A ping from his phone draws his attention to Ochako's texts. Gravity who? Deku. Gravity who? Come hang out. Gravity who? We're all going to Benji's Funplex TMRW. He sighs. You? Sorry. Can't. Gravity who? Next time? You? Maybe. I'll try. Ochako responds with a smiley face and Izuku chuckles. People like him don't deserve the friends they have. Thunder rolls above him. It's time to go home. Yuki, he says to the empty church front. I hope you'll be all right. No one answers, obviously, but his lips turn upward just a hint and something in his eye twinkles. See you next week. He walks home. The rain is soothing to his normally turbulent mind. Passing an alleyway, Izuku notices a tiny animal, fur slick and shiny from the rain, curled up at its entrance. At his presence, the puppy raises its head, looking at Izuku with large, sweet, innocent eyes. The puppy rises to its feet, tilting its little head. God damn it. The apartment is quiet, as it has been since his father moved out. Izuku sighs and shifts, paying careful attention to the small dog tucked under his arm. This is stupid, he says aloud. I'm going to get attached. And then it's going to die. And then I'm going to be upset. The puppy happily yelps. Yeah, you would say that. Izuku puts the puppy on the floor next to the couch. The dog hops onto the furniture and tracks muddy wet prints all over it. No, don't you know what? I deal with it tomorrow. He runs a hand through his wet hair. What am I going to do with you? I don't know anything about animals. Dog that really needs to name barks, tongue hanging out and eagerly wagging. Just stay on the couch. I'll see if there's anything in the fridge you can eat. After a few minutes, Izuku finds some leftover chicken from last night's dinner. The puppy bumps against Izuku's leg, eagerly wagging its tail. I told you to forget it. He crouches down and puts the container in front of the dog. It hungrily gulps down the chicken. Good dog, I guess. Izuku pets it, rustling its felty gray ears. Ew. He pulls his hand away. You're getting a bath later. His phone rings. Be right back. Stepping over the dog, he answers the call. Hey Dad. Hey Zuzu. How you doing? We may have a dog now. May? His father repeats hesitantly. So there was this really cute puppy dash. This prompts a 20-minute conversation during which Hisashi laughs at his son. So it just looked at you dash. It's not that funny, Izuku huffs. The boy is sitting on the blue couch, knees pulled to his chest while absent-mindedly picking at a loose thread on his jeans. Maybe not. You named the dog yet? Hisashi begins chuckling. Oh, that kid, you're a mess. He rolls his eyes. Thank you, most wonderful father. Hey, did I tell you how you got your name? Baby naming sites? Izuku guesses. Mom. I actually chose it way before I met your mother. Really? He sits up a little more. Ever since Inko's death, his father hasn't spoken much about life before the villain attack. Izuku never holds it against him, but whenever Hisashi talks of Inko or his early life, Izuku listens with rapt attention. Can you tell me? There's a pause and a shift on the other side of the phone before Hisashi clears his throat. Sure, why not? So, I always liked the name Izuku Dash. But why Izuku? Because it's a badass name. That's why. What about Deku is badass? Look, Katsuki is a little beach dash. Dad. What? I'm being honest. He ruined the perfectly good name I chose. And I was so excited to teach you how to curse dash. Dad dash. Inko was not thrilled, let me tell you that dash. I can't wait until you're 20. We're going out for shots. I don't really think dash. We're doing it. It is a Midoriya man tradition. The serious tone in which his father speaks makes Izuku burst out laughing. He feels lighter than he has in weeks. No, it isn't. They talk for nearly 2 hours. Conversation bounces from family, to life, to little things that annoy them both. Eventually, the talk lulls in the late hours of the night. Good night, Izuku, his dad says. Izuku yawns, eyelids hanging heavily over his eyes. Good night, Dad. Have a good day tomorrow. I'm really proud of you. Hisashi's voice is sweet and fatherly in Izuku's ears. Thanks, Dad. For a moment, he's 5 years old again and Hisashi is tucking him into bed and kissing him on the forehead. The line disconnects when his dad hangs up. He stares at the phone for a few moments before yawning and curling up on the couch. The puppy lazily trots over to him, climbs onto the furniture and falls asleep under his arm. Its tiny nuzzle rests against his chest and the paws are tucked under its body. Izuku sighs again, but it's fond. Even if everything is going to pieces around him, in these brief happy moments, he can rest. These are the offers you received, Aizawa-sensei drawls, gesturing to the board. As you can see, some of you have more offers than others. Didn't Midoriya win the festival? Ashido asks, pointing toward the board. Kirishima nods. But Todoroki has the most. Mineta smirks. Bakugu, how does it feel to come in fourth? Tsu smacks the boy with her tongue while explosions bloom in Bakugu's palms. Shudo couldn't care less. He did beat Midoriya in offers by a margin of about 20, but there are other things occupying his mind. His SPRM donor of a father hasn't dragged Shudo to the gym for training session since the sports festival. In fact, the man refuses to so much as look at him. Not that Shudo minds, but with what Midoriya said that it can't be a coincidence. Shudo is entertaining the idea that Midoriya Izuku is a secret agent or something. It would make perfect sense with the boy's ninja-like moves, his blank demeanor and marksmanship. Maybe the Imperial Scholars Program is just a front and it's actually some government agency that trains kids to be spies or something. Conspiracy. It has to be a conspiracy. He steals a glance back at Midoriya, watching the exhausted boy carefully. Midoriya keeps scratching at something on his neck. The red scarf he usually wears is missing. Shudo leans back just enough to catch sight of a scar slicing down the left side of his neck. He looks sick, his already pale skin several shades lighter and sweat beading on his forehead. Every few minutes, Midoriya turns to the side and coughs into his handkerchief. Something about him is familiar. But what? Todoroki. Pay attention, Aizawa-sensei snaps. Stop staring at Midoriya. At this the aforementioned boy raises his head, meeting Shudo's gaze with cloudy, unfocused eyes while the class laughs. His pale cheeks are red with blush. Now, since you'll be taking on internships, you'll need to decide on your hero names. Since I don't really care about these, someone else is here to help you. Midnight opens the door with a flourish, cracking her whip. Okay kiddos. Let's hear what you got. Shudo watches as their teacher crawls into a yellow sleeping bag, looking as if he wants to be anywhere else but here. White bards are passed around and students begin writing their hero names. Izuku stares at the blank board before him. He could go with Yomi, but it doesn't feel right. Something so ominous and steeped in blood shouldn't be the name of a hero. He sighs and coughs into the handkerchief, stained with flecks of blood. Of course he has to come down with something at a time like this. The blood isn't really a concern, just a standard side effect of his quirk, but being sick isn't making it any better. Why is he here again? My hero name is Dash. Ashido lifts her whiteboard above her head. Alien Queen. That's a bit too villainous sounding, Midnight says, shaking her head. Try again. Who's next? Moi will go next. Aoyama prances up the aisle. I cannot stop twinkling. The 18-plus heroine pauses, tapping her chin. Try and shorten it by making cannot a contraction. But it's fine. That's where the standard is? Ashido heads up again, presenting her new name, Pinky, which actually makes the cut. Thankfully, Tsu restores some semblance of sanity by announcing her hero name, the rainy season hero, Froppy. This prompts others to share their hero names. Izuku hears some rather creative ones. The stun gun hero, Charge Bolt, by Kaminari. The petting hero, Anima, by Kuda. Tentacle, by Shuji. Uravity, by Ochako, a favorite of his. And Kriati, by Yaoyorozu. There are many others. Tokoyami's choosing of the Lord of the Night's name is certainly fitting, but there are also some plainer ones, like Invisible Girl, Hagakure, Tailman, Ojiro, and Sugarman, Satu. But in the end, he has no idea what he wants to be called. Okay, we only have a few left. No, Bakugo, you cannot be called King Explosion Murder. No, you cannot change it to Lord Explosion Murder. So, Todoroki Ida, Midoriya. Let's hear him. Izuku watches as Ida, conflicted, takes on his first name as a hero alias. He assures them it will be changed soon. Todoroki does the same. Izuku stares at the whiteboard, tapping his pen. What could he do? How could he define his hero career and legacy in a name? Painerd. Stop taking so FNG long, Kaken snaps. If you're having trouble with your name, you could always go by your childhood hero name, Izuku suggests innocently, only to have an explosion aimed at him. F off. The blonde proceeds to fume for a minute before storming up to the podium and shouting that his hero name is Ground Zero, and if any of you assholes have a problem with it, say it to my FING face. Midoriya. You're the last one. Like I need a reminder. He could go personal. Something to do with his mother or Kino. Inko has the same letters as Kino, but in a different order, so if he were to call himself Kino, it would be paying homage to his deceased friend and mother. Slowly he advances to the podium. My hero name, he says in a voice he himself hardly recognizes. Where did this confidence come from? Is the everlasting hero, Kino? There's a pause. It's a good name, but why Kino and why everlasting? Midnights. It's really kinda depressing. Izuku begins rubbing his neck scar, a nervous habit he needs to drop. My mum's name was Inko and my best friend's name was Kino. They both died and well, I thought it would be a nice way to remember them. It's stupid but... He looks up. To me, they'll always be with me. I want to be that kind of person to other people. Silence sweeps the room and Izuku drops his head. When he looks up, the entire class is on their feet. That's so manly. Kirishima shouts, a single tear trailing down his cheek. You go, Deku. Taco cheers. Midnight smiles and nods, allowing him to go back to his seat. Hey, Deku. Izuku turns and meets the red eyes of Kaken, the only person to remain seated. That name isn't totally stupid. Auntie would've that she would've liked it. A warm feeling stirs in his chest, causing a smile to bloom on his lips. Thank you, Kaken. He twists away, cheeks aflame. Whatever, you weirdo. Izuku doesn't take offense at the words. The bell rings and Izuku shoulders his book bag. Midoriya. Come here. Aizawa-sensei climbs out of his sleeping bag. You look terrible. I'm just sick, Izuku replies. I couldn't afford to miss today. You've been coughing all day. Go to recovery, girl. But dash. Don't argue with me, problem child, Aizawa growls, writing him a pass. Go see the old woman. Izuku doesn't object. The way to the infirmary is familiar to him, as is every way out of the infirmary and every possible place to hide. For example, the drop from the window isn't far enough to kill, so if he needs to, that escape route isn't the worst. That's probably not healthy. Izuku stops outside of the infirmary hesitating for a second. The pause is so routine, it's become second nature for him to just wait a moment before entering the lab infirmary. Taking a deep breath, he pushes the door open. Recovery girl? What is it this time? The old woman grumbles, hobbling toward him. Aizawa-sensei, he said to Dash. Uselessly, he holds the pass out. She snatches it and quickly reads it over before shaking her head. That mother hen. Recovery girl whips her sharp gaze up to assess him. You look sick, she says. It's nothing, he replies, listless. I can go. No. Might as well do a checkup so one, as resident worrywart won't come breathing down my neck. She waves him toward the operation table, a table, like the ones in the doctor's office. Harmless. Sit. He obeys, trying to suppress the anxious dart of his eyes or the minute twitch in his fingers. He's fine. He has always been fine. The older woman takes his temperature and mutters to herself as she works. You're a little feverish, but it's nothing too serious, she muses. Drink plenty of water and don't push yourself too hard in heroics today. But won't, Izuku promises, reaching for his handkerchief. He coughs and hops off the table, starting towards the door. Is that blood? The soft surprise and horror carries well in her voice. Midoriya, come back. With robotic movements, Izuku complies. Recovery girl holds her hand out, as if asking for his handkerchief. He hands it over instantly, anything that will get him out of here faster. She frowns as the splotches of blood on the cloth confirm her suspicions. How long has this been going on? I went to the doctor last week, he says, trying to keep his voice even. She said it's just an infection. Pursing her lips together, recovery girl nods. Mention these things to your teacher, silly boy, she scolds, shaking her cane at him. And let me know immediately if you have any shortness of breath or lightheadedness. Yes, ma'am. She fixes him with a glare. I'm serious. Yes, ma'am. They hold each other's gaze for a minute before the hardness fades from her expression. All right, she sighs, handing back the handkerchief. Just be careful. I don't want to see you here for at least another month, got it? Why, yes, ma'am. Then get where you're going. Come on, Scoot. Izuku zips out of the infirmary, throwing a thank you over his shoulder. The day of internships comes too quickly. Shudo's decided to intern with Endeavor Flaming Dumpster. He may be, his father has immense control over his flames, second to none, but of course, his thoughts are on his class representative. Ever since the sports festival, there's been an inkling, a faded memory that has something to do with Midoriya Izuku that he just can't recall. Perhaps Midoriya isn't who he's thinking of, maybe it's his plain face or odd demeanor. It's something about the way he holds himself, though, the tired acknowledgement and beaten, yet determined light in his dark eyes that strikes a chord with Shudo, because he knows they've met before. Will you be all right, Todoroki? Midoriya asks in a low voice, startling Shudo as he appears out of nowhere. I'll be fine. My father hasn't tried to train me since, he trails off. The sentence doesn't need to be finished. The greenette quietly nods and then faces the train track before him. You're interning with Manuel? Yes. Midoriya doesn't look at him, only at the oncoming train. He's a good hero and Hosu is dash. The boy's words are lost in the sound of the train rushing by before hissing to a stop. Midoriya shoots him a small smile before stepping off of the platform. Text me if you need help, Todoroki. At the time, neither knew it would be quite the opposite. Tamura glares across the bar at the newcomer. Stain returns his gaze, ranting about how he will bring heroes down, all heroes except All Might and some NPC named Yomi that he's never heard of. A fight soon breaks out and Tamura finds himself pinned to the floor, bleeding from the knife in his shoulder. Kurogiri leans against the bar, immobilized. How annoying. Hey, my wound's just healed and we don't have a healer on team, he hisses, scowling at the freak in red. Stain doesn't reply, raising another knife. Tamura catches it inches above his chest. No, not that hand. The blade disintegrates under his touch. The other villain is quick to spring back before they, reluctantly, agree to not kill each other in Hosu. He doesn't like him. This is for your betterment, Tamura, Sensei's voice says. Tamura grinds his teeth together. He won't kill Stain. Not yet, anyway. Tenya does his best to ignore the other boy in their shared room. You can take the top bunk, Midoriya offers. No, you should. I would hate to bother you, Tenya replies, trying not to grit his teeth. I prefer sleeping on the floor, Midoriya says instead of arguing. Take whatever bunk you'd like. As if his presence alone isn't enough to put Tenya off, Midoriya won't leave him alone for a second. Manuel notices this and takes Tenya on a patrol of the city, letting Midoriya train with another hero in the meantime. Don't go after the hero killer, Manuel warns. Tenya promises not to. Tenya lies. When Nomus attack and the city goes up in flames, he sees his opportunity. With Midoriya and Manuel nowhere in sight, Tenya charges into the night to find Stain, hell-bent on revenge. If someone were to compile a list of the people with the worst days ever, Izuku would be in the top 10. Maybe the top 5 if the list was on the amount of bad days he's had. Around him, Hosa burns hotter than hell. Nomus screech in the distance, swinging low with their toothy maws and soulless eyes like vengeful furies. You're going to be okay, miss, Izuku tells the little girl clinging to his chest. We're going to get you evacuated, sheet. No, don't repeat that, you're okay. You're okay. He tries to keep his voice level and calm. It's been his experience that scared civilians and victims respond better to that than their savior being as terrified as they are. A choked sob escapes the girl's throat. Normally, he'd be upset about the damp spot growing on his costume, but Izuku can ignore it with the raging heat surrounding them. The heat is steadily growing around them, hot enough to burn. Izuku wraps another arm around the girl, trying to keep her from breathing in too much smoke. The only way out of the fire is through it. Izuku braces himself for what he must do. It's going to be okay. Suddenly, the fire dies with a bitter hiss. Izuku turns to his mentor. Thank God for Manuel. Kino, get her to the perimeter we've set up. Have you seen Ida? Manuel stills. I thought he was with you. Izuku hands the little girl off to a member of Unit 4 and runs like the hounds of hell are nipping at his ankles. Ida is in Hosu for one reason. And that one reason is going to get him killed. In the shadows of the alleyway, Stain looms over the still form of Ida Tenya. He can't move. Can't move. Can't move. Tenya grits his teeth. He's failed. It is my mission. Purge all fakes from society. The katana is raised and swung down toward his spine, like tensei, but it never connects. Metal clashes mere centimeters above him, trembling in an uneasy balance. Midoriya grunts under the effort it takes to keep the blade from reaching him. Stain withdraws his sword, making a noise of interest, but scowling nonetheless. You shouldn't be here, child. Leave and be spared. Ida. Midoriya's voice is careful and low as the boy steps in front of him. When Stain's quirk wears off, take native and run. You can't dash. Tenya hisses. This is my fight. He dash. I don't care. Midoriya lowers himself into a battle stance, steely look glinting in his eyes. I'm not letting you die because you decided to be an absolute dumbass and take on a serial killer. When the quirk wears off, you run. Native. The injured hero looks up. I need your permission to engage. Alright. Permission granted. Native still looks unsure. You would have a child fight your battles? You are a coward, Stain muses, drawing both swords. I warn you, boy. If we clash, the weaker of us will be called. I'm a hero. I was born to die. Midoriya raises both of his weapons. Stain smiles. You are a true hero. I may let you live. Don't trouble yourself. Stain lunges at his friend and Midoriya moves faster than Ida's ever seen him move. Izuku rolls, landing hard on his shoulder. Wincing, he quickly rights himself and swings his sword to keep Stain at a distance. I almost didn't recognize you in that hero costume, Yomi. Against his better judgment, he freezes. Stain smirks. You're younger than I thought, but I'm glad you've chosen the walk of a hero. You've improved since our blades last met. While the serial killer talks, for such a brutal and efficient killer, Akaguro Kaizome really is dramatic. Izuku sends an SOS out from his phone. The villain lunges forward, swords at the ready. He scrambles to drop the phone, but Stain manages to nick his arm. Instantly, he feels Stain's quirk take effect. Against his will, all limbs lock in place and he drops like a rag doll. I will never understand why you of all people must protect these fakes. Disgusted, Stain gestures to Native and Ida. You are above them, dash. If I'm so above them, he hisses. And you mean what you say, then kill me. Midoriya, what are you, dash? Shut up, Ida. Izuku growls before addressing Stain again. You believe heroes should give themselves for others without compensation? Kill me. My life for theirs. Please, please let someone come. Stain stalks toward him, scowling. You're good. The tip of the man's sword is slipped under Izuku's chin, forcing him to look up. But you're stalling. In a moment he could have not timed better, ice spirals forth, putting a barrier between him and the hero killer. Todoroki. Oh, thank God. There is almost no better matchup for someone like Stain. Long distance is what he needs right now. Midoriya. Next time be more specific with your directions. I was almost late. You're fine, he says, ignoring the burning in his arm. Stain has a blood quirk. Don't let him taste your blood or you'll be paralyzed. The bicolored boy doesn't question why or how Izuku knows this, something he's appreciating in this moment, because he's said, once they're all okay, he's going to tear Ida a new one for being so FING stupid, just nods and puts up another ice wall. No. This is my fight. Ida insists, still lying on the ground. Both of you leave. My brother asked me to take on his name. And dash. Really? Todoroki says while fighting off the serial killer. Bad form, don't talk when you're fighting. Izuku will get to that later. Because the ingenium I know would never make that face. If you want us to stop, then get up. Shudo. Look out. He whirls around just in time for Stain's knife to clip his cheek. Izuku curses, mentally counting the seconds until the quirk fades. Todoroki instantly freezes the knife, sealing the blood away. Stain is forced back by a flame, but Izuku can see him inching closer. Todoroki can't go all out with them there. They're liabilities. The quirk's hold dissolves and Izuku springs into action, swords bared. Stain turns around quickly enough to block most of the blow, but his blade leaves a sizable cut on Stain's arm. The hero killer doesn't hesitate, spinning around to release a wave of throwing knives. Izuku ducks just in time, thank God for knee pads, and swings the handle of his sword to the back of Stain's knees. He stumbles and Izuku leaps out of the way when Todoroki sends a wave of ice at the man. Stain dodges and flies at them, so quick that neither have adequate time to react. Izuku raises his arm to take the brunt of the attack when Ida comes out of the woodwork. The boy delivers a swift kick to Stain's face. "You two are right," Ida says. "A true hero should never put his desires over his duty. I vow to become a real hero. One that will make my brother proud." "Talk is cheap," Stain snaps. "No one can change that quickly." Izuku will have to agree with that statement, but Ida is making a promise to be better. Nothing like that happens overnight. He'll take what he can get. But right now, they've got a Stain-sized problem on their hands that needs to be dealt with immediately. Todoroki freezes Ida's engines at his request while Stain springs off the wall towards Izuku, their swords clashing. Bright blue flames explode out of the engines as Ida flies toward them, his foot slamming into Stain's chest. Stain brings his sword down, stabbing Ida in the shoulder as he moves beneath him, but Todoroki sends a warning flare of fire between them. Before he can do any more damage, Izuku leaps down onto Stain and slams his head against the concrete. The villain doesn't get back up. He breathes a sigh of relief and lowers his swords. It's over. Disarming Stain is tedious, seeing as the man has a ridiculous amount of blades on him. While Izuku pulls daggers from Stain's shoes, he notices Ida reaching for the knife in his shoulder. "Don't touch that," he snaps, not turning back. "You'll make it worse." Ida purses his lips. "Midoriya, don't." The tone of his voice is clipped and icy. Izuku knows he's being harsh, but right now he's so far past having any of it. Todoroki and Native work to restrain Stain after they're confident they have all the weapons. Dragging him behind them, they exit the alley looking for help. Tenya, Kino, Manuel and a group of pros appear. "Are you okay?" One of the sidekicks freezes. "Is that the hero killer?" She whispers. "Sensei." Ida falls into a bow, favoring his right shoulder. "This is all my fault. Please do not penalize my classmates for my error." The hero stares at Ida for a moment before sighing. "We'll talk about it later. You three need medical attention. There's a screech. Someone hits the ground and suddenly Izuku's airborne, staring down at the street below. He twists around just enough to see a winged Nomo flying him away. He's so frustrated he could cry. "God damn it, Tsubasa!" he cries. The ground's getting farther away, but the Nomo's grip is unrelenting, its claws wrapped tightly around Izuku's ribs. The angle at which he's hanging won't allow him to cut himself free, so there's only one option. Izuku reaches for his knife. Tsubasa shrieks and they begin plummeting toward the street. A pair of arms quickly wrap around him and pull him away from the Nomu, depositing him semi-gently onto the street. Stain stands with his back to him, blade in hand. Jesus Christ, how many of those did he carry? "This world is polluted with fakes," he whispers in a husky voice. From the ground, Izuku can see his classmates and the pro-heroes standing several yards away, frozen. Both this sham-filled society and the villains who wield their power in the name of petty mischief will be the targets of my purge. I will tear them from the earth, all for the sake of a better world. He raises his head to heaven and the heroes still do not move. I shall only be killed by true heroes. All Might Stain turns, dark eyes intently trained on him. "And you?" Stain takes exactly one step forward before freezing and collapsing where he stood. Everyone stares before chaos breaks out on the street again. It's not over yet. Kaizomes sits in his cell, awaiting transportation to Tartarus from a maximum security prison. "You have a visitor," his guard gruffs. Her arms are folded and she stands straight with rigid posture. "Now." He raises an eyebrow and rises from his seat, letting himself be led to an interrogation-style room, empty sans a table and 2 chairs on either end. With the straitjacket on, of course. Arai Mamoru sits across the table and gestures for him to sit. Akaguro. Arai. That's about as pleasant as the conversation will get. Sit, won't you? I had to pull a lot of strings to get a visit with you. Arai gestures to the empty chair across from. Kaizome seats himself, keeping his gaze level with Arai's. You sent your queen after me. He crooks an eyebrow. Queen. Arai repeats innocently. Innocent. As innocent as the devil himself. Kaizome nods. Yomi, he replies. Or Midoriya Izuku, I suppose. It's odd you would hide your strongest piece among hero hopefuls. I thought you liked to keep your pawns in the shadows. Arai crosses his arms, leaning back with hints of a smirk on his lips. He's there to serve his purpose. And that would be? He's pushing it, but there's not much to lose where he's standing. You aren't cleared to have that kind of information anymore, Akaguro. Kaizome bites his lip, wishing for his knives. The reason society is so corrupt. The reason heroics are nothing but a farce. The reason he even took on this name and became who he is today. Is because of this man. Arai places his folded hands on the table, staring intently through Kaizome's eyes. You know, if you wanted, you could take your position back. With conditions, of course, until you could be trusted, but you would be a great hand-to-hand combat instructor for us, Arai offers. And besides, you would get to meet Midoriya, who you seem so interested in. You would have a hand in shaping, oh, how did you put it? A real hero. He grits his teeth. There isn't. The director is nothing if not an opportunist. What kind of person wouldn't take a way out from his current situation? One with morals. No, I will take the punishment I am given, he replies. If it is what society thinks I deserve, then it is what I deserve for now. Arai leans back. You've always had a twisted sense of justice. You're one to talk, he thinks, but doesn't voice his opinion. Kaizome may be bold, but he isn't stupid. He's already facing a life sentence to Tartarus, a minimum of 50 years. One wrong step around the director and he could be serving his sentence on the bottom row of the prison, where the worst of the worst are kept. They pause, staring across the table at the other. The director makes the first move, pushing himself away from the table and standing. He straightens his clothes and nods toward Kaizome. Well, you may change your mind after a few years. Have a good life, Kaizome. The door opens and shuts with a click. A few minutes pass before his guard comes in. Visiting time is over, she announces, as if it isn't already obvious. Kaizome allows himself to be taken away. He may be heading to the worst prison in Japan for life as a villain, but he'll take it over a minute of working under Arai Mamoru with a guilty conscience. If it means not being able to tell Midoriya Izuku to jump ship while he still can, then he must live with it. There are things one must learn by themselves. Even if it's almost too late. Tenya stares down at his bandaged hands balled tightly in his lap. Todoroki has been picked up by his sister and one of Midoriya's friends is coming to get him. His parents don't say a word to him, as they will him out of the hospital. Midoriya stares him down in the rain on the steps of the church. Are you willing to give that up? He'd made his decision, and Tenya is only lucky to make it out without real consequences. The cover Midoriya had made up about Native clearing them for engagement is all that's keeping him from losing his career as a hero. Midoriya. The boy had warned him explicitly, come to the same agency just to stop him, and he still went after Stain. He's a fool. A complete and utter idiot. Why did he think this would change anything? You have a meeting with your teachers tomorrow, his mother says. Oh. This. Yes, mother, he replies quietly. It's not something he's looking forward to. His parents help him into the car, some of Midoriya's harsh words still bouncing around in his mind. I tried to tell you. Why don't you effing listen? You think your family wants to mourn your death? That we want to go to your funeral? What if someone died? Newsflash, you're not the only one who's lost someone. You're lucky enough to still have your brother. Midoriya had cried at that one. Tenya isn't sure what he meant. Pearson signs him out of the hospital. You handled the situation decently, he says, not happy or sad about it. Everything went to shit when Ida disappeared, Izuku grumbles, rubbing his bruised cheek. Complications happen. You need to learn how to work around them. The matter-of-fact statement makes Izuku want to roll his eyes, but Pearson probably wouldn't appreciate that, so he keeps his eyes front. By the way, we're getting an apprentice. Izuku raises an eyebrow. An apprentice? Yeah. Name's Shimizu Katsumi. He's a second year in junior high from Yokohama. When does he get in? Today. I think Kenji and Naomi are showing him around. Naomi? Izuku repeats, ping an eyebrow. Not Kensei. Pearson doesn't look back as he unlocks his car. He was busy. Izuku slides into the passenger seat, picking at scabs on his hands. They're going to scar if you keep doing that. He huffs, brushing some of the bangs from his face. I don't really care. Pearson shrugs and starts the car. They pull out of the parking lot and drive off down the street. Izuku scrolls through his phone, noting all the messages he has. He pauses at a series of texts. It's marked unknown number, but he recognizes the person texting him. How does Himiko have my number? Who knows? That's comforting. He exhales through his nose and taps out a response. Unknown number, Izu, why you ignore me? You, leave me alone. Unknown number is typing. Unknown number, you are so mean. He snorts, a smile gracing his lips for a moment before a frown clouds his expression. You shouldn't be contacting me. You could get in trouble. Unknown number is typing. Unknown number, who cares? It's for love. Unknown number, I love you and you are pretty blood, Izu. That's Himiko all right. Careless too. But there's part of him that knows when it comes to Himiko, she'll be fine no matter what. Things just seem to work out for her like that. You gross. Himiko doesn't reply after a few minutes, so he sighs and drops his phone into the BRST pocket of his jacket. I'm going to drop you at home. You've got to come in tomorrow to give the stain report. Yeah, I know. Paperwork. His absolute favorite. They drive longer until the scenery starts looking familiar. Here we are. Thanks. He doesn't really mean it, because he's not thrilled to be home, but whatever. Izuku undoes his seatbelt and opens the door. Try not to get into any trouble, Pearson says, half serious. Halfway out of the car, Izuku glances back at his senior commanding officer. I'll try not to, he replies slowly. Have a good one. You too. Izuku walks the 3 flights of stairs up to his apartment. The elevator's been broken for the last 4 months, and makes a stop at his neighbor, Oboro Hana's, apartment to pick up his dog. You're early, she muses, a smile on her lips. But he missed you so much, so I don't think Kaito's complaining. Hey Kaito, he says as the puppy leaps up at his knees. Thanks for watching him. Izuku fishes for a stack of bills in his pocket. Oh, it was my pleasure. She shakes her head. Don't worry about it. He doesn't push it, but he does feel bad not paying her. I'll see you around. I'm sure you will. Bye now. Izuku scoops Kaito up, gathers the dog's supplies, his bed, the food, his bowls, and heads back to his apartment. It's dark and empty, just like he left it. He sighs and sets the animal down. Kaito scampers off to the couch that Izuku's given up on trying to keep him off of. Izuku tosses his keys into the bowl by the door and drops all of Kaito's possessions. You think your family wants to mourn your death? That we want to go to your funeral? Maybe he'd been too harsh on Ida. Hell, why is he even mad? Because Ida could have died? Yeah, but at least he's brave enough to do something bold for those he loves. Izuku's never been so brave. But Ida's still stupid. He doesn't rewind like Izuku. What if Izuku wasn't in Hosu? Would he have been okay with letting everyone around him cry at his death and grieve him? It's selfish. So selfish. Izuku touches his cheek and realizes it's wet. He's crying. Angrily, he scrubs the tear trails away. Stupid. Stupid. God, what is wrong with him? During his week away, everything in the fridge has gone bad. Not that there was much in there to begin with. Izuku probably would have avoided this if he planned ahead, but he didn't. So now he's walking down a dark street at midnight hoping he doesn't get jumped. Someone darts out of the alley, oh great, and slams into his right shoulder, spilling his groceries everywhere. Hey! Izuku shouts. Wait! The person, quite short, turns around in alarm, yelping at the sight of him. Are you okay? Izuku asks, stooping down to the person's height. I'm Dash. He can finally make the person's features out in the darkness. Mineta. Izuku moves him to the side so that he stands under the street lamp. Round purple orbs shine in the light. Purple bloodshot eyes are caught somewhere between a startled stare and a plea for help. Midoriya. Why are you here? Mineta smells funny, like smoke, grass and Damn it. What are you doing out here? Izuku asks. It's late. Mineta shrinks down, staring at the ground. There's a long silence where neither of them speaks. Izuku sighs and checks the time. 12:16 a.m. Look, you don't have to tell me. I know we're not really close. I can call Kaminari Dash. No. Not Kaminari. Mineta says sharply, latching onto Izuku's shirt. He yanks him forward. Don't call anyone. Desperation is stark in his voice and expression. His balled fists tremble and he glances around anxiously. Please. Don't call anyone. Izuku stares at him before gently pulling him away from his shirt. I'm not going to call anyone, he assures him. I'm not going to tell anyone either, but you can't stay out here. I'm headed home, and if you don't have anywhere to go, you can come. Izuku picks up his groceries and walks home. About halfway there, he notices Mineta's small frame trailing behind him at a distance. He doesn't want to think about the implications of this. When he gets to his apartment, he sets one of the bags down to get his keys. Out of the corner of his eye, he can see Mineta hesitate and move like he's going to leave. But he doesn't. Izuku wills himself not to sigh as he unlocks the door and Kaito immediately starts barking. Shoo, down boy. Mineta shifts behind him and awkwardly clears his throat. You don't have a dog. The statement isn't a sneer or anything harsh, just genuine surprise. Yeah. His name's Kaito. He doesn't bite. Izuku moves past the puppy that's now intently checking out the newcomer. Come in. Nervously, Mineta shuts the door and steps around the dog. He follows Izuku deeper into the house, still wary. That's fair enough, Izuku supposes. He drops the grocery bags on the counter and rustles through them. Hungry. Despite his opinion of Mineta, he's not going to let him starve. Izuku isn't that cruel. I could eat. Again, he refuses to look at Izuku. He interprets the statement as the boy being too embarrassed to admit how hungry he is. I haven't eaten dinner either. I'll make us something. Izuku begins gathering the necessary ingredients for a filling meal. As he puts the pan on the stove, he notices Mineta is still standing in the doorway like a ghost haunting the kitchen. He catches Izuku watching him and quickly clears his throat. Could that help? After weighing his options, Izuku nods and gestures for him to grab the eggs. Dinner is a quiet affair, which Izuku is used to, but this is just awkward. Mineta's wolfing down his food, hardly breathing, much less speaking, in between bites. They finish and set their dishes aside. But thought you were interning with Milady, Izuku says, breaking the ice between them. She had to go out of town for something, he mumbles, rubbing his arm. Didn't learn much anyway. Stupid internships. The last part is said under his breath, dripping with venom and bitterness. Izuku is tempted to point out that Mineta went to MT Lady because of her assets and not for what she could tell him as a hero. Besides, it doesn't make sense to go to a newly debuted hero for work experience, given that the woman graduated 3 years ago. Probably not a great time to mention it, though. That's unfortunate, sits on his tongue, but Izuku doesn't say it. Instead, he clears his throat. So why were you outside? Izuku thinks it's too early, too unfair, to ask why Mineta didn't go home, but he can't deny seeing the boy in such a state is puzzling him. He doesn't get much of an answer. Mineta shrugs and stares down at his plate. I can go, he offers. No, you can sleep in the master bedroom. Or on a futon if you want. Or the couch. Izuku trails off, listing options for sleeping arrangements. It occurs to him that every interaction he's ever had with Mineta Minoru has been negative and he has no clue how to talk to him. I'll take the couch. Izuku pushes away from the table and stands, half glad to have an excuse to leave. I'll get some blankets. As he turns and walks off, Izuku has only one thought running through his head. This is going to be a very, very long few days. Izuku groans and sits up as Kaito yaps loudly in his ear. 6:59 a.m. Not bad. He's been asleep 4.6 hours? Yeah, 6 hours. That's good. The previous night's memories flood back to him. But, Mineta. He should probably get up. Come on, boy, he mumbles, brushing his hair out of his face. Get off. Kaito obliges and leaps off his chest. Izuku huffs and gracefully rolls off his bed. With a groan, he rubs his eyes and makes his way toward the bathroom. After a quick shower, Izuku heads to the kitchen for breakfast while Mineta is still passed out on the couch. He sighs and makes an easy meal of eggs and tea. The smell draws the other boy from the throes of sleep. Sleepily, Mineta stumbles into the kitchen and rubs his eyes. What time is it? 7:30. He shakes his head. You're a freak. And he's back, Izuku thinks, placing 2 steaming plates on the table. I made dash. I didn't need your help, Mineta snaps. Izuku watches him carefully. Okay, he replies. Do you want to leave? Are you kicking me out? His voice has a lot of bite in it. No, Izuku says as patiently as he can. I'm not. They stare at each other for a minute. No, Mineta mutters. I don't want to leave. Izuku spends most of the day tiptoeing around Mineta. The boy sits around and glares at the wall, or at him, but Izuku hasn't said anything yet. Kaito alternates between nipping at Izuku's heels and cautiously orbiting Mineta. The dog and the purple boy are uncharacteristically quiet. Izuku works on the stain report and decides he'll step out at 1 to go to the compound. Mineta won't mind. Probably. Izuku puts his jacket on. It's raining outside and gathers his files. I'll be back. He calls down the hallway. There's no answer. He didn't expect one. Sighing, Izuku opens the door, flips his hood up and heads out into the rain. This is stupid, Minoru tells the dog. Stop following me. The apartment is empty. Midoriya had left for something. Whatever it is, he's an idiot for going out in this weather. Minoru can hear the wind howling from inside and the rain pelts the windows. He should leave, get the hell out before Midoriya comes back. That kid gives him the creeps. The way Midoriya looks at you. It never feels like he's looking at you so much as he's looking through you. Every moment he's spending with this psycho is a moment he could be anywhere else. Like at the skating rink looking at girls. Or the gym watching girls. His options bring him nothing but bitter frustration. He doesn't want to go out, but he doesn't want to stay here. Minoru could always go home. It's not like anyone would ask any questions. But that's always been worse somehow. His older brother had texted him a few times since he stormed out last night, but Minoru hasn't replied beyond, I'm fine. Except he's really not, is he? There's not much about him being absolutely fed in the head that's fine. If Minoru is fine, why the hell is he here at Midoriya's apartment of all places? The dog's still staring at him. Minoru turns away. He's got to get out of here. Izuku rubs his stiff neck and groans. The report had been surprisingly long. Well, the presentation of it had. He'd been in front of 2 unit representatives and the junior unit's rep, Amano Yui, who is the quirkless second in command when it comes to the program. There had been a barrage of questions Izuku didn't prepare for. He had to think on his feet to answer their questions. It had worked, but now he's just tired. His 6 hours of sleep have long since worn off and he still has to get back to his apartment. Maybe Mineta's there, maybe he's not. Izuku's wagering that he's left by now, but there's a small chance he hasn't. It doesn't really matter what he thinks. Izuku's never been a betting man because the odds are always against him. Mineta is still in his apartment, watching TV with Kaito, who'd somehow managed to coax the boy into petting him. He glances at the TV and sees 2 characters kiss on a Ferris wheel. You like this movie? Mineta startles and Kaito leaps from his lap. This isn't what it looks like. Izuku tilts his head, rain from his hair dripping onto the carpet. What does it look like? Mineta shuts the TV off in a hurry. Nothing. Izuku doesn't understand what's so scandalous about watching Love, Simon, so he just shrugs and toes his shoes off. Mineta continues to glare, his face twisted in a scowl. Izuku raises his head to look at the boy. Are you G-? I'm not. He interrupts harshly. Izuku knits his eyebrows together in confusion. You're not what? I'm not a FG. Mineta snaps. Stop looking at me like that. That I was asking if you were going to want dinner, Izuku says slowly. That because it's late. Mineta pales. Oh, he says quietly. They stare at each other in total silence for at least a minute. Maybe 3. He doesn't know. Most of his brain power is spent trying to figure out how he got here. That I'm leaving, Mineta mutters, brushing past Izuku. Wait. The boy grabs his shoes, despite the fact that it's still raining, and storms out. After the door slams, the apartment is quiet again. What just happened? Izuku asks Kaido. The dog doesn't reply. Figures. Shoyuta leans back and listens to the first of 3 meetings he now has to attend thanks to his students. So, let me get this straight. You deliberately chose Manuel so that you could go after the hero killer? He doesn't care that his tone is harsh. What Tenya did was stupid. Shoyuta knows that he's been chewed out at least once, if Tensei's phone call was anything to go by. Tenya doesn't meet his or Principal Nizu's gaze. Yes. His voice is small and quiet. Nizu's paws are neatly folded in front of him and he's staring intently forward. This would normally be grounds for expulsion without question, he states. Tenya flinches, but remains quiet, eyes turned toward the ground, glistening with tears. I understand, he mutters. My actions were self-serving and reckless. Tenya stands and bows, stiff and fighting tears. And completely unbefitting of a hero. Nizu nods. While that is true, I said it would normally be grounds for expulsion. Thanks to Midoriya's quick thinking and the silence of those involved, that will not be the case this time. His gaze grows sharper. However, there must be consequences to ensure nothing like this happens again. Oh, of course. Tenya replies. Shoyuta can tell the kids just glad to not be expelled. First of all, you will be suspended for 2 weeks, Nizu says. Your classmates will be told it is because of an injury and you will not talk about the hero killer incident. Yes, sensei. I would like a 10-page paper on vigilantism, Shoyuta adds. Turned in by the end of your suspension. And if I hear anything about this ever again he leans in so that his point is emphasized. I will not hesitate to expel you. Am I understood? Why, yes, sensei. Good. Shoyuta waves him off. You can go now. Tell Todoroki he can come in. A few minutes later, the lightly bandaged form of Todoroki Shudo appears in the door. Sensei. Shit. He's late for his UA-appointed scolding and Izuku is sure Aizawa's going to kill him. His bus had broken down and Izuku had to sprint the last 2 miles to UA because his train was delayed. So yeah, he may or may not be dead. Izuku bursts through the door without announcing himself, something that would cost him another life if this was the director's office, and screeches to a stop. I apologize for being late, he says in between breaths. What happened? Nizu asks nonchalantly. Unforeseen circumstances. Okay, so maybe the reason the bus broke down was because he detained a dangerous individual on public transport. But everyone was fine. This is fine. Once again, I am very sorry, and it will not happen again. Forget it, problem child, Aizawa-sensei gruffs. And stop looking like a deer in headlights. You're not in trouble. Izuku tries to relax at this, but doesn't succeed. Aizawa sighs like he wants to go back to bed. Just sit down. Izuku obliges, collapsing into the chair without much grace. Did you run here? Nizu asks. Bus broke down and my train was delayed, he explains in one breath. I didn't want to be even later. Nizu nods. Once again, it's fine, Midoriya. There was no rush. But we'd like to talk about the incident in Hosu. Aizawa cuts in before Nizu can continue. The principal casts a vaguely annoyed look at the hero, but doesn't comment on it. Yes, the incident in Hosu. We just had a few questions if you don't mind. No, he says. They give him a strange look before he elaborates. No, I don't mind. Good. Now, Ida mentioned you arrived just in time to stop Stain from potentially killing him. How did you find Ida so quickly? Shoyuta raises an eyebrow when Midoriya stills before answering. I've been following the news on Stain Dash. Why is he not surprised? And I noticed he struck in a lot of isolated places, so I checked the back alleys farthest from the main action. I was lucky I found Ida so quickly, because of his reason for being in Hosu. Nizu nods. Very lucky indeed, he agrees. Something flashes through his eyes before Shoyuta can catch it. Good instinct, and I'm glad you asked for permission to engage. This situation may have been much stickier without you. However, Nizu cuts in sharply while maintaining the smile on his face. Some of the things we heard for Ida are concerning. To his credit, Midoriya doesn't stiffen much, but the minute tensing of his shoulders doesn't go unnoticed by Shoyuta. Like what? He asks innocently. Well, first and foremost, we'd like to talk about how you stalled for time. Oh, indeed. When Shoyuta first hears that his student, the problem child of course, had bet his life on the possibility that someone would come in time, that he's a little upset. Hizashi and Namuri would probably disagree. They had to be the ones to stop him from throttling the hero Ida and Midoriya had been interning with. I calculated the outcomes, Midoriya replies. He was 81% more likely to kill Ida than me, and his attack would be 67% faster than if it was with me. Those odds aren't 100%, Nizu points out while Shoyuta quietly fumes. But my odds of being killed were much lower than Ida's, Midoriya argues. So it was the best bet I could make. Shoyuta can't argue with his logic, but at the thought of one of his young students placing their lives in the hands of fate doesn't sit well with him. They're all so small, so naive, so goddamn fragile. He doesn't want to go to their funerals before he's at his. In the future, please refrain from such a method of stalling, Nizu says. Midoriya nods, but Shoyuta can tell he's not serious. He doesn't like to admit this, but Midoriya's going to learn this lesson the hard way, whether he is the one injured because of his methods or someone else. They go through the fight step by step and Midoriya's account lines up with what Todoroki and Ida said before him. Thank you, Midoriya. Now, I have just one more question. Nizu's smile tightens. Ida mentioned that Stain seemed to know you. Do you know why that is? No, Midoriya replies a little too quickly. I don't. There's a pause before Nizu cheerily speaks. All right, Midoriya. You can leave now. Thank you. He bows before quickly exiting the room. The door shuts with a click behind him. They wait until Midoriya's footsteps fade into nothing. He's lying. Nizu hums and nods. Yes, I know. His tail twitches. His answers sounded a mite too much like a report for my liking. You think he's lying about all of it? Not all of it. Ida is out with an injury from the incident I'm sure you all were fawning over during your internships. He's fine, so don't bother me for details, Shoyuta announces. Ida will be returning in 2 weeks. But don't focus on that. You have final exams coming up. The class quiets. There will be a practical and written part, like in the entrance exams. That is all. Murmurs break out. Theories and questions about what the practical exam will be mix with the groans about passing the written portion. With a roll of his eyes, Shoyuta crawls into his sleeping bag and becomes dead to the world. Izuku is only partly listening to Ochako talk about finals. He's not trying to tune her out, but it just happened. There are a million other things on his mind right now, and possibly failing high school isn't really a priority. That's an exaggeration. He'll probably be fine. Still, he wouldn't put it past UA to do something drastic with all the negative feedback and villain attacks they've been the center of. If he's learned anything from the program, publicity is 80% of an institution or structure. You either need a gold star from the majority or you need to be the last option. UA needs more of the former than the latter as a prestigious hero school. The last thing they want to do is fall in the ranks. Falling in the ranks means fewer students, which equates to less income, which leads to layoffs and financial issues in general. Still, it's not all their fault. Yes, their security could be a bit better, but UA has a traitor somewhere in the heroics department that's leaking information. It's taken him most of the first semester to narrow it down, but he's almost 100% positive that whoever is working with the league is affiliated with the hero course in some way or another. Looking back on his career at UA, getting close to anyone without ruling them out completely was a mistake. Scratch that, getting close to anyone was a mistake, PRD. He's not supposed to be here and there's nothing good to come of his presence once his job has been completed. Deku, come on. We have English. He blinks and straightens up. I have a class with Principal Nizu. Tako smiles. Oh right. Have fun. Izuku nods politely and slides a binder into his bag before swinging it onto his shoulder and exiting the class. He briefly waves at Shinso as the boy walks by with a small group of friends. He returns the gesture in a flippant manner, but Izuku will take it. 4 minutes later, Izuku's standing before Nizu's office. He inhales slowly and knocks. Come in, Midoriya. Nizu calls, tone more serious than usual. Swallowing, he braces himself and enters the office, keeping a very calm and polite facade up. All Might is perched on a chair too small for him. Izuku's reminded of how Lana sits, and stares back at him with a smile. Did I interrupt something? He asks, ready to leave if need be. No, don't worry, Midoriya, Nizu replies, holding a paw up. In fact, All Might would like to speak to you about something. I meant to catch you before the internships, the man sheepishly admits. But I didn't have the chance. Izuku stiffens. Speak to me about what? My quirk, All Might says in a low, secretive voice. One for all. Well, Izuku thinks as his smile tightens. Young Midoriya is quiet throughout all of Toshinori's tale. That's not worrying, he's a quiet boy with actions that speak to what he hardly says. However, in this instance, Toshinori wishes Midoriya would react. He listens, patient and open, not uttering a word until Toshinori finishes the story. So, he clears his throat, somewhat awkward. All that's to say, will you become my successor and accept one for all? That prompts a reaction from the boy. Surprise, of course, but something that only appears for a split second. Fear? Dread? Apprehension? Toshinori can't identify it, but he's sure it isn't positive. You don't have to accept if you don't want to, he quickly adds, but can't help the frown on his face. After Mirio turned him down, Toshinori was certain that Midoriya would accept. After all, the boy has to have struggled with his lack of a physical quirk on the path to heroism. This would be giving him a boost. Oh no, it's not that, Midoriya says quickly. Can I have some time? It's just a lot to process. Toshinori nods fervently. Of course. I understand this is a lot to put on you. Take all the time you need. Within reason. They look to each other for a silent moment. Toshinori's eyes roam Midoriya's face for any tells as to what the greenette is thinking. He's met with a blank expression, the same one that always makes him second-guess his choice. Sometimes if he looks at the boy too long he seems hollow, like a soulless doll. But Toshinori knows better. He's watched Midoriya put others miles before himself, even in situations of life and death. He fought the Nomu at USJ in Toshinori's absence, likely armed with the knowledge that he couldn't beat it. He was a gracious competitor during the sports festival and won through his own hard work, not reliance on his quirk. Midoriya is responsible, mature for his age and competent. He has the potential to become the next symbol of peace. Well, if that is it, All Might, Midoriya and I have a lesson to get to. Seeing as he's no longer wanted, Toshinori stands, bows and takes his leave. Whatever Midoriya's answer ends up being, Toshinori is confident in his choice. Nizu claps and Midoriya nearly jumps out of his skin. The principal chooses to ignore it for now. Well, now that you've heard that, why don't we move on? Alright. So, I analyzed the heroes and villains you asked Dash. Midoriya fumbles for his bag. The clumsiness is both very in character while also being not at all like him. It's like there are two sides of the boy, one calm and collected, the other cheerful and klutzy. The latter has been seen less and less often as the year progresses, Nizu's noticed. He waves a paw dismissively. Yes, we'll get to that. I wanted to discuss the traitor investigation with you. And back comes the militant Midoriya. His smile fades and he draws his shoulders up straighter like he's giving a report to some commanding officer. I believe the traitor is associated with the heroics department, he tells him. Nizu has thought as much for a while, but he'd like to hear the logic behind this. Go on, he prompts. What makes you think so? Midoriya shrinks for just a second, looking embarrassed and flipping back to the more age-appropriate side of himself. That I may have hacked a few things. Nizu would raise an eyebrow if he had one, but he settles for ping his head. You know how to hack? He asks innocently. Yeah, Midoriya rubs the back of his neck and won't meet his eyes. I understand there's no good reason for breaking the law, but I just couldn't be sure without physical proof. He can tell the boy isn't sorry, Midoriya didn't apologize and appears to be sheepish to admit such a thing. But certainly not apologetic. Nizu hums and files it away under the growing list of oddities that make up Midoriya Izuku. Don't worry, Midoriya. Heroes resort to underhanded methods all the time. But in the future, I would like you to tell me about it before you start. He gives him a sharp look to show that he means business, but Midoriya seems to shrink back ever so slightly. Nizu's aware he's intimidating, but it's not the same fear he's used to seeing in frightened students. Midoriya isn't afraid of what Nizu might do, he's already switching to fight or flight. Nizu's eyes catch on how Midoriya's hands twitch, ready to throw something, and he's shifted toward the edge of his seat in preparation to run. He sighs and turns his computer monitor around. But as I said before, don't worry about it. I've turned to hacking on numerous occasions for information. You hack? Midoriya either doesn't sound surprised or he's unconvinced. Nizu allows himself to smile. Human secrets aren't as well protected as they like to think. The boy barely reacts, he's trying very hard not to. For half a split second there had been alarm, but he is guarded now. What a shame. Nizu is almost positive Midoriya isn't tied to the league, not 100%, but sure enough that he didn't voice his concern when Yagi offered the boy his quirk, but he is hiding something and Nizu intends to find out what it is. After school ends, Izuku decides to take a me day. No paperwork, no analysis, no fieldwork, no volunteer assignments, just relaxing. That which comes in the form of sparring at the compound, because if he tries to sleep someone's going to interrupt him and it's a good way to get his frustration out. Good match. Izuku slaps hands with Akagi and she nods. He walks to the far wall and greedily gulps his water bottle. Letting off steam like this helps him think, especially after the meeting with Nizu. He doesn't even want to think about who might be the UA traitor. Izuku sighs and wipes his face with a towel. Midoriya. Spar. Lana appears next to him in a faint purple cloud. Izuku nods. Sure. You will not fail us, Shigaraki hisses. The traitor, a cute one, Himiko thinks absently, purses their lips and nods. I won't. Himiko sighs and plays with her knife. Why do we even need them? Shigaraki smiles. The hero course is heading out for training camp soon. We're going to collect our recruits. She raises an eyebrow. Recruits? What are you? Dabi huffs. Deaf. Glaring, Himiko flings a knife in his direction. To her annoyance, the Ravenet dodges and the knife sinks into Kurogiri's bar. The mist man sighs like Izuku does when he's absolutely done with her. Himiko turns her attention back to UA's traitor. So, you're helping us? She hums, flicking her gaze over their unassuming appearance. They're still green, Nguyen, her unit head, would tell her. Won't last a second when it gets serious. Himiko can agree. The traitor bites their lip and nods. Yes. Why? They pale and twist away. Shigaraki HNDJB cackles. Oh, our player would do anything for mommy and daddy, wouldn't they? Himiko realizes. We need to tell Izuku. Izuku opts for walking home tonight. The choice more fueled by forgetting his bus pass than actually wanting to walk, but it's a comfortable night so he doesn't mind it. His gym bag slung across his chest, Izuku hums a little as he strolls through the darkening streets of Mizudafu. A kitten darts into a small alley beside him and knocks a trash can over. The alley is more of a small pocket off of the main street, so it's unlikely he'll be jumped. Cautiously, Izuku takes half a step forward before a spiral of fire erupts. From the alley, He jerks back in a sudden movement and falls on his butt. Izuku's on his feet in a second, bag forgotten on the ground as he shifts his feet into a defensive stance. Another blast of blue fire appears on his left. Izuku ducks and rolls, landing in a crouch when he makes a realization. Izuku scowls, patting at the smoking material of his singed hoodie. "You son of a beach." Tuya chuckles, stepping out of the shadows like the overdramatic BSRD he is. "Long time no see, Mito."